Chapter 347. Reality proved that Gleeward was indeed the local tyrant of Shield District. Even if it was night, even if it was difficult for him to move around, even if Shield District was a maze of ruins with very few people, the veteran could still accurately find the small paths and find his way out after making several turns. Under the moonlight, Thales quietly followed behind him with his head lowered, pretending to be the person who pushed Gleeward's wheelchair. He watched as Gleeward moved through the streets and alleys without any obstacles, as if he was in his own backyard. Jumping over fences and even making secret signals and hand signals to different people living in different corners. Thales kicked away a pebble by his feet and patted the dust off his body. He felt slightly sentimental. It had been a long time since he felt this way, especially since Shield District had turned into such a desolate scene. This was especially the case when Shield District was reduced to such a miserable state. It made him remember the days when he begged in the smelly gutters and alleys of Eternal Star City a long time ago. When they arrived at a single-story house with mottled bricks, Gleeward coughed and knocked on the door 4 times, twice quickly and twice slowly. Thales was surprised to hear a series of crackling sounds coming from inside the house. Did someone fall off the bed? Footsteps came from behind the door, followed by an impatient female voice. For Bright Moon's sake. If you want to buy something, can't you come tomorrow morning? Gleeward, who was in the wheelchair, spoke in a dull voice. Kurtz, it's me. The voice behind the door stopped. As the wooden door opened, a sleepy face appeared before them. It was a woman in her 30s. She had messy long hair and looked down at Gleeward from above. Her clothes were thin and her eyes were misty. Her breasts were faintly discernible. She looked as if she had just woken up and stared at the 2 people in front of the door in confusion. Thales politely moved his gaze away from her breasts, which she could not cover. He suppressed the question of who she was and looked at Gleeward. Gleeward snorted coldly. Tell me, Kurtz, you didn't drink, or else I'll have to *CK you awake. He glanced inside the house. And it's best if there aren't any girls here to measure your size. Just by relying on a cowardly cripple like you? We don't even know who's going to *CK who. The woman at the door rubbed her eyes. It's not my fault that I'm popular with women. After all, I'm one of the few in Shield District. Wait. After seeing the person in front of her clearly, the woman's expression changed. Her hand behind the door dropped, followed by the heavy sound of metal hitting the ground. You're injured. I have a bad feeling about this, cripple. It's just like the first time we met. The woman named Kurtz put on a dejected expression, but when her gaze shifted to Gleeward's bandaged wound, she immediately frowned. Are you being targeted again? Gleeward nodded with a dark expression. It's still those idiots from the market in Sword District. The veteran pointed at his wound and said disdainfully, this time they even brought the real deal. Kurtz leaned against the door frame and scraped her face with the palm of her hand, as if she wanted to scrape away her sleepiness. Got it, I'll stitch it up for you. She sighed and looked around cautiously. There was an annoyed expression on her face. Dragon Cloud City is in such a mess and they still have the time to mess with you? Damn it. Thales stared curiously at the disheveled woman who had a seductive body and a foul mouth. He thought about her relationship with Gleeward. And you cripple. I've told you 100 times things are different now. Kurtz raised her head with a resigned expression. She advised earnestly, don't go out alone at night anymore. At least bring, hey, Gleeward interrupted her and his gaze became stern. I've already taken care of it and taught them a small lesson. Kurtz stared at Gleeward's expression and her annoyed expression froze slightly. She asked tentatively, your small lesson? Gleeward did not answer. Thales remembered the slaughterhouse he saw just now and blinked helplessly at a corner where no one could see. Yes. A small lesson. Kurtz seemed to understand what he meant. She then narrowed her eyes. I understand. Then we'll go to war. We won't stop until one of us dies. Her expression became solemn. She lowered her head and thought carefully. I'll look for Farron right away. Even though the city is under martial law, I think we can get 100 good fighters here before dawn, and another 50 after dawn. We can catch them off guard. Thales thought of something. What? This woman is also out to make a living? Gleeward coughed and interrupted. Before that, I have something else to do. They won't expect us to counterattack so soon. The patrols are busy. Kurtz mumbled to herself about the fight between the gangs. When she heard Gleeward's words, she was slightly stunned. She looked up. Something else. It was only then that Kurtz noticed the teenager behind Gleeward. She subconsciously tightened the thin shirt around her chest and looked at the 9-pointed star emblem on Thale's shoulder. She frowned in puzzlement. Wait, who is this brat? Is he a noble? Him. Come and meet Kurtz, Thales. Gleeward turned his head and looked at Thales. He extended his hand and gestured at Kurtz in a leisurely manner. The most unlucky tailor trader in Northland. Dr. Xi. The veteran pointed at an ugly scar on his arm and sneered. My specialty is suturing. Thales smiled awkwardly at Kurtz. Hey, nice to meet you. As a tailor come doctor, Kurtz's face was filled with suspicion. Nice to meet you? Gleeward turned his head around and sneered in a self-deprecating manner. Stop guessing. He's that prince. Kurtz did not manage to react. She asked in puzzlement, which prince? Gleeward snorted. Which other prince could it be? The man in the wheelchair grinned. Wherever he goes, who's the unlucky one? The Prince of Constellation? Thales coughed softly and pretended not to hear her. In the next moment, as expected, the prince saw the puzzlement on Kurtz's face turn into shock. He froze on the spot. In the house, Thales sat on a chair and gnawed on the extremely disgusting rye bread in his hand, which was probably left over from a season ago. He looked at the similarly simple and dilapidated house. There was a bare wooden table with a lot of cloth piled on it. There were also cheap boxes of female perfume placed haphazardly on it. Many patterns of clothes hung from the ceiling. On the floor, the table and the bed, cloth and clothes were piled everywhere. Even undergarments were no exception. Needles, threads, scissors, measuring rulers and coils could be seen everywhere. There was also a mirror with 3 cracks on the wall and a saw in the corner. Behind the door was a ferocious-looking June 1st. Now, Thales knew what the metallic sound was when the woman let go of his hand. Thales picked up the wooden bowl and drank a mouthful of water that had a slightly strange smell. He then looked at Kurtz. The woman's identity was already clear. She was a tailor. Thales sighed secretly. But, a doctor? Sewing with one hand and sewing people with the other? Treating the sick, tailoring the clothes according to the person's needs. He looked at the ferocious-looking June 1st behind the door. Perhaps it's also a rape? Causing a gang conflict? The prince glanced at the unflattering style of clothes around him. Also, why does a tailor need a saw? With the evilest imagination in his head, Thales thought, no wonder she's so poor. On the other side of the house, Kurtz, who had finished dressing, sat on a wooden bed with a broken leg and was supported by bricks. She was arguing with Gleeward in a low voice, but it did not escape Thales' ears. Are you crazy? Kurtz pushed aside a woman's long dress made of coarse cloth that hung above her head and looked anxiously at the calm Gleeward. It's not just the westbound street. From the city gate, the top of the city wall, the city walls, the gatehouses between the districts and the key forked streets, they've set up checkpoints almost everywhere. The patrols have received their bounty and they've been working overtime day and night, never slacking off. I heard that even places as far as Sunset Snow River's ferry are no exception. Gleeward narrowed his single eye slightly. Is that so? Kurtz exhaled and subconsciously glanced at Thales, who was still eating. Over the past few decades, aside from collecting taxes, no one has paid any attention to Shield District and Hammer District. Even murder cases don't bother those men. The seamstress counted with her fingers and told Gleeward about the pros and cons. But today it's not just the patrols, even the White Blade Guards came to our door. Forget Spear District and Bow District, which have close ties with the nobles and the rich. Even the dozens of houses on Crazy Street in Hammer District were searched. Even the underwear of the dancers was searched until 10 at night. I heard that the search will continue tomorrow morning. Kurtz slapped him fiercely. In a very inelegant manner, she lifted one of her legs and placed it on top of her breasts, which were about to pop out. She allowed her other leg to swing freely under the bed. She gritted her teeth, and there was not a hint of a woman's gentleness. This is a major incident, Gleeward. It's definitely a major incident, comparable to what happened 6 years ago. Gleeward flashed a sarcastic smile. Thales took a bite of his bread. For some reason he thought of Gines, the female officer from a long time ago. In comparison, the seamstress in front of him was obviously much more boorish, but she was just like Gines. She was not pretentious at all. But, with how troublesome Thales's identity is, since Gleeward could bring me to her without hesitation. On the other side, Kurtz exhaled in pain. You heard how the Star Killer threatened us during the day. But it's not just us. She extended her finger in a very serious manner and spoke with great emotion, trying her best to make Gleeward understand the severity of the matter. Almost all the local tyrants or people with prestige in Spear District, Sword District, and Bow District have been informed. Whoever gets involved in this will be Dragon Cloud City's enemy. Gleeward sneered and said, Can those lackeys represent Dragon Cloud City? Oh, you don't know. The disciplinary hall even spread the word through a few disciplinary officers. Kurtz cleared her throat and glanced in their direction. She saw that Thales was still minding his own business and did not seem to have noticed them. Only then did she lower her voice and said, They said that whoever has news about the prince and the prince's whereabouts will receive the friendship of the disciplinary hall and the patrols. They will even turn a blind eye to it. In fact, if they help them find the prince, they will even get 3,000 gold coins. Kurtz gritted her teeth. Her facial features were scrunched up, and she extended 3 fingers with a trembling hand. At that moment, the motionless Gleeward's expression finally changed. His remaining eye widened to the size of a pigeon's egg. Thales frowned slightly. Gleeward raised his head abruptly. 3,000? The seamstress smacked her lips and gestured in Thales' direction. Her sparkling eyes inadvertently showed a hint of greed and charm. Think about it? After a second, Gleeward desperately tucked his jaw away, which was about to fall to the ground. He coughed unnaturally. Humph, the veteran said sternly. Do I look like a money grubber? Do I look like the kind of person who would be tempted by a few gold coins? Kurtz's smile fell. She looked at him with a complicated expression. Gleeward was a little embarrassed by the woman's gaze. He turned his face away and said sternly, We want to send him out, that's all. When he heard this, Thales ground his lips with his upper molars. He was in a strange mood. Kurtz exhaled. There was a look of pity and hesitation on her face. Both of them were silent for a while. Thales took the opportunity to force himself to swallow the last mouthful of the disgusting bread. They will soon suspect this place. The seamstress sat on her bed and crossed her arms worriedly. Even though Shield District isn't easy to search, they'll come sooner or later. It's in ruins and it's a mess. Is there a better hiding spot than this? Gleeward raised his head and frowned. That's why we have to send him out as soon as possible. When Kurtz heard this, she sighed. This is a deal that will cost all of Shield District and Hammer District. You better have a good reason. Gleeward was silent for a few seconds. I want to send him out. He said faintly, That is the reason. Kurtz was slightly stunned. The woman's expression was solemn. She stared at Gleeward quietly. Gleeward pursed his lips in his wheelchair. God. After a while, Kurtz covered her face in pain and lay on the bed. Cripple, sooner or later, I will be dragged to the gallows because of you. Yes, you will be dragged to the gallows. Gleeward snorted coldly. Then what are you doing? Kurtz pulled the blanket over her. She trembled slightly in an exaggerated manner and let out weak sobs. Thales looked up without batting an eyelid and observed the exit in the house. 3 seconds later. Forget it. Kurtz lifted the blanket and sat up with great difficulty. She extended a trembling finger in anger and pointed at Gleeward. Let me tell you, you stupid cripple, from now on. The poor seamstress had a sorrowful expression on her face as if her life had come to an end. I really King fell in love with the gallows. Kurtz looked at Thales with a look of disdain. She stared at his dusty face, which was a combination of luxurious clothes and luxurious accessories. It's telling everyone that you're that damned prince. Thales looked at Kurtz, who was standing in front of her with a face full of disdain. Thales shrugged and ignored her malice. He stayed away from a bunch of women's summer dresses with strange styles and readily grabbed a set of shabby and ugly linen clothes. He removed the complicated leather belt and replaced it with the simplest and cheapest belt made of coarse cloth. He kicked off his leather boots and put on the linen clothes he had not touched for a long time. He then picked up a pair of scissors and cut his hair into the shape of a bird's nest. That was not all. Thales also wrapped the dagger scabbard, which had the words, "A king does not rely on his bloodline," written on it, in circles and circles of inferior black cloth, until its original appearance could not be seen. He then folded the map of Renaissance Palace flat and stuffed it into the lining of his clothes with the black cloth. He was prepared to use his tattered needles and thread to sew it tight. As for the blood fong bracelet the Night Queen left him, he simply wore it on his wrist. It was made into a beast fong accessory. Finally, Thales finished changing his clothes according to the standards of a child beggar. He walked to the mirror and saw an unfamiliar teenager. Thales nodded in satisfaction. He felt that he looked like a normal boy from the suburbs. How is it? Is this okay? However, when Thales turned his head and looked at Gleeward and Kurtz, who were deep in thought, Gleeward sighed while he sat on the wheelchair. He placed his hand on his forehead and said, "Is there any way to improve it?" Thales was stunned. Of course. Kurtz stared at Thales, who was dressed in coarse sackcloth. Her sharp face was filled with worry. "I have a way to make sure that even his mother won't be able to recognize him." Gleeward's eyes lit up. But Kurtz pointed at the J1 behind the door. Her next words caused the veteran's eyes to darken again. "Take this and cut off his entire face." Thales opened his mouth. Under Thales' stunned gaze, Kurtz sighed and shook her head. She crossed her arms and sized Thales up. "His skin is too soft and too white. One look and you can tell that he's a noble who lives like a prince. He's also not as tall as a normal Northlander. He'll be recognized no matter what he wears." The woman shook her head in pain. "Something like sneaking out of the city." The three of them sighed at the same time. "Dung cart." Gleeward frowned and said something that shocked Thales. "Summons T-man Ange here. Hide him in the dung we transport every day and let him follow the cart out of the city." Excrement cart? Hide in what? Thales' eyebrows twitched. "Wait, you're talking about..." Gleeward ignored him. "Just find a reed or wooden tube so that he can breathe." Fortunately, Kurtz's next words made his expression soften a little. "No, Ange was locked up again today." Gleeward's expression tensed, but he then gritted his teeth and said, "Then look for Quick Whip, Fallon. They have to transport the excrement. We have to stuff him in." Thales' expression became very unpleasant again. But Kurtz shook her head again. "Do you know how each T-man was locked up?" The seamstress spread her hands. "When Ange drove the cart out of the city for the 6th time today, the patrolling team at the city gate pinched their noses and used their swords to poke and check bucket after bucket. In the end, they found 10 packets of smuggled crystal drops hidden in the excrement." Gleeward took a few seconds to digest the information in this sentence. "How did they?" He first widened his eyes in surprise, then he slapped his thigh in anger. "C." Kurtz scratched her chest nonchalantly and shook her head. "Hide in the excrement cart and leave the city? There's no way. What a pity." Thales pretended to sigh regretfully and patted his chest in secret. Kurtz seemed to have seen through his thoughts. She cast him a sideways glance and snorted in disdain. Thales smiled embarrassedly and raised his hand to change the topic. "Is there no other way?" The wheelchair and the seamstress pondered and did not say a word. In a few seconds, Gleeward's face turned from green to white, then from white to red. Finally, Gleeward slammed his fist on the table. "There's no other choice," the veteran said resolutely. "Take the black track." Thales was puzzled. "Black track?" Kurtz widened her eyes. Again. The seamstress shook her head firmly. "No, half of that damn tunnel has already collapsed. Remember the last time? We almost died in there for 300 gold coins. This is the only way." Gleeward's gaze was firm as he interrupted her. "There's no other way." Kurtz looked at him solemnly. After a while, her gaze softened and she turned around. "I understand. I'll go and find someone now." But when Kurtz was halfway through her turn, she turned her head back again and frowned. "There's another problem. From today onwards, the patrol team has also set up a sentry post in Shield District." Gleeward's gaze became fierce. "Where?" Kurtz looked troubled. "It's not far from the black track. We can't avoid it. It's said that it's the place where King Nuvan died. The higher-ups feel that we need to keep a close eye on it." Thales could clearly see Gleeward's expression change rapidly. "CK them. Those bastards still dare to touch Shield District after they've taken the loot." Kurtz shrugged and scratched her neck. "White Pigpeck is in charge of that sentry post. I gave him 6 copper coins and he told me the truth. The disciplinary hall didn't want to come either. No one wants to break the tacit agreement between us, But this is an order from the Star Killer, Nicholas. Gleeward was stunned. Who? Kurtz smiled in an ugly manner, and there was a helpless expression on her face. You rejected him in front of so many people during the day and even called him a star manipulator. Do you remember? If it wasn't because he owed you a favor, that lunatic would have captured you a long time ago. I'm guessing this is retribution for your foul mouth? Gleeward slapped his thigh angrily. F***ck the star manipulator. Disgusting dead face, shameless lackey, serves him right for not being able to be promoted even if he has to lick our balls for the rest of his life. Kurtz crossed her arms and pushed up her magnificent chest. Only then did she comfortably press her arms against her ribs. She looked at Gleeward as if she was looking at a child. Thales frowned as he listened to them discussing one of the famous 5 war generals, the captain of the Archduke's personal guards of Dragon Cloud City, Lord Nicholas, in a disrespectful manner. He nodded in agreement. A few seconds later, Gleeward regained his composure and mumbled, "Can we bribe Peck? Can we bribe Peck? I remember he's from Shield District." Kurtz shook her head and said, "Peck has more than 10 men under him. It's 3,000 gold coins. I can guarantee that they remember the prince's portrait better than their wives' faces. Not everyone dreams of going to the gallows like me." She cast a disdainful glance at Gleeward. "Not everyone sees money as dung like you do, dung. Oh right." Gleeward raised his head abruptly. "Through the dung cart?" Thale's heart tensed again. "Can't you fill your head with something other than dung?" Kurtz stared at Gleeward in disdain, saving the frightened prince from the fate of having to hide his body to pee and poop. Driving a dung cart to collect dung at the edge of an uninhabited cliff? Do you believe that? Gleeward lowered his head again and sighed deeply. "Is there any way to sneak past and get close to the black track?" Thale's face darkened. "No way. If this doesn't work." At that moment, bang. Gleeward slammed his palm on the table. Kurtz, the man on the wheelchair, scratched his chin. "You just said, this person's skin is too white and he's too short." Kurtz was stunned. Huh. Thales was puzzled as well. The next moment, Gleeward's eyes brightened. He raised his head and extended his hand. He instinctively patted Kurtz and accidentally touched her chest. The puzzled Kurtz seemed to be used to it. She did not feel any anger from being violated. She followed his gaze to the ceiling and was immediately stunned. Thales, who did not know what was going on, slowly raised his head and looked in the direction of their gazes. That's. Phil's heart trembled and his face turned pale. An ominous premonition immediately rose in his heart. He forced a smile with all his might and looked at the 2 Northlanders. His face twitched. "Mr. Gleeward, Madam Kurtz, what are you thinking?" The next moment, Gleeward and Kurtz lowered their heads and turned to Thales. The man and woman revealed strange smiles at the same time. "Will it work?" Gleeward asked with a cold smile on his face. "We'll find out." Kurtz had a satisfied expression on her face. The atmosphere in the room changed. Thale's heart beat faster and faster. For the first time he regretted escaping from Heroic Spirit Palace. This, my dear respected and beautiful prince." The seamstress reached out and pulled down the thing on top of her head. She picked up a pair of scissors and cut the air with a click. She smiled maliciously and said, "A dung cart or this? Which one will you choose?" Time seemed to have stopped for a long time. Thales stared at the clothes in Kurtz's hands in a daze. He blinked. His gaze was fixed on Kurtz's hands and he felt his entire body tremble. The sin of Hell's river that would only appear in a life-and-death situation surged madly into his limbs. He saw the seamstress' hands. That's a wrinkled woman's long dress. Chapter 348. Dragon Cloud City, Shield District, Dawn. The golden morning sun had just dyed the sky red, slightly dispersing the chill of the night. The dark streets gradually became clear. Shield District, which seemed to be empty, finally gained some life. At the very least, there were more people walking the streets. This street in Shield District was the center of the disaster. The houses were scattered, the terrain was empty, and there was almost no cover. There were even rumors of ghosts being haunted at night. "Look at how listless and cowardly they are." Gleeward hid behind a low fence and stuck his head out to look at a small patrol sentry post in the distance. He stroked his wheelchair in dissatisfaction. "Do they think they can catch the prince like this? Does that dead face know that his orders are being carried out like this? At the center of the street, a few soldiers from Dragon Cloud City's patrol unit leaned against the eaves of an abandoned house. They yawned and extinguished the fire, waiting for their comrades to come and take over their shift. Occasionally they would glance at the passers-by around them and greet those they knew. Because this is Shield District. The sentry posts leading to the city gate and gatehouse are not like this. They can't wait to search the girl's private parts. The neatly dressed seamstress, Kurtz, was on the other side of the low fence with Glee Ward. She bit a blade of grass in her mouth and said in annoyance, "And isn't this a good thing? Makes our plan easier." Kurtz crossed her arms and turned to a teenager beside her in displeasure. "By the way, are you really not going to consider dressing up as a girl?" The handsome teenager dressed in sackcloth beside her blushed and shook his head vigorously. "I've said it a few hundred times," Thales, who was leaning against the low fence, blushed. "We only have one night. Even if we put on the best makeup, the girl's expressions, habits, behavior and mentality are all developed step by step over a long period of time. They're carved into their bones. Without enough training and habits, how can I succeed?" Kurtz looked disappointed. The blade of grass in her mouth swayed up and down. Yes, in the end, under Thales' fierce objection. Last night in Kurtz's house, the suggestion about him disguising himself as a girl was left unsettled. "Let's think about it again." Kurtz did not seem to be willing to give up on her last shred of hope. Even though it was just a few minutes before the operation, she still propped her arms up and stuck her head out. She looked at Thales with an expectant expression. "My father used to be a coroner and I grew up among piles of corpses. I'm very good at putting makeup on the dead." "Stop." Thales firmly stretched out his hand and firmly pushed the seamstress' cheek away from his chest. He stopped her senseless act of using the blade of grass to scratch his ear. "I don't have the habit of selling myself to satisfy your bad taste." Kurtz stared resentfully at the young prince who refused to obey her orders. "Besides," the vigilant Thales gritted his teeth, "didn't we try on our makeup last night? Wouldn't work. You can't even see yourself in a mirror. Instead of pretending to be a boy who will reveal his true form after taking 2 steps. I've tried on my makeup." When he remembered what happened last night, Glee Ward could not help but let out a low cough. He and Kurtz looked elsewhere as if nothing had happened, but their shoulders trembled as if they were trying hard to hold back their laughter. Thales, who could not get rid of his hostility, was still immersed in his own world. He was troubled by the nightmare he experienced last night, and when he saw their reactions he became even more embarrassed and angry. He tugged at his fringe in exasperation. "My hair. Look, I just cut it messily last night. And what about my voice?" Thales deliberately crossed his arms over his chest and twisted his waist. With a croaky voice he pinched his voice and said a few times, "I'm sorry, I might have a hoarse voice, but that's a problem I got from mining when I was young. I'm actually a girl." "What kind of joke is this?" When he said this, the prince's expression changed drastically. He looked at the 2 people beside him who had strange expressions on their faces, with righteous indignation. Glee Ward rubbed his nose awkwardly. On the other side, Kurtz shook her head slightly and clicked her tongue. "If someone told you that a man who has never received any training and has no daily experience can perfectly disguise himself as a woman, and not only will no one recognize him, but he will also be incredibly charming, making those of the same gender extremely jealous, and those of the opposite gender fall head over heels for him." Thales looked enraged. "Then he must have read too many crappy night novels, or he hasn't had a girlfriend for too long." Glee Ward, who was in the wheelchair, and Kurtz, who was sitting cross-legged, leaned back in their original positions with flagging interest. Thales was left behind, panting with rage as he digested his grievances alone. In the distance, a patrol team of 10 people walked over slowly. They completed their morning shift with the inspection sentry post that was temporarily set up. Glee Ward and Kurtz exchanged glances and nodded. The veteran regained his serious expression. "Brothers, are you ready?" "Yes, I called over 20 people from the blacksmith shop to the farm. They're all people who can't leave the city for the time being because of the lockdown." Kurtz rubbed her hands together with an expression that said, "Don't worry, they think this is a trap to deal with those bastards in the market." Actually, that's not wrong. When he remembered last night, Glee Ward exhaled harshly through his nose in indignation. "Once this is over, I want to..." All right, When it's time there will be a fight here. Kurtz looked at the situation around her and interrupted Glee Ward. There was a cautious look on her face which was rarely seen on her face. Drag that sentry post into it as well. Hey. Glee Ward gestured at Thales with his chin. And we'll take advantage of the chaos to go to the black track. Thales cast a glance into the distance and swept his gaze over the sentry post that was not very tightly guarded. He nodded. He suddenly noticed that their destination was the Cliff of the Sky, which was located at the bottom of a row of cliffs in the distance. It was the place where King Nuvan died. When he thought of this, Thales' mood suddenly turned cold. After this matter is over, there will be quite a number of people who will be locked up. Kurtz sighed. Haven't they been locked up many times before? Glee Ward licked his lips. His eyes sparkled. It's a good chance for them to avoid the limelight. Understood. Kurtz shrugged. She glanced at Thales and clicked her tongue in resignation. What a pity. Thales, who was anxious, glared back at her fiercely. He was certain that compared to not being able to see the male princess of Constellation, the seamstress did not feel pity for the group of people who were about to be locked up in prison. Thales looked in the direction of the cliff and asked curiously, "What is the black track you've been talking about?" Kurtz snorted softly. The grass in her mouth flipped over. That's the only way for you to escape from Dragon Cloud City. Why is it called that? Glee Ward turned his face around. It's been called that since my grandfather's generation. He said that his grandfather also called it that way. As you can see, one of the entrances is at the bottom of the Cliff of the Sky. The path is complicated and people who are not familiar with it will not be able to find it. We used to use it to transport contraband, but it's too narrow and the efficiency is very low. At the bottom of the cliff. Thales frowned as he stared at the familiar-looking cliff. His gaze followed the outline of the mountain and moved upwards. Unsurprisingly, he saw Riku's huge statue. 6 years ago it was there. So, the black track is a small path that passes through the belly of the mountain? It leads out of the city? Thales narrowed his eyes, trying to get a clearer look. Is it natural or is it man-made? God knows. Kurtz looked at him disdainfully. To dig a tunnel that goes through the Cliff of the Sky and connects the inside and outside of Dragon Cloud City, perhaps it was dug by the Great Dragon. Thales clicked his tongue and did not say anything. The older generation is very respectful of that place, and they do not dare to approach it easily. Kurtz snorted softly. They say that it's a forbidden place in Dragon Cloud City, where the Master of Mountains resides. Even the nobles don't know about it. But 18 years ago the men followed the king to Constellation to fight a war. The war lasted for more than a year. No one farmed, no one hunted and no one herded. The taxes and military contributions became heavier and heavier. Forget the farmers and hunters outside the city, even the old, the weak, the women and the children in Dragon Cloud City could not live on. The winter that year was especially cold and there was not enough firewood. The nobles had to be prioritized, and they did not even have enough gifts from the mountains. Thales fell silent. 18 years ago, went to Constellation to fight a war. Glee Ward first beat up the disciplinary officer of Shield District who was in cahoots with the nobles and bureaucrats. Then he masked his face and looted a few black-hearted merchants' stock warehouses. Then he broke tradition and led us into the black track. He began to transport contraband goods. He transported everything you can imagine. Crystal drops, eternal oil, firearms and even hemp. He also transported food, firewood and medicine that he robbed from the front lines. With these, the women and children in Shield District and Hammer District survived that winter, where countless people died. Kurtz stared at the silent Glee Ward with a complicated gaze. This is the black track and also the history of the slum boss's rise to power. Thales felt very upset in his heart. He looked at Glee Ward. But the veteran only snorted coldly as if he was very dissatisfied with Kurtz's words. He coughed loudly. After you go in, carry your everlasting lamp and watch your feet in the top of your head. Glee Ward's expression was unpleasant, as if he was recalling some unpleasant past. The tunnel there is too old. 6 years ago the calamities and the Hydra caused a ruckus in the city. The earth shook and most of the black track collapsed. We don't know when the rest will collapse. Thales felt a chill in his heart. Calamities. Calamities again. The three people behind the low fence were silent for a while. The calamities, the prince said resentfully, brought about quite a lot of disasters, didn't they? Gleeward's hand, which was holding the wheelchair, suddenly tightened. Disasters. Kurtz laughed sarcastically. Disasters. You can look around you. The seamstress' expression turned cold. But you can't imagine what it was like that day. She kicked away a piece of gravel beside her feet. Son of AB***. Thales lowered his head. He did not look at the gravel, broken wood, dust and debris piled up around him. He did not look at the abandoned houses, the dust-covered wells, the collapsed rotten wood and the cracked ground. There was even a faint stench in his nose. This is Shield District. I can, Thales said in a low voice. I told you that year. I was here. I saw how Shield District was destroyed and I saw the people who died. But before he finished speaking, he felt an itch in his ear. Thales was shocked. He instinctively sat up to avoid Kurtz, who was tickling his ear with a grass root. There should be a limit to boasting. The seamstress waved the grass root in amusement. How old were you 6 years ago? Thales was stunned. You even saw Shield District's destruction? Why don't you just say it? Kurtz said with a mocking expression. Back then you single-handedly and fearlessly killed the Blood Calamity and saved Dragon Cloud City? Wouldn't it make you look more impressive if you boast like this? Your Highness. Thales' face turned green and red. He slid down against the low fence like a deflated balloon. It's nothing. At this moment Gleeward spoke airily. It was never about destruction. Both of them were stunned. They turned to look at the veteran. The calamities did not harm those who died either. They were lucky to a certain extent. They left forever in an instant. The man in the wheelchair stared ahead with steely eyes. What the calamities left behind was torture for the living. Gleeward slowly raised his left hand, which was missing 3 fingers. His gaze was unfocused. Thales and Kurtz instinctively turned their heads. Do you remember the boy who drove the car last night who made a fuss? Thales paused. His name is Kevin. Gleeward snorted lightly, completely unbothered. 6 years ago he was an apprentice in a blacksmith's workshop in Hammer District. Kurtz sighed. Cripple. But Gleeward ignored her and continued to speak. That day, the day the calamities appeared. Kevin came to Shield District happily, brought a bouquet of flowers and met his lover in secret. Gleeward stared at an abandoned well in the distance, which only had its outline left. Next to it was a collapsed stable and dried feces could be vaguely seen. They were discovered by her father. I know that old man. He used to serve in the glacial sentries and his skills were not just for show. What's worse is that he has a bad temper and he values his daughter very much. When he said this, Gleeward smiled softly. The smile lines at the corners of his eyes were natural and smooth. Thales and Kurtz listened in silence. Poor Kevin screamed as he was whipped all the way from Shield District to Hammer District with his belt. Everyone on more than 10 streets knew about it. Their laughter was so loud that even Big Leatherbelt's big yellow dog chased after him for a few hundred meters. Gleeward's laughter was very cheerful. Kevin came to me and said a bunch of nonsense in a wronged manner. He said how much he liked the girl, that he wanted to become a good blacksmith, open a workshop, save enough money for his betrothal gift, and then tell the truth to his lover's father. The veteran shook his head with a disdainful expression. I still remember how stupid he looked when he said those words. I also remember how angry Big Leatherbelt looked when he came to settle the score with him. I also remember how Kevin crawled out of the closet after I tricked Big Leatherbelt into leaving. His face was full of indignation and ambition. Gleeward paused for a few seconds. And yet, the smile on the veteran's face slowly melted. It was like ice that had come into contact with sunlight. Gleeward stared into the empty distance and was lost in thought. Kevin, when he returned to Shield District the next morning. That's all. The loud voices unique to Northlanders when they negotiated prices came from afar. A rooster crowed indignantly at the sky. Together with the chirping of birds in the morning, it made Shield District seem incredibly quiet. Gleeward's teeth chattered a little. The girl Kevin liked. The future father-in-law, that he hates to the core. Including the Northlanders on the streets who watched him make a fool of himself. The veteran's gaze was dim and his voice was hoarse. Including that annoying big yellow dog who barked for 20 hours every day. Gleeward stared at the brightening sky absent-mindedly and said subconsciously, all gone. Thales and Kurtz leaned against the low fence without moving. It was as if time had stopped. All of Shield District. The veteran lowered his head and picked up a piece of gravel from the ground. He could vaguely tell what it was made of. This is the only thing left. This is what they are. These are the things that the calamities left behind for the survivors. Thales exhaled slowly. His expression was stiff. When you see Kevin laughing heartily in the future, don't forget that this is the story behind him. Gleeward's gaze became serious, and a flame that had cooled down for a long time burned in his eyes. Gleeward snorted coldly. So, when you meet the survivors of the calamity, help them. Don't say that you can imagine it, don't say that you understand their pain, and don't say that you can feel it. Even if you are really the savior. The veteran turned his head slightly and stared at the silent Thales with a cold expression. Because that is very hypocritical. Thales opened his mouth to speak, but in the end he could not say anything. Slap. Gleeward placed his hand on Thales' shoulder. Also, if you really become the king in the future. Gleeward's expression was very serious, and Thales could even feel his hand trembling slightly. Become one of those high and mighty lords. I know what you nobles know. I don't believe that those calamities are the messengers sent by the legendary gods to punish the world, or those legendary anti-mystic equipment. You must have a way to deal with them. Thales stared at the veteran in front of him in a daze. Gleeward's expression was ferocious. Remember, gather all your men, all your strength, all your weapons, and find those calamities. No matter where they hide, find them. Find them all. Find them all. The prince's heart was in a mess. All sorts of emotions surged in his heart at the same time, and it was rather unpleasant. At that moment, Gleeward gritted his teeth and his aura was chilling. From top to bottom, hunt them all. Chapter 349. In the next second, Gleeward pushed Thales away and looked elsewhere. His breathing quickened. Kurtz coughed softly. I see Kevin. Kurtz shook her head to the left. There a young man peeked his head out sneakily from behind the wall and waved at them. Thales recognized him. He was the young coachman who drove the old crow to Shield District last night. Perhaps it was because they had just finished talking about him, but when the three of them saw Kevin, their expressions did not look too good. It was as if they had been caught talking behind someone's back. I'll go make the final confirmation. Wait for my signal. Kurtz spat out the grass in her mouth, patted the dust off her hands and stood up. Her originally rascally temperament instantly became neat and tidy. Gleeward nodded and watched her leave. Only the veteran and the prince were left. The atmosphere was a little heavy. Thales watched the seamstress leave and suddenly said, to be honest, I've been in Northland for 6 years. It's rare to see a Northlander girl like her. Gleeward paused for a moment and snorted softly. Kurtz's father used to be a military doctor. She grew up in a military camp. Her childhood was filled with blood and screams. Thales' gaze shifted. The veteran tapped his fingers on the wheelchair as if he was reminiscing about the past. Until her father passed away unexpectedly. The teenage Kurtz had to face those ruffians. You can't imagine what a girl would experience in that hell. You can't even imagine what she would become. Thales' heart tensed. He looked at the corner where Kurtz disappeared with slight surprise and recalled the tough impression the seamstress gave him. Gleeward said absent-mindedly, at least before I fished her out. It's a pity that the famous Dragon Cloud City isn't much better. Shield District and Hammer District are even more so. At that moment, the tough veteran seemed especially tired, as if he had just gone through a great battle. Thales inhaled slowly. No wonder. Gleeward snorted softly and shook his head. You were born noble. It's hard for you to imagine everything going smoothly for you. But do you think she was born with a mouth full of vulgarities, a temper that's hard to tame, and no sense of gentleness at all? Do you think that she doesn't want to put on glamorous clothes and makeup, sit in a warm, splendid palace, and enjoy a sumptuous dinner and a man's love like a regular noble lady from the north? Gleeward tightened his grip on the wheelchair. The remaining 3 fingers on his left hand trembled slightly. When life is tough on you, you have to be tougher than it is. Thales did not speak for a long time. But then he looked up. But I think she's very good right now. The prince's heart was a little heavy for some reason, and his gaze was sharp. A woman at her strongest, most beautiful and most charming. Dong. Thales cried out in surprise. He placed his hands on his aching forehead and looked at Gleeward indignantly. The veteran expressionlessly retracted his right hand, which was as big as a wok. Don't try to pick up girls at such a young age. Thales gave him an aggrieved look. But you're right. He's great. Gleeward smiled faintly. The wrinkles at the corners of his eyes shone slightly. It's been more than 10 years. Kurtz has been our brother for a long time now. Thales rubbed his head hard and said in annoyance, just brothers. She'll be very disappointed. Gleeward cast him a glance, whether it was intentional or not, but he did not speak. A few seconds later, the veteran suddenly spoke. What kind of person is your father? Thales tensed up. My father? Gleeward turned his face to the other side and shook his head. He shrugged as if he did not care. Yes. The prince blinked. That's a memory from too long ago. Thales frowned and answered rather hesitantly, he's a king. Dong. The second time, Thales held his head with tears in his eyes and watched indignantly as Gleeward retracted his right hand. Why? Gleeward was rather exasperated. Who the hell doesn't know that your father is a king? Say something else, something useful, alright? Thales gritted his teeth. Don't touch me again. Something else? The prince was about to speak, but a thought came to his mind. Why do you want to know this? Gleeward coughed and turned his head around in a seemingly normal manner. Well, about that. You know, the two kings of Extet were despicable and shameless bastards. The veteran shrugged a second time, completely unbothered. He rubbed his back against the wheelchair. I was just wondering if the king of Constellation is the same. Thales revealed a doubtful gaze. But the old crow said that you don't care about high-level politics. Gleeward's expression changed. I suddenly changed my mind. It's not a bad thing to know more. The next time we meet I can mock him instead. The veteran shrugged a third time. Thales stared at Gleeward thoughtfully. Then Gleeward coughed in embarrassment and turned his face away. Thales asked tentatively, but didn't you say that you don't want to see him again, Hicks? Gleeward's face turned red. It's none of your business. Of course, but... Thales carefully observed Gleeward's side profile and narrowed his eyes. Why does it have to be my father? Gleeward's expression froze. Oh, come on. He waved his hand and interrupted Thales in annoyance. Forget about it. Gleeward snorted coldly. It was obvious that he was extremely displeased. Who the *CK cares about your king daddy? The veteran crossed his arms and turned around. While shrugging for the fourth time, he angrily muttered to himself, he's just another precocious, young, rich, handsome, charming and domineering gigolo. Thales stared at him quietly and smiled. What about Thurn? Gleeward trembled slightly. You heard what I said. Thales sighed. What about my mother? What kind of person is she? This question caused him to wait for an exceptionally long time. After a long while, Gleeward curled his lips and shook his head in disdain. Your mother? That annoying little girl with a crooked brain. The veteran in the wheelchair revealed a complicated and indecipherable expression as he spoke nonchalantly. She's best at causing a lot of trouble and provoking everyone. Fooling everyone into cleaning up after her. Thales nodded. Including you? But spare me. Gleeward shook his head and sneered. I hate her the most. Thales smiled faintly. You and Hicks were once slaves in the desert, right? This question seemed to have poked Gleeward's sore spot. Hey. He bounced a few inches on the wheelchair. He was very annoyed. I don't care what the old crow told you. Gleeward pointed at Thales with a hostile expression. I agreed to help you with a small favor, but that doesn't mean we're very close. Stop with that, I'm your good friend, that emotional trick. Thales blinked helplessly to show that he understood. The two of them leaned back in their seats again and waited for Kurtz's signal. Then Gleeward spoke again. Hey, the old crow didn't tell me much, but judging from the direction you're going... Gleeward seemed to be unable to recover from his rage, naturally. He said stiffly, You're going to the desert, aren't you? Thales' heart tensed. He spread his arms and only smiled with his eyes narrowed. But Gleeward seemed to have seen through his thoughts. He snorted softly. Listen, if you want to enter the desert you'd better have a skilled guide or else. Gleeward shook his head disapprovingly. Thales thought of something. Is the desert really that scary? Orcs or barren bone people? Both. Gleeward twitched the corners of his lips and his gaze was sharp. Orcs, they can crush your skull as effortlessly as we smash eggs. As for barren bone people, it's hard to say. Those guys are very strange. Strange. But your greatest threat is far from them. Gleeward's expression was solemn. It's the desert itself, the sun, the yellow sand, and the demons who constantly whisper in your ears. Lie down, sleep, dream, and never stand up again. The veteran's expression began to drift into the distance again. Thales looked at his side profile and remembered something. You've been to the desert before, haven't you? Gleeward nodded absent-mindedly. When I was a soldier I went there to fight. Thales frowned slightly. And? Gleeward raised his head. And? The veteran on the wheelchair looked at Thales sternly. There's nothing else. At that moment, a commotion suddenly came from the street in the distance. Seemed to be two men arguing. Get ready. Gleeward held both ends of the wheelchair vigilantly. The signal is here. It's our people. Thales stood up nervously, lowered his body and held on to the low fence. Will this work? Thales looked worriedly at the two men who started fighting at the slightest disagreement. He watched as their fight became more and more intense. More and more people joined in, turning the brawl into a group fight and the group fight into a riot. The patrols at the outpost began to frown as they walked towards them. They seemed to be suspicious. Thales was anxious. The Star Killer might be suspicious. I've seen the actions of the former White Blade Guards in Dragon Cloud City. I've seen how they could locate a Camion's whereabouts within half an hour in a chaotic situation. The Star Killer and the White Blade Guards know Dragon Cloud City like the back of their hands. This is their home. The commotion in the distance grew louder. Many people rushed over from the streets after hearing the news and joined in the fight. Then a patrol soldier who tried to stop the fight was also punched to the ground. Gleeward sneered mockingly. The Star Killer? I had that lackey leader and his lackeys. The veteran in the wheelchair turned around with a stern expression. You're wrong. Gleeward silently patted his chest. The people who are most qualified to call this city home. It's never them. The next second, Gleeward turned his wheelchair around. Amidst the growing commotion, he decisively drove out of the cover and rushed past the countless people towards the cliff of the sky. Scope. Thales exhaled deeply, then jogged to catch up with the veteran. The process of avoiding the outpost was easier than he imagined. The fighting between the poor people in Shield District was so loud that the pitiful dozen people in the patrol team were surrounded so tightly that not even a drop of water could trickle through. They could barely protect themselves, much less notice them sneaking into the cliff of the sky. In Gleeward's own words, Dragon Cloud City is really getting worse with each generation. In the chaos, before the patrol team could send a large group to suppress them, they slipped under the rocky and uneven cliff wall. God knew how the veteran could move so fast while sitting in a wheelchair. After making a few turns and before Thales was about to faint, he followed the rear wheel of Gleeward's car and finally saw Kurtz in front of a small dark hole. Are you ready? Kurtz looked nervous, but her movements were not sluggish. She took out a low-quality everlasting lamp that was obviously modified from an old product from her backpack and tossed it to Thales. Thales hugged the everlasting lamp while panting. He watched Kurtz take out ropes and tools. With a solemn expression he said, "Any time." The sounds of fighting behind them started to slow down. Kurtz smiled softly as if she was disdainful. "Remember, only touch the places I've stepped on." Thales took a deep breath and nodded with mixed feelings. "Pray that I don't die in there." Kurtz smiled and patted the veteran's back. The seamstress put the everlasting lamp in her mouth and straightened her body. She took the lead and slid into the small dark hole with her feet facing downwards. She was nowhere to be seen. This is the black track? Thales did not have the time to be surprised that there was actually a whole other world in that small cave. Gleeward sighed and patted his shoulder. My people will prepare a horse over there. You can go wherever you want to go. The veteran looked displeased, but in the end he did not say anything. But follow Kurtz closely inside. Thales took a deep breath and imitated the seamstress. He put his feet into the cave. He did not step all the way to the bottom, but he could feel the slight chill inside as well as the faint breeze. You're not coming? The fight behind them was still going on, but the whistle of the patrol team could already be heard in the distance. Obviously there was not much time left. Gleeward patted half of his thigh and said mockingly, "Do I look like I can leap over roofs and vault over walls?" Thales felt suffocated. Go. With a dark expression, Gleeward turned to the side. I have to go back and clean up the mess, especially that dead face. Thales looked at the veteran and clenched his fists tightly. Glee Ward. Thales gritted his teeth and nodded heavily. Thank you. The teenager said seriously, whether you're doing this for the old crow or for my mother. Glee Ward was stunned. Thales looked at him with sincerity and nodded slightly. In the next second the veteran's expression became annoyed. He slapped Thales back and as the latter cried out in surprise he pushed him into the black track. As he watched Thales disappear into the black track, Glee Ward took a few deep breaths to calm his agitated heart. Damn it. Glee Ward cursed in his heart. For his mother? Who does he think he is? With a displeased expression, Glee Ward turned his wheelchair around and watched the fight on the street, which was becoming more and more obvious. He spat in displeasure. A king. He looked at the sky which had just lit up and mumbled. A king. Glee Ward's expression darkened. His mutterings were filled with dejection. How could he be a king? The veteran looked at half of his thigh and touched his empty left eye. His expression was forced and gloomy as he said in a low voice, "Don't worry." He said in a low voice, F***ck, but after a few breaths, Glee Ward's nervous expression relaxed. With a stiff face he pulled out a thread from the pocket of his robe in a panic. He slowly took out a small black leather pouch from between the two layers. Glee Ward opened the leather pouch with trembling hands. He stared at the item inside in a daze, then at the entrance to the black track. He did not speak for a long time. The veteran stopped moving, snorted softly and shook his head in a self-deprecating manner. F***c. The sounds of fighting behind him began to die down. But Glee Ward did not seem to notice it. He held the item in his hand. His face was livid and red and he tried his best to put on a fierce expression. Faster, as if that could prove something. A few seconds later, Glee Ward leaned against the back of his wheelchair in relief. He laughed dryly and weakly. The veteran shut his eyes tightly. There was a faint hint of melancholy in his tone. F***c. Finally, the item in Glee Ward's hand slowly floated down and landed on his wheelchair. The morning light illuminated it. It was a neatly tied strand of a woman's hair. It was soft, smooth and bright. It was fiery red. He felt the friction between his back and the rock strand. After he slid to the bottom with a tense heart, Thales opened his eyes and saw darkness. Then he heard footsteps. Hey, you're afraid of the dark? Thales narrowed his eyes to adapt to the sudden light. He was still in a state of shock as he stared at Kurtz, who was holding the everlasting lamp and watching him with a contemplative look. It was dark around him. And cold. Their everlasting lamps could only light up a small area around them. Follow me. In the darkness, the seamstress only had half of her face exposed by the light. She helped him light up the everlasting lamp and sighed. Even if some paths are difficult to walk, you must still follow them. Thales got up in a disheveled manner. Kurtz turned around and used her hands and feet to climb up the dark rock wall. He seemed to be going up the slope. I have to climb this stupid place again. At least I got 300 gold coins last time, Kurtz said sarcastically to herself. What about our client this time? He gave us a chance to be hanged, huh? Prince. Humph. Thales could only pretend that he did not hear it. The black track was narrower than Thales had imagined. Just as he was about to reach for the everlasting lamp beside him, his arm crashed against the rock wall. Asterisk thud. Asterisk Thales hissed and rubbed his sore spot. He did not dare to be careless anymore. He carefully grabbed the everlasting lamp and laboriously followed Kurtz's footsteps. Kurtz was obviously familiar with the path, and he could only barely see Kurtz's trousers and boots through the faint light from the everlasting lamp. Soon Thales experienced the power of the black track. Obviously there was no flat road here. It was either uphill or downhill and it was full of potholes. There were even a few places that were as steep as cliffs. Kurtz had to use a hook to climb up and then use a rope to pull him up. Is this place really meant for people to walk? Thales complained in pain after he fell for the 8th time. The black track? It wasn't this hard to walk in the past. Kurtz chuckled in front of him. But you know, the calamities played with stones in Dragon Cloud City when they had nothing to do, and they caused half of this place to collapse out of nowhere. Blame it on them. They bumped into things everywhere in the darkness along the way. Thales even fell or slipped several times due to his inexperience. If it were not for his rich experience in wrestling when he was young, Thales felt that he would have been badly battered by now. Be careful, don't fall again. Kurtz's voice came from ahead of him. Thales blushed and felt the rock straighter around him even more cautiously. Thank you. Kurtz snorted. I'm not talking about you, I'm talking about that everlasting lamp. Who cares if you fall or not? Thales raised his eyebrows and rolled his eyes in the darkness where no one could see him. The ventilation here is terrible. You'll suffocate if you use a torch. Kurtz chuckled as she led the way. And it's too dark here. If you break the everlasting lamp, you won't be able to get out without light. Speaking of which, Thales thought of something. I have an idea. He snickered in his heart. The sin of Hell's river responded to his call and surged into his eyes. As the blood vessels around his eyes surged, Thales watched with satisfaction as the dark scene before him slowly brightened. Even though there was only a slight flow of cold air in the cave, Thales felt his vision become much clearer. Thales only felt that his vision had become much clearer. Many of the obstacles that could not be seen in the dark could now be avoided beforehand. Hence he quickly caught up with Kurtz, and this made the seamstress look at him in a higher light. You got the hang of things pretty quickly. Thales could not help but feel a little smug. He began to pay attention to his surroundings. Oh, there are words here? Thales flipped over a rather flat rock platform. Through the sin of Hell's river he saw strange words on the rock wall. Huh. Kurtz, who was feeling the way ahead, asked in puzzlement, Why didn't I notice it? Thales paused for a moment. The sin of Hell's river continued surging. He narrowed his eyes and touched the words carved on the rock wall. August 20th, livestock food. He read the words on it in a low voice. Thales' expression became serious. The ancient empire. Kurtz climbed up a protruding rock and asked curiously, What? Words. The words on these rocks are the language of the ancient empire. This writing style is not that of the final empire. It's from the ancient empire from a much longer time ago. Thales blinked and recalled the ancient empire's alphabet that Gilbert taught him a long time ago in bewilderment. This tunnel has a history of at least 1,000 years or even longer. At least at that time, Northland was still under the rule of the ancient empire. No. When Thales saw a new sentence, he immediately overturned his thoughts. His curiosity was piqued and he said excitedly, It shouldn't be that old. I noticed that there are some words and usage of the lingua franca mixed into these words. It seems to be a record of supplies and inventory. Kurtz laughed dryly. The seamstress seemed to be doing something that required a lot of energy. Perhaps she was rock climbing. She said perfunctorily, Yes, it's really, really awesome. Now move your butt and continue walking. Kurtz finally climbed up a huge rock. She panted, stuck her head out and extended her hand towards Thales. She said in annoyance, Then give me your hand. I'll pull you up. Thales raised his eyebrows, glanced at the figure above him and continued moving forward. But he immediately froze. Wait. Thales raised his head again and looked at Kurtz, who was above him, in disbelief. The everlasting lamp only illuminated a small part of the rock wall around her. The rest of the rock wall was pitch black. But, when he saw the scene before him clearly, Thales was suddenly shocked. He blinked in astonishment. In his field of vision, which was as dark as day due to the sin of Hell's river, on the rock stratum above Kurtz's head, suddenly there was another person. It was a man. He wore an ancient-looking armor and had complicated braids. His face was thin and his mouth was open. His eyes bulged out, but there were no pupils. There was only white in his eyes. He looked like a corpse. Thales noticed in the faint chill that there was only black in the golden light from the lamp in the dark black track. But the man was brightly colored. He wore a dark green shoulder armor, a bright silver chainmail and a dark red belt. Even the colors of his weapons were clearly distinguishable. What was even stranger was that the man looked as if he was embedded in the rock stratum with his face down. He went against gravity and laid upside down on top of Kurtz's head. At that moment, Thales felt his entire body stiffen. He suddenly remembered the story of the back-to-back bunk in the university dormitory in another illusory world. Why now, I know. I'm most afraid of this kind of thing. Hey! Kurtz shook her arm impatiently and said, Are you stupid? In the next second, the man moved. Bit by bit, he lowered his neck stiffly. It was as if his neck had become rusty. Thales' skin started to crawl and a chill ran down his spine. In the next moment, as if he had lowered his neck to its limit, He started to move his eyes, which were devoid of any life force, and stared lifelessly at Kurtz beneath him. He slowly pulled up the thin muscles on his cheeks and put on a stiff and cold smile. He revealed his abnormally sharp rust-colored teeth, and with a hoarse voice that sounded as if his vocal cords had been torn apart, he uttered a phrase. When he heard the phrase that was dragged out, Thales froze. It was the language of the ancient empire. Live people. But Kurtz's face was still filled with impatience. She did not seem to notice the thing that was only a few inches above her head. Do you still want to come up? It was as if she did not even hear that phrase. Thales took a deep breath and lowered his head to suppress the trembling in his body. No. How should I tell Kurtz that there's something above your head? There's. Thales took a few deep breaths and desperately chased away his fear. He made up his mind. What's wrong with that? No, it's just a ghost. Filled with indignation, Thales gritted his teeth, opened his eyes and raised his head abruptly. But he was stunned again. There was only a layer of black rock above Kurtz's head. It's empty. The man lying on the ground, the brightly colored ghost. It's as if they never appeared. Hey. Kurtz looked at the dumbfounded Thales with a displeased expression. The light shone on the side of her face and the rock wall. Chapter 350. What is that? In the darkness, Thales stared fearfully at the rock strata above Kurtz's head. He tried his best to blink, but he still could not see anything. There was only darkness above Kurtz's head. The sin of Hell's River did not give him any feedback. Hey brat. The seamstress' dissatisfaction almost filled the small cave. Are you messing with me? Her voice traveled through the cave and it echoed frequently. Thales was shocked by the angry shout. Nothing. The teenager took a deep breath and stared at the top of Kurtz's head, still in a state of shock. I was distracted. I'm coming. This time, Thales straightened his arm with all his might and held the everlasting lamp in front of him. He looked around with lingering fear and moved forward bit by bit. With great difficulty he clasped Kurtz's palm and climbed up. Naturally, he attracted a lot of criticism from the seamstress. But Thales no longer cared about that. As Kurtz continued to explore the way forward, Thales held the lamp and walked past the spot where the face used to be. The latter could not help but raise his head repeatedly to check if there was really a strange face above his head. But there was still nothing. There was only a stone quietly embedded in the rock strata. Did I see wrongly? I did right. Thales took a deep breath and suppressed his trembling hands and feet. He tried his best to throw away all thoughts that something was wrong with the atmosphere. He followed Kurtz's light in front of him and hugged the everlasting lamp tightly in his arms. He braced himself and continued forward in the pitch-black environment. They moved forward for another half an hour. During that time Thales carefully moved forward. Every step he took was filled with anxiety. Even his heartbeat was almost not his own. Before he knew it, the prince was already drenched in cold sweat. Very good, we're already halfway there. Now above our heads. The seamstress' voice traveled into his ears and she sounded rather satisfied. We're not far away. Thales felt relieved. Kurtz pressed her left hand against the rock wall in front of the cave and turned right. But at that moment, Kurtz pressed her left hand against the empty wall. A human face suddenly appeared. Thales felt his chest go numb. He could not catch his breath and his entire body trembled. Thud. His everlasting lamp fell beside his feet. The light flickered and cast Thales' shadow on the rock wall, but it could not cover the outline of the face. It was a man with deep features and blue dye on his forehead and cheeks. Just like the first man, his muscles were thin and shriveled, his eyes were pale, his lips were closed, and his skin was so pale that he didn't look like a living person. Hey. Kurtz gritted her teeth and turned around. I told you not to drop the everlasting lamp. Without the light, are you going to hit your head against the wall? The seamstress was a palm's distance away from the face on the rock wall, but she did not feel anything wrong. We must. The man in the rock wall glared at Thales with pupilless eyes. His cervical vertebrae rotated slowly like a rusty clock. His black lips opened and closed and his teeth, which were like withered wood, let out an unpleasant sound. It was as if the sound was right next to his ears. Else, kill them all. Kill the orcs as well. Enemy countries, kill them all as well. Why can't we kill them all? Kurtz was still reprimanding the teenager unhappily, as if she and the man were in two different worlds. She did not hear anything. This is the common language of the Western Peninsula that's mixed with the language of the ancient empire? Thales felt goosebumps in his heart. He was about to cry. With a stiff expression he pointed in the direction opposite Kurt's. But, there, however, when he turned his gaze, Thales discovered to his horror that the man was gone. Kurtz turned her head around in puzzlement. There was only a black rock wall behind her. There was no human face. It was covered by alternating lights and shadows, and it was as serene as ever. Thales was stunned. He started to tremble slightly. Kurtz frowned and looked at him. "Hey, what's there?" The teenager shook his head violently. Thales sucked in a deep breath and sprang up like an agile rabbit. He picked up the everlasting lamp and using both his hands and feet he practically rolled and crawled away from the rock wall. He ran in front of Kurtz. The petrified prince turned around the strange rock wall, and before his eyes was another stretch of darkness. He could barely see a downward slope. "No, Kurtz." Thales gulped as he ran. His fingers were numb and his voice was unsteady. "Something's not right." Kurtz was a little stunned. "What?" Thales firmly resisted the desire to turn his head around. He shook his head vigorously. "The black track. This place is very strange. I saw some things." Kurtz looked at Thales' disheveled appearance as if she was deep in thought. Suddenly she giggled. "Are you really afraid of the dark?" Thales, who was terrified, bit his lower lip and tried his best not to think. "This isn't the dark," he was cut off. "Be good and shut up." The seamstress rushed in front of him with a fierce look on her face and poked his chest. "I promised the cripple, so I will definitely send you out. Follow me properly. Don't be afraid of the dark." Thales, who wanted to cry but had no tears and was horrified, was speechless. Kurtz, who was in front of him, cursed as she jumped down a slope. She stirred up air currents and a chill surrounded them. Thales could only put on a long face and hang the everlasting lamp in front of his chest. With one foot in front of him and both hands supporting his back he slid down the slope. This time he widened his eyes. The sin of hell's river flowed faster. "I remember that as long as we walk past this place." Thales listened absent-mindedly, but just as he was about to slide to the bottom of the slope, facing him on the top of the rock wall, 3 figures suddenly appeared. Old men, women and men. Thales, who was falling, shuddered. A low and strange whisper traveled into his ears again. "Your name? Who are we?" This was the old man's call. The common language with a Northland accent was filled with confusion. "You are us. We are you." This was the man's whisper. It was filled with the language of the ancient empire. His words were elegant but very strange. They were stuck to the rock wall. Their eyes were pale and they looked like corpses. They stared at him and their gazes were extremely clear in the darkness. One of the women even stretched out her withered hands towards him. Why are you over there?" This was the common language, but the grammar was complicated and it was filled with an accent that Thales had never heard before. There was a heart-wrenching chill in his words as well as hysterical pain. "My lover, why did you not return from the battlefield?" The brownish-gray nails swept past Thales' face, bringing with it a bone-chilling chill. Bang. The petrified Thales fell to the ground on his butt and he fell hard on the ground. "What the hell is this?" Thales could not help but curse. At that moment he only felt goosebumps all over his body. He got up and took a step forward, just wanting to stay further away from the figures above him. "What the hell is this place?" Panting, Thales, who was panicking in the dark, bumped into Kurtz, who was trying to recall the way back. "Are you crazy?" The seamstress staggered when he bumped into her. She turned around with an angry expression. "I swear if you..." But she could not finish her sentence. Both of them felt the ground under their feet shake slightly. Kurtz and Thales held their breaths at the same time. At the same time, a frightening sound came from the rock strata in the dark. Crack. Both of their faces turned pale. Crack. This? Thales listened carefully to the frightening sound. It sounds like rocks cracking? A few seconds later the cracking sound grew louder. Rustle. Under the weak illumination provided by the 2 everlasting lamps, Kurtz and Thales stared at each other. With a pale face, Kurtz touched the top of her head. A few pieces of rubble the size of fingernails had fallen on their heads. T. That was the only word she had time to utter. The ground shook violently again. The panicked Thales grabbed the rock beside him so that he did not fall. Feeling the ground shake, Kurtz finally stabilized herself with great difficulty. Her expression changed drastically. Damn it! Something must have collapsed again. She had just finished speaking. Bang. The cracking sound and shaking sound turned into a piercing crash. It was as if a huge rock had fallen behind them. The seamstress' expression was unpleasant. She could not care about reprimanding Thales. She hung the everlasting lamp around her neck and nimbly climbed up the path. Run. Thud. A huge rock smashed onto a low slope not far from them and rolled down. Thales' heart trembled. He knew that this was not the time to be afraid of ghosts. The prince could not care about preserving his strength. He summoned the familiar yet unfamiliar power and desperately activated the sin of Hell's river in his body. Boom. The sin of Hell's river happily rushed to the top of his head and filled his entire body. Thales felt the pulsation of his blood vessels and the fullness of his muscles. He felt his vision clearer than day and the flow of air in the cave. Thales stomped on the ground and instantly stood up. He clung to the rock wall and chased after Kurtz with all his might. The ground shook again. Soon the sounds around him turned into a deafening roar. Together with the tremors of the rock strata and the ground, they traveled into his ears. Rumble. The terrified prince caught up to Kurtz. Boom. The sounds of falling rocks became louder and more frequent as if they were very close. What the hell? Thales desperately jumped over a shallow pit and clung to a rock strata going up the slope. He gritted his teeth and shouted in the midst of the roars, "This stupid place. Was it like this before?" The ground shook again. Thales lost his footing and fell to the ground. His everlasting lamp crashed against the rock wall and was instantly extinguished with a shattering sound. But he could not care about that now. Escaping was more important. His skin crawled. Thales propped himself up again and covered a distance of a few meters with just 2 or 3 steps. As the ground shook violently, he fell on his face countless times, but he could only move forward with all his might. Who knows? The last time I brought someone here was 6 years ago. Kurtz's exasperated voice came from the roars. It was obvious that she was not having a good time either. After Shield District was destroyed, the black track would sometimes collapse. That's why the cripples sealed this place. Thales crashed into the walls left and right during the tremors. He struggled to maintain his balance and keep moving forward. But in such a terrible environment, even Kurtz, who was very familiar with the path, could not move faster. Bang. Boom. A loud sound came from behind them. The slope that they passed by earlier was smashed by a rock that had fallen from an unknown place. Crushed stones flew everywhere. When Thales turned his head around and saw this scene, his soul almost left his body. Thales took 2 steps forward and avoided a falling rock to his left. Bang. But this was far from the worst. As the falling rock smashed open a crack, another person appeared in shock. It was a withered figure with white hair. "Come, join us and fight against the tyrant. The empire will fall and Northland will rise." Its eyes were white and its muscles were rotting. But its lips were as dry as its companions, and it had sparse white hair and wrinkled scalp. It extended a hand that was only left with white bones to Thales. Thales shuddered. The sin of Hell's river automatically gathered in his left leg without him needing to summon it. He kicked it with all his might and rolled to the right while cursing. What the hell is this? While he was running for his life, Thales saw from afar another charred, withered face appear in a pit to his lower right. It widened its white eyes and released a terrifying smile at him. Its lips opened and closed. "To protect my family, I will kill all my enemies. But with my family around, my enemies will find my weakness and defeat me. I will not be able to kill all my enemies. For my family, I will not be defeated. My family will not be my weakness. So to defeat my enemies, to protect my family, I must first kill my family." The moment this person finished speaking, he suddenly held his head with his withered hands and let out an endless howl of pain. "What the F***? Thales covered his ears and roared in anger in his heart as he rolled and crawled towards Kurtz. What the hell is this? In front of him, Kurtz came to a sudden stop and Thales almost crashed into her. Asterisk bang. Asterisk. My God, the roads I remember are all messed up. Kurtz, who was panicking, howled in anger. The everlasting lamp swayed violently in front of her chest. Why are we so unlucky? I feel like wherever we go is collapsing. A rock smashed into their path in a frightening manner. Shocked, Thales and the seamstress immediately turned to the other side. Wherever we go. Thales suppressed the fear in his heart and shouted in dissatisfaction as he ran, Are you sure your surname isn't Drake? Bullsh asteriski. Kurtz said angrily, My surname is. But at that moment Thales, who was running for his life amidst the tremors, collapses and falling rocks, stopped breathing. He was frightened by the scene before him. In the field of vision of the sin of Hell's river, countless faces, figures he saw just now appeared one after another as they ran for their lives. These people had the same characteristics. They were as withered as corpses. They had eyes but no pupils and their movements were stiff. These monsters either revealed their heads from the cracks in the rocks, stretched out their limbs from the craters, or suddenly rose from the ground. They were everywhere and their shadows could be seen everywhere. Thales could only feel an endless chill invading his body from the soles of his feet. This time they faintly exuded an ominous black fog. Regardless of whether they were near or far, they all turned to Thales and glared at him. They opened their ugly mouths and spoke simultaneously. The Emperor is calling. The knights have gathered. Return in triumph, return in triumph, return in triumph. Where the tip of the sword points, the chaos will end. After this war, the Empire will have no enemies and we will be able to return home. We are surrounded. We don't need to leave any rations. Those who are injured, leave your horses with the healthy. Those who don't have weapons, search the bodies of the others. Cavaliers, equip yourselves. We will make one last charge. This way, King Anzac and the others will have to deal with fewer mixed orcs. Why do we have to fight? Why? The West Billows didn't attack us, so why do we have to attack them? Zalkarali Rocketsada. Kalagu. Selakal. There were all sorts of languages, including the elegant or common language of the ancient empire, the ancient or modern lingua franca, and many other languages that Thales seemed familiar with but could not understand. There were even a few existences who did not look like normal humans. They were screaming in pain in a language that he could not understand at all. The cave was instantly filled with noise. But Kurtz was the same as always. She did not seem to have noticed anything and only ran forward desperately. More and more words seeped into Thales' ears. Some were whispered, some were growled, and some were roared. They were accompanied by layers of abnormal emotions. The terrified Thales wailed and increased his speed in a flurry. He only wanted to run as fast as he could and escape this godforsaken place. The voices continued. It doesn't matter if they have weapons or not. The reason is simple. This is the place the Emperor designated. It is our territory. If they don't admit that they are from the Empire, then they are our enemies. The uprising failed. The entire army was wiped out. The inspectors of the Empire will be here soon. Run. Sound the bugle. It's the ice bastards. We must stop them here. Believe me, the humans will definitely win. Deserters deserve to die. Deserters don't deserve to be human. If they don't have the courage to behead themselves, they deserve to be beheaded by others. The city is breached. Follow me, we will charge forward and leave no one alive. Long live the Empire. Kurtz. Thales covered his ears and wailed, enduring the headache that came at him inch by inch. Kurtz. He forced himself not to look at the skinny, ferocious and terrifying female person, who was only an arm's length away from him. He shot past the obstacles without a care in the world. He relied on the vision of the sin of Hell's river to prevent himself from falling in the darkness. We have to leave this place as soon as possible. The Black Trek. Something is very wrong with this place. Amid the rumbling sounds, Kurtz's enraged voice traveled from the front. She seemed to have just avoided a rock that fell on her head. Yes, I can see it too. Also, thank you for your nonsense. Asterisk crack. Asterisk. The moment Kurtz turned around, another huge rock above her head cracked. It fell vertically. Be careful. Kurtz subconsciously raised her head and her face instantly turned pale. That rock enveloped all of them beneath it. Thales felt his skin crawl. He did not care about the soreness in his legs and exerted his strength to catch up. But when he saw the situation before him clearly, he felt a chill in his heart as he charged forward. No. The area of the rock that fell from above my head is too large. Even if he pounced on Kurtz, even if they charged at full speed, I can't avoid it. What should I do? The huge rock was only a few meters away from Kurtz's head. What should I do? At that moment, Thales desperately tried to recall all the skills he could use. Jayla, Ralph, Waya, Black Sword, the Corleone sisters, Ida. But in the face of such a crisis, their skills and emergency measures were all useless. What should I do? At that moment, a figure that Thales did not expect suddenly appeared in his mind. In his memories, that man's expression was cold and his face was pale. He swung the blade in his hand and miraculously retracted it. Thales shuddered. The rare power of eradication seeped into his bones and joints, and an indescribable power erupted. In the blink of an eye, Thales sped up and pounced on Kurtz, who was in front of him. He held her waist tightly. As Kurtz screamed, they fell forward together and the huge rock above their heads drew closer and closer. Thales gritted his teeth. The sin of Hell's river began to roar in his body, causing his pores to shrink. The surging blood in his veins gradually drowned out the endless words of those people. His bones began to groan. Ah! Thales could not help but let out an angry grunt amidst the intense pain. The rock above his head drew closer and closer. It even began to reflect the light from the everlasting lamp. In the next moment his forward momentum came to a miraculous stop. Thales' legs were firmly planted on the ground. They did not fall. That was not all. The joints in Thales' body let out unpleasant explosive sounds. Thales' face contorted. The power of eradication gathered in his legs. As if he had overcome inertia, the young prince's body, which had just reached this point, suddenly turned backwards. Asterisk bang. Asterisk the huge rock fell. The loud sound echoed in his ears. Kurtz sat on the ground and stared at the scene before her in a daze. She stared at the rock that was only a few inches away from her. Beside her, Thales lay on the ground and panted heavily in pain. Asterisk crash. Asterisk the rock that fell before them shattered inch by inch and many of it rolled to their feet. At that critical moment, Thales pounced forward towards Kurtz. Then in an inconceivable manner he instantly changed his direction and leaped 2 meters backwards, dragging them out of the area where the falling rock fell. Well, Kurtz slowly came to her senses. She widened her eyes. How did you do it? Don't ask. This came from Thales, whose legs were numb and he could barely breathe. Damn it. Thales panted in a disheveled manner, but he could feel the tremors on the ground continuing. The roars beside his ears did not weaken. This wants me to die. At that moment, Thales, who was lying on his back on the ground, suddenly narrowed his eyes. Right above his head, a terrifying face appeared on the rock wall. Thales recognized that face. The thin facial muscles, the stiff smile, the sharp rust-colored teeth. And the brightly colored armor. It's that man. It looked at Thales with its pale, defeated eyes. It moved its stiff neck inch by inch and spoke slowly. Come. You shouldn't be there. You belong to us. It was still the standard, classical and clear enunciation of the language of the ancient empire. If one ignored the deep chill contained in it, the moment it finished speaking, a thick black fog spread out from its body. In the next second, before Thales could react, the rock stratum beneath them shattered inch by inch. Asterisk boom. Asterisk, hey! The panicked Kurtz only had time to shout one word before she sank with the collapse of the rock. Kurtz! Thales cried out in surprise and pounced forward, wanting to grab the panicking seamstress. Grab me! But his hand could only brush past Kurtz's figure in vain, and he touched her finger one last time. Kurtz fell and moved further and further away from him. The shock on her face had yet to fade. Thales watched the woman fall in the darkness with a dumbfounded expression. But he could do nothing. Until the seamstress figure was completely swallowed by the darkness. He could no longer see her. Above him, a hoarse and terrifying voice spoke in the language of the ancient empire with a threatening chill. Come, comrade. Chapter 351. Thales gritted his teeth and trembled a little. He looked up abruptly. However, the strange man on the rock wall disappeared again. Thales' breathing quickened. No, Kurtz, he could no longer care about those supernatural beings. Thales frantically stretched out his hands towards the edge of the collapsed wall, trying to grab hold of something so that he could climb down and search for Kurtz. But it was as if the black track was deliberately toying with him. A cracking sound came from above him again. Asterisk rumble. Asterisk a rock fell. Thales instinctively pounced to the side. The rock fell on his original spot and shards flew everywhere. Damn it, damn it. Asterisk bang. Asterisk countless stones continued to fall beside him and above him. The teenager could only hug his head tightly and curl into a ball. He rolled left and right under the perception of the sin of Hell's River, trying his best to avoid the larger stones. Asterisk rumble, rumble. Asterisk finally, Thales felt that everything around him had quietened down. The prince panted and put down his arms. He lay down on his back and endured the pain in his eyes. Kurtz. When he remembered the seamstress's despairing face, Thales could not help but clench his fists and slam them on the ground. At this moment, Thales suddenly felt a chill on the top of his head. He sat up abruptly. As expected, the prince was horrified to see that countless figures had appeared around him again. The wall in front of him, the protruding rocks behind him, the ground beside his left foot, the edge of the cliff above his head, withered faces, pale eyes, rotten lips and teeth. It's them. It's them again. Countless strange faces slowly surged out of the rock wall like they were surfacing on the surface of water, as if they were not corporeal. Join us. There were hundreds of them and they covered almost all the visible rock walls. All of them stared at Thales from all directions with their deathly pale eyes. You don't belong there. Join us. We are one, and return to the battlefield. Thales felt a chill run down his spine. He took a step forward to stay away from the person behind him who was about to touch him. More and more voices reached his ears. Thales subconsciously covered his forehead. He was starting to have a headache again. Victory. Why did it not come? Your father, wife and children are behind you. For Northland, defend this place to the death. Remember, we did not kill anyone. We are the army. When we go to the battlefield, it is the army that kills, so we are not murderers. It is the Empire that kills. This is the Empire's responsibility. We are just following orders. We are innocent, innocent. Advance, advance, until death. There's no other way. There's not enough food. Go to the village and search for food. Remember to be polite and buy it. Know if anyone dares to resist the rations, then they are our enemies. Let's eat the war horses first, starting from the sick ones. Be more decisive. Bring the prisoners of war over. It's only right for us to eat the flesh and blood of our enemies raw. There are no more prisoners of war. Let's go to the village. It'll be fine. We're only picking the worst scumbags. We're doing a good deed. Follow Yusi, let's do this. As long as we kill Dukarund, the Northland will be ours. The survival of the Dark Knight army will be decided today. Run. The Emperor has lost. There's no hope for us. Run, run to the desert, run to West Billow Province, run to Dragonkiss Province. I want to crawl back, crawl back. My daughter, my wife. They're waiting for me. Oh, I can't scare them. I have to find my head first. Suddenly, the prince sensed something. He raised his head shakily. Thales froze. It's that man. It, who was at the top of the rock wall just now, still had its terrifying white eyes and rust-colored teeth. At this moment it was floating in the air. Surrounded by black fog, it slowly floated towards Thales. Who are ours? Thales tried his best to dispel the chill and fear in his heart. He clenched his fists. When he remembered Kurtz's expression when she fell, anger and hatred instantly surged within him. Who are you? It did not react. It only floated towards him quietly. Who are you? Thales gritted his teeth and spoke, but he stopped abruptly. He got closer and closer. Under the gazes of countless faces, it stared at Thales. Thales seemed to have understood something. He sucked in a few deep breaths and overcame his trembling and goosebumps. He spoke stiffly in the language of the ancient empire, which Gilbert had once taught him. Who are you? Thales saw that it paused slightly. The surrounding black fog slowly left its body. What do you want? In the air, the most unique, it slowly raised its head and shook its head violently. Thales saw that the colors on its body seemed to have become a little brighter. Its expression changed. The stiff muscles at the corners of its lips trembled. It opened its mouth and let out a terrifying laugh. But in the next moment, it suddenly opened its mouth wide and revealed its sharp teeth. Aha! A shrill roar instantly rang in Thales's ears. He instinctively covered his ears and shrank back in pain. As it howled shrilly, the hundreds of faces around him became agitated. They opened their rotting mouths and responded to the howl. In the next second, countless people left their original positions. As they howled, their bodies, other than their heads, appeared. They were like predatory beasts. Hell's River, what does Hell's River look like? Mother, can I see you there? To be loyal to the Iron Blood King, we can die without regrets. No, our deaths are definitely not meaningless. This rotten so-called empire, that high and mighty shameless tyrant, must be overthrown. Avenge them. Believe me, as long as we kill all our enemies and leave none alive, peace will come. What? New enemies? Then continue to kill, until the day peace comes. My God, a dragon, that's a dragon. How can we win against a dragon? After the war, I can be promoted to captain. I want to go home and marry Ellie. Who am I? No, we picked up our weapons for them. I would rather go to the gallows than hurt them. I came to be a soldier to win the war and finish it. This way my son's son, will not have to be a soldier anymore. Countless voices were like whispers, but they penetrated the howls without any obstruction and poured into Thales's ears. Thales covered his ears tightly. He was in great pain. The person closest to him, who only had half a face left, roared angrily and extended its withered twig-like hand. It first touched Thales's left arm. Ah! Thales cried out in pain. That feeling was like being immersed in boiling water and then pouring ice water over it. The cold and burning sensation spread to the arm that was touched at the same time. The sin of Hell's River circulated madly, instinctively strengthening his arm muscles, hand bones, filling his joints and increasing his blood flow. Thales screamed and swung JC's dagger with all his might, but it was useless. The arm of the monster that did not have a corporeal body passed through Thales's hand without any obstruction, and a wisp of visible smoke drifted out. Thales roared. The pain was still there, and as the monster seeped into his arm, the pain in his arm increased. That was not all. The hundreds of monster faces on the rock wall extended their limbs, climbed up the rock wall and crawled towards him. They reached out to him shakily. It was not just his arm but also his legs, neck, head. No. Every time he came into contact with them, Thales felt as if he was being tortured. He could only scream in vain, and even the sin of Hell's River could not help him. In the intense pain, Thales's consciousness gradually blurred. It seems like it's the end. Just when he raised the dagger with all his might, wanting to cut open his palm and make a final attempt. Beep. Thales suddenly felt pain in his ears. Tinnitus. An extremely piercing tinnitus suddenly assaulted him. It almost drowned out the pain all over his body. Under the stimulation of the tinnitus, Thales kept convulsing. He felt as if his body was no longer his own. Along with the tinnitus came a piercing silver light. It shone in the darkness of the cavern, illuminating the narrow corner of the room. As if they had met their natural enemy, the moment the hundreds and thousands of people saw the silver light, they covered their white eyes in pain. It hurts. It's him. They let go of Thales, who was struggling desperately, and retreated. The silver light was getting closer. The tinnitus was also getting stronger. The miserable howls of them rang out again. But this time Thales sensed fear and disgust from their emotions. No, it hurts. That Northlander. It's him and his power. Sooner or later he will be ours. Run. Before the silver light, they rushed to let go of Thales, retreated and disappeared into the dark rock wall again. The silver light was so piercing that Thales could not open his eyes. His tinnitus did not decrease, but Thales was slowly getting used to it. But as the monsters left, Thales let out a sigh of relief. The pain in his body had subsided. Soon Thales' ears no longer rang with the deep words spoken by the people. It was as if the window to the downtown area had been closed. Finally, there were no longer any monsters at the bottom of the dark pit. Only the dark rock stratum was left. And Thales. The teenager sat up with difficulty, desperately blocking the piercing silver light that shot towards him. Enduring the slightly less piercing tinnitus in his ears, he first looked at his body. He was surprised to find that even though the pain was still fresh in his mind, Other than the abrasions he suffered while running for his life, there were no injuries on his body caused by the monsters. So those things were indeed, at this moment. The silver light weakened. The tinnitus disappeared. Wait a minute. Thales shuddered. The strange tinnitus just now gave him an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Yes, tinnitus, he had experienced it before. Twice. Once in Constellation and once in Northland. Once in the bloodline ceremony. Once in the holy duel. So, the prince seemed to have figured something out. He slowly turned his head around. 2 steps away from him in the center of the dazzling silver light. There a figure appeared as the silver light weakened. It was a man. A man made of silver light. The other party looked at him silently. Thales stared blankly at the figure in the silver light and came to the next conclusion. He was a warrior. The silhouette of the other party's body was embellished with silver light. Only his facial features were dark and profound. The silver light formed the light armor on his body, and even outlined the strong muscles and slender figure exposed under the armor. However, the thing that left the deepest impression on Thales was the heroic, dignified, majestic and bold aura this man showed when he stood in front of him. He was like a figure in myths and legends. But the other party was still just a transparent silver light. Thales could even see the rock stratum behind him through his body. Thales looked at him in shock and bewilderment. So who is he? The next second the figure took a step forward and spoke slowly. His voice was cold and his words were as firm as steel. So you are the culprit. What entered Thales' ears was a Northland accent. It was the lingua franca that was half ancient and half modern. Thales blinked. What? The figure in the silver light shook his head and stepped forward. You don't belong here. Thales watched him approach slowly and he instantly became nervous. I really don't belong here. I'm sorry. Thales stood up in a flurry. He swung his wrist and felt the soreness brought by the sin of Hell's river. So who are you? Silver Shadow Man's footsteps paused for a moment. Who am I? His handsome face tilted and his pitch-black eyes slightly distorted. He seemed to be thinking, who am I? But Thales could only sense a deep sense of confusion from his words. Silver Shadow Man shook his head. I don't know. I can't remember. Thales was stunned. Silver Shadow Man suddenly raised his head and his tone was firm. But I must protect this place. And you came to the wrong place. His deep, dark eyes seemed to have the power to see through people's hearts, and it made Thales' heart clench. Silver Shadow Man walked in front of him, and suddenly extended his strong right arm, which was formed by silver light, to touch Thales' face. Ah! Thales cried out in pain and was shocked. Silver Shadow Man's touch seemed to have substance. Wherever the silver light touched, there was a sharp pain on his skin. The prince gritted his teeth and took 2 steps back. He left Silver Shadow Man's arm, held his dagger and stared at him warily. The ringing in his ears started again. You're a little different. Silver Shadow Man seemed to be even more puzzled. Your body is filled with an ominous presence and even the power of the mountains is rejecting you. But... Thales widened his eyes, showing that he could not understand the current situation. The tall Silver Shadow Man shook his head violently. It was as if he wanted to shake off something. When he raised his head again, his emotions had already turned cold and his tone was stern. No, Silver Shadow Man said firmly. His facial features slowly gathered together under the silver light as if he was convincing himself, you are just their new trick. A byproduct of their chaotic consciousness. You are the other side of evil. In the next second the silver light shone brightly. Silver Shadow Man instantly turned into a man of silver light. In an instant he appeared in front of Thales and seized him by the neck. Wait, what's going on? But his thoughts were soon interrupted. Thales only felt that there was a tremendous pressure that came along with that arm, causing him to be unable to move. The ringing in his ears and the piercing pain were instantly transmitted to Thales' nerves. The intensity was even greater than before and he could not help but scream. Ah, no. Unlike the monsters that did not have a physical body, Silver Shadow Man's arm seemed to be non-existent. When he pressed down on Thales' neck firmly, the latter actually felt an illusory sense of suffocation. Silver Shadow Man's hesitant voice pierced through the ringing in Thales' ears. I have a responsibility I must protect. I destroy the threat. Silver Shadow Man raised his left arm. The silver light on his arm grew brighter and it pierced straight into Thale's chest. The silver light sank straight into Thale's chest. At that moment, Thales shuddered and he felt a chill rise from his heart. It brought about a piercing pain all over his body. Even the sin of Hell's river seemed to be firmly suppressed, and there was no reaction. The ringing in his ears, the piercing pain, and the chill were like three tortures tormenting him at the same time. Ah! Thales shut his eyes tightly. His face was contorted and he howled in pain that was 100 times worse than before. At that moment, very abruptly, Silver Shadowman stopped what he was doing. He pulled out his left arm from Thale's chest. Silver Shadowman's pitch-black eyes slowly drew closer. This is... Thales, who was firmly suppressed, stopped screaming. He was drenched in cold sweat and he could not stop panting. He looked like he was about to collapse. The light on Silver Shadowman's body weakened. He turned back into Silver Shadowman and grabbed the limp Thales. What is he trying to do? Is he repeatedly torturing me? Is he a sadist? Thales sensed the piercing pain and the ringing in his ears disappear, but he felt as if he had just gone through a great battle. His entire body was exhausted and his consciousness was fading. Silver Shadowman laid him down gently, and his left hand stopped in front of Thales' left chest. He touched his chest, causing Thales to feel waves of discomfort from the piercing pain. The next second, Silver Shadowman raised his head and his tone was stern. Who are you? Thales could not even maintain the most basic ability to think. He lay on the ground powerlessly, and he felt that all the cells in his body were roaring, dissatisfied with the abuse brought by their master. Damn it! You lunatic! I'm just a lost traveler, a pitiful lamb. I went in the wrong direction and met a pervert. He panted and sneered again and again, mixing his dissatisfaction and grievance into his words. At this moment, the silver light on Silver Shadowman's body flourished again. The piercing pain and ringing in his ears assaulted him again, causing Thales, who had just recovered from the pain, to tremble again. King hate naughty children the most. So son of a b***, I will ask you one more time, Silver Shadowman said coldly. Silver Shadowman pressed his palm against Thales' chest and pressed it down forcefully. The silver light seeped in again. Who the **ck are you? Arg! Ringing in his ears, piercing pain, heavy pressure, suffocation, chilliness. Under the torment of several senses, Thales resolutely gave up on resisting stubbornly. He roared in horror and despair. Thales Jadestar. I am Thales Jadestar. With all the grievances and displeasure he had experienced throughout the day, he roared at the sky, I am the unlucky prince of some unlucky kingdom. Thales' voice traveled very far and the echo was deafening. The prince was drenched in cold sweat as he panted. He was surprised to find that the silver sadist's hand had already left his chest. The silver light on the man's body that made him uncomfortable also disappeared. Silver Shadowman stood up slowly. Jadestar. He stared at the dying prince and seemed to be mulling over the name. Jadestar. Silver Shadowman raised his head. A familiar surname. He turned around and walked away from Thales, leaving Thales with his back. Thales struggled painfully to his feet while his consciousness blurred. It was only then that he noticed that the silver light on the man's armor was decorated in a crude style, and the combination was simple. This style is just like... Silver Shadowman slowly raised his head. For the first time, there was a strange emotion in his frosty tone. Even if the memories of the past have long since faded away like rotten wood. But it can still ring the bell in my consciousness and stir up the ripples in my thoughts. Jadestar. Thales, who had every part of his body that did not hurt, stood up with respect and suspicion. He did not want to have anything to do with the sadist at all. Silver Shadowman turned around abruptly. His facial features gathered together again and he looked very stern. Then young Jadestar, you should not have come here. And you should not have awakened them. Chapter 352. The dark cave welcomed a rare moment. The light from Silver Shadowman's body illuminated the place. Awaken them? Thales leaned against the rock wall and panted. He thought about it again and again in his vigilance, but in the end he gave up on most of his confrontational actions. This Silver Shadowman was obviously not an existence he could handle. The teenager asked in puzzlement, What, them? Silver Shadowman stared at him with his eyes, which were so black that they seemed to contain nothing. Them. He was still speaking in the Western Peninsula's common language with a Northland accent. The outline of Silver Shadowman's face moved subtly under the flickering light. It was almost as if a real person was speaking, and it was a little strange. You saw them. Those homeless souls of the deceased. Anomalies that hover between life and death. Thal's heart trembled. What? Hover between life and death? He muttered. He raised his head anxiously and looked at the dark walls of the cave around him. He imagined the scene of the densely packed ghosts appearing on the walls. Those shriveled and rotting faces. Thales could not help but feel a chill run down his spine. He buried his face in his hands and heaved a painful and labored sigh. So, this world really has such things. Sigh. He even thought about this for me. This world of holographic four-dimensional and dynamic horror movies is too beautiful. The dejected Thales used a whole 5 seconds to free himself from the unpleasant memories of the past. He lifted his head listlessly. But how? He leaned against the rock wall and pressed against the scratches on his body. He asked Silver Shadowman weakly, "Why are there so many souls of the deceased under Dragon Cloud City? Are they bored and come here to scare people?" Silver Shadowman's body shone faintly. He seemed to be hesitating. "A ruined castle is above our heads," he answered in the end. The words that came from the silver light were like murmurs in a dream, and they echoed faintly. "It has stood here for thousands of years. The flames of the great dragon, the footprints of the elves, the warriors of Northland, the iron hooves of the Empire, and even the heavy hammers of the orcs have plowed through this place." When he heard the unfamiliar name, Thales was instantly stunned. "Yarinde Castle," the prince repeated doubtfully, but his eyes immediately brightened. "Wait a minute, are you talking about Dragon Cloud City?" Arund Castle was its former name. Thales immediately understood something. In a moment of realization, he began to size up Silver Shadowman with a strange gaze. Using this form of address. "So you're from the ancient times, you're from the Empire era?" But Silver Shadowman only stared at him quietly and did not answer. "All right." Thales spread his arms, inviting a snub. In his mind, he crossed out the option of finding things to talk to get information out of this person who was neither a human nor a ghost. Then souls of the dead? When Silver Shadowman heard this, he slowly raised his head and stared at the cave as if he was filled with emotions. He turned around and moved away from Thales. The footsteps formed by the silver light left brilliant and colorful traces on the rocks that they stepped on. This land has experienced countless wars, bitter cold, disasters and deaths. Heads have fallen, blood has spilled, corpses have filled the fields and wails have lingered. Silver Shadowman walked forward slowly. His words traveled into Thales' ears again, and they contained a certain melancholy that could not be dispelled. For thousands of years, countless living beings have been buried here. The souls of the dead gathered in the past cannot be dispelled. Cannot be dispelled, cannot be dispelled, cannot be dispelled. This time the echo in his voice was especially clear, and it shocked Thales. It was only then that the prince noticed that Silver Shadowman's words did not come from his voice, but from his heart. Wait. The words that came from the bottom of my heart. This situation, doesn't it feel a little familiar? But before Thales could figure out what was going on, Silver Shadowman's tone changed. Originally they should be sleeping quietly without any consciousness, have nothing to do with the living and have nothing to do with the mortal world. They should slowly lose their sense of self in time, until they die and no longer exist. The man turned around abruptly, and the silver light on his body became as dense as a lit oil lamp. His tone became stern and serious. "Until you woke them up." Thales was stunned. "Me? But I didn't do anything." He stretched out his hands in an innocent and puzzled manner. "How did you wake them up?" Silver Shadowman was facing him. Under the contrast of light and darkness, his facial features suddenly became a little sharp. "No," he said firmly. "You did." Thales was stunned. Silver Shadowman slowly raised his right hand and faced him. His palm shone with a faint silver light. Thales instantly felt uncomfortable. There seemed to be something in the silver light that made his skin prickle with pain, just like when this dangerous existence had threatened and interrogated him. "I can see it. They can see that you have a special power." Thales' heart tensed. Silver Shadowman said faintly, but it made Thales' breathing inexplicably quicken. "It hides in your strong body. It absorbs nutrients and it also benefits you. It allows you to communicate with the world and the underground and the living and the dead. Thales raised his eyebrows. Huh. The moment it fused with you, you wandered between life and death, and the boundary between life and death became blurred. Silver Shadowman's words made Thales' heart skip a beat. Between life and death, he immediately figured something out. You used yourself as the key to open a path in the wall between worlds that are not connected to each other, the man said solemnly. The souls of the dead who should not have been able to sense anything and could not affect the living, were startled and awakened. Like hyenas that gather after rotting corpses, or sharks that thirst for blood. Thales blinked in shock as he stared at Silver Shadowman's increasingly distinct black facial features. Are you saying? He whispered in disbelief. The sin of Hell's River? Silver Shadowman did not answer. Thales, who was feeling uneasy, took action the moment he thought of it. He clenched his fists tightly and took a deep breath. He summoned the sin of Hell's River in his body and activated its most commonly used effect, which was to strengthen his sight and hearing. In a few seconds, the sin of Hell's River followed his consciousness and poured into the blood vessels around his eyes and ears, making his world brighter and clearer. But at the same time, Thales immediately felt that there was something strange around him. In the distance, on the rock wall where the silver light could not shine, countless black shadows emerged. The new and strange faces of ghosts looked in his direction. It hurts my chest. No, why do you want to kill me? I didn't join the uprising. Sada. Noxida. They can't stay here. The vanguard of the orcs is coming. Even if I have to kidnap them, I have to kidnap all the people in this village. You won't believe me. I locked that ice bastard on a rack, used a pair of red-hot tongs to wring out its intestines and poured kerosene on it. I will never forget what they did to my Lisa. I want every orc who falls into my hands to die in agony. At that moment, a cold chill, deep whispers, painful howls, and all the nightmares returned to Thales' senses. The prince was greatly shocked. However, the sin of Hell's River, which had sensed the threat, not only did it not stop, it even sped up uncontrollably and continued to strengthen his senses. That feeling was similar to when he watched a horror movie in his previous life. At the climax of the scare, the movie would suddenly change from a 2D perspective to a 3D perspective. I'm just doing it for the reward and food. Why should I risk my life for them? Anyway, they've never treated pawns like us as human beings. I'm so hungry, General. We've eaten all the prisoners and criminals. I'm so hungry. Can we eat the sick and the elderly? They're going to die anyway. If they fill our stomachs, we can also help them protect their families. I don't understand. We're warriors. We have our own honor. Is there any honor in slaughtering civilians? Listen, soldier. Your honor is not up to you to decide. Who are civilians and who are enemies are not up to you to decide. It's up to the army, the empire, and my orders. Do you understand? Now, soldier, kill this Northland brat. Because he's an enemy, this is honor. His voice grew louder and his surroundings grew colder. Thales covered his head in pain, closed his eyes and started convulsing. *T. How can this be? The souls of the deceased around him became increasingly agitated. Many of them even climbed towards him. At that moment, get lost. Silver Shadowman's furious roar echoed in Thales' ears. Silver light shone brightly in the cave again, and it was so piercing that Thales curled up. Go back to your lair. As Silver Shadowman roared, the screams of the souls of the deceased rose again, but they gradually became weaker. They painfully avoided the silver light and retreated back into the darkness. Those terrifying whispers and emotions also retreated from Thales' senses like a tidal wave. Then the area around him became quiet again. After a long while, Thales, who was sitting paralyzed by the rock wall, put down his hands weakly and sensed the disappearance of the sin of Hell's River. Damn it! He panted and cursed in his heart. Damn it, damn it, damn it! As of now, these souls of the deceased cannot directly harm your body. Silver Shadowman's voice rose again. But they can affect the environment and destroy your mind, contaminate your soul, and turn you into a walking corpse. Of course, if they were a little stronger and you were a little weaker. Thales opened his eyes and exhaled in frustration. The silver light on the man's body slowly weakened. He put down his palm, which was shining with silver light, and stared at the teenager quietly. Very good, the effect of the sin of Hell's River. Thales said dejectedly, I can actually see ghosts with my yin and yang eyes, or release infrasound waves to summon souls. That's really great," he said mockingly. Silver Shadow Man returned to Thale's side and lowered his head to look at him. "I recognize this power. I once had a friend who was just like you." Silver Shadow Man's words made Thales perk up. "The sin of Hell's River?" The man in the silver light shook his head. Under the torture of this power, he was rejected by Hell's River, and the mortal world did not accept him. That was the greatest misfortune in his life. Just like this place, just like this group of pitiful souls of the deceased who are stuck between life and death because of an evil curse. Thales, whose mood was occupied by gloom and irritation at the same time, let out a mocking chuckle. "I guess I'm not much better." But he thought of something. An evil curse. The exhausted Thales looked up and asked, "You mentioned this more than once. This is not the first time you mentioned it." "What do you mean?" This time Silver Shadow Man, who lowered his head to look at the teenager, paused for a long time. The silver light on his body flickered. Finally, Silver Shadow Man spoke again. "These tortured souls aren't trapped here out of their own will." His words were full of sorrow and pity. On the contrary, they are bound here because of a vicious curse, unable to continue their journey of death. Because of this curse, they are cut off from the cycle of life. They are trapped in the swamp of eternity, and they suffer endless suffering. Thales was stunned. He stood up laboriously and looked around him. He could only see a dim cave and a dark rock stratum. There was nothing there. The prince suppressed the fear in his heart and asked curiously, "What kind of curse?" Silver Shadow Man was silent for a few seconds. When Thales could not help but urge him to speak, Silver Shadow Man looked straight at him. His facial features flickered under the silver light. His words were solemn and he enunciated each word clearly. "The curse of the Iron Blood King." Thales' eyebrows twitched. "Iron Blood King? I remember this legend." The prince scratched his head. "The Iron Blood King. All the Northlanders know him. He seems to have built something." Thales bit his lower lip and thought hard. He felt that he was about to recall it. Silver Shadow Man snorted softly and interrupted his recollection. "The Iron Blood King, the first human king to lead the people to fight against the ancient orcs, and the builder of the humans' last line of defense." "Yes." Thales, who felt that he was being underestimated, blushed and shrugged. Yes, I know. The Iron Blood King died in battle, the last line of defense was lost, the ancient orcs invaded the south on a large scale, and the ancient chauvinistic countries were destroyed. These marked the end of the uncivilized era of humans and the beginning of the era of kings. I remember now." Thales sighed. "I really miss history lessons." But he then frowned strangely. "But what does the Iron Blood King have to do with the curse?" Silver Shadow Man shook his head, causing the light and shadows of the rocks around him to tremble. "This is a tragic thing from ancient times. It is cruel and sorrowful. You do not need to know the details." Thales narrowed his eyes in displeasure. The man's facial features froze slightly. He looked as if he sighed. "You only need to know that this is a sin committed by a group of noble people. They embraced hope and love and tried their best to save the world, but in the end they made a grave mistake and the consequences will be endless." His next sentence caused Thales to inhale slightly again. "Even the wizards avoid mentioning it. It is a taboo." Thales froze slightly. Even his breathing shuddered. "Wizards?" Thales stared at Silver Shadow Man in front of him in surprise. He began to doubt his identity again. "Is this related to them?" Silver Shadow Man turned his head around. Ripples of flowing light appeared on his silver armor. "Not only are they related, but they are also the main characters in it." His voice became piercingly cold and solemn. "The Iron Blood King's curse is a disaster brought about by magic, and it is also the cause of wizards going astray." Thales continued to stare at him in surprise. "That's right. If this person is from the era of the Empire before the Battle of Eradication, then he definitely knows about magic and wizards." But before he could ask further questions, Silver Shadow Man spoke again. Silver Shadow Man turned to the dark cave and said in a low voice, "Because of this curse and this mistake, many of the dead, no matter what their names were when they were alive and where they belonged, their souls were locked in this black track before they went to Hell's River. They could not enter the cycle of reincarnation. If life is a long rope, then they live in a dead knot. They neither advance nor retreat, and they are the most pitiful and tragic existences." Thales remembered the colorful male soul of the deceased. He remembered his strange face when he sneered at him, and he could not help but feel his heart tremble. So they did not die. Silver Shadowman shook his head and denied it. Death is not terrifying. What is truly terrifying is not being able to move forward after you die. What do you mean? Death is the disappearance of both the physical body and the soul. The man in the silver light raised his palm gently. The silver light formed a human figure on his hand, indicating to Thales the separation of the soul and the physical body. And these souls of the deceased, they lost their physical bodies. They do not have a shell and they do not have a carrier to carry their senses and memories. But because of the curse, they left behind souls that should not have been able to survive alone. Silver Shadowman's words became more solemn, and the echoes in his voice grew louder. This means that over a long period of time, these souls of the deceased, who should have disappeared but have mysteriously remained, are unable to create new memories. They also continue to forget their memories of the past. It is difficult for them to distinguish themselves from others, and the past from the present. To them, the past has become an illusion and the future is meaningless. They do not know where they came from and they do not know where they are going. He enunciated each word clearly. They are no longer who they used to be. They have become something else, some other monster. Silver Shadowman stopped his explanation and stared at Thales, as if he was pointing at him to give a positive response. Thales widened his eyes in disbelief. He tried his best to digest this mysterious knowledge. But, please. This is not scientific. It doesn't seem to be good. Thales braced himself and resisted the urge to ask for more details and ridicule Silver Shadowman's imagination. So, this curse, these souls of the deceased, are going to continue like this forever? They won't run out of battery or something. Silver Shadowman interrupted him with a light snort. This is the worst part, the man said calmly but seriously. These souls of the deceased are stuck between life and death. One side of them is connected to the living while the other is connected to the deceased. They are affected by both sides at the same time and they can also affect both sides in turn. Thales recalled the haunted incident on their way here just now, and his eyebrows furrowed even more tightly. For example, not long ago there were countless deaths on the surface. A new round of death and despair, a new round of greed and madness, a new round of hatred and stubbornness. All of these affected the souls of the deceased in the black track deeply, Silver Shadowman said quietly as he retracted his palm. Thales was puzzled at first, then he raised his eyebrows. What? Countless deaths. The teenager did not understand and asked, I don't understand. This is the interior of the Cliff of the Sky, the underground rock stratum of Dragon Cloud City. Thales shook his head. What do you mean by countless deaths on the surface? But he was startled and he stopped himself from saying the words that were about to escape his mouth. A street full of ruins floated past Thales' eyes. Gleeward and Kurtz's faces flashed past his mind. He remembered something and his eyes widened in shock. No way. That means, wait, not long ago? I know. Thales had a look of realization and shock on his face. He subconsciously whispered, 6 years ago the calamity descended on Dragon Cloud City. Shield District has been destroyed. Over there. That's right, countless deaths. He finished his sentence stiffly. As he spoke, Thales noticed that the light on Silver Shadowman's body flickered rapidly. The surroundings were still dark. Due to the flickering of the silver light, the cave instantly looked a lot more bizarre. After a long time, Silver Shadowman spoke again. Is that so? Silver Shadowman's light was a little dim, as if it was a clear indication of his mood. This has happened before. War, famine, plague, disaster, and the pain of the living injected new nutrients into the souls of the deceased. Not only did it prevent them from dispersing, it also allowed them to strengthen themselves in the endless darkness, turning them into the most pitiful and detestable deformed forms that continued to drift in this cage. At the same time, the terrifying curse also became stronger. The cycle continued, binding the souls of the deceased even tighter, making them unable to free themselves. They even relied on each other until now. The man shook his head gently. It is difficult to move forward, unable to free themselves and unable to surpass it. Thales leaned against the rock wall behind him and let out a long sigh. It affects both the living and the dead and it can last forever. It does sound terrible. Silver Shadow Man folded his arms like a human and leaned against the rock wall in a familiar manner. This action made him seem a lot friendlier. He no longer had that aloof and unreasonable demeanor. It has been thousands of years. In the face of the Iron Blood King's curse, the three great magic towers have done their best to revolve around this mistake. Countless wizards have come and gone one after another. When Thales heard the familiar term, he immediately pricked up his ears. Silver Shadow Man seemed to be sighing. He swayed his silver head gently and his black facial features moved slightly. But every single time they tried to research and uncover the secret, they tried their best to make up for it and correct it, but they only pushed this terrible mistake, which was already terrible to begin with, into an even more terrible abyss and caused even more terrible consequences. His voice sank to the bottom of the valley, and even brought about the end of the world. Thales was dumbfounded as he listened. In the face of this bizarre Silver Shadow Man, he shook his head firmly. The end of the world? I don't understand. Is it that serious? Silver Shadow Man snorted coldly. He slowly turned to the teenager. There seemed to be an indescribable power gathered in his black eyes, causing Thales' heart to sink. You are still too young, Jade Star. You don't know, Silver Shadow Man said faintly. You were not told and you did not notice. You are not ready to face the mission that belongs to you. Thales frowned. What? Silver Shadow Man raised his voice slightly and visible ripples appeared in the light. It was as if he was chuckling. But in the next moment his black facial features immediately relaxed. Silver light gathered again on the man's body, and it instantly shone brightly. Silver Shadow Man left the rock wall, put down his arms and quietly looked at a corner of the cave. Thales, who sensed that something was off, quickly stood up and asked warily, "What's wrong?" Silver Shadow Man's reply was very simple. "They're here." That one sentence caused Thales' nerves to tense up. As Silver Shadow Man spoke, a barely discernible chill crept up Thales' spine. He raised his head anxiously and looked around the rock wall around him. Soon he noticed that something was wrong. A black fog that could be seen with the naked eye seeped out from the surrounding rock walls and tainted the narrow cave. Every time the black fog seeped out, the area that Silver Shadow Man's light could illuminate became a little smaller. It was like an insect that devoured light. Thales felt his skin crawl as he watched the black fog increase. He instinctively shrank back. He had seen this fog before. Just now. This is the true form of the curse, Silver Shadow Man reminded him coldly. Don't touch them. Thales frowned. Good idea. Very soon withered and rotten faces and arms of strange colors extended from the walls of the cave where the black fog was the densest. Thales gritted his teeth. As the light became weaker, he could not see the souls of the deceased in the distance clearly. However, the teenager no longer dared to activate the sin of Hell's River, afraid that he would attract another disaster. But didn't you chase them away just now? He wisely moved closer to Silver Shadow Man, even though the latter had almost killed him just now. Silver Shadow Man clenched his fists and the light became brighter. For thousands of years, the terrifying curse caused countless terrifying souls of the deceased to gather in this place. Silver Shadow Man's tone might have been stern, but there was not much fluctuation in it. It was as if he was used to it. Most of them withered away with the passage of time, but there were still a few who escaped the calamity of time and retained quite a bit of rationality. They are very unique, powerful, terrifying, and difficult to deal with. Some of them can even exchange blows with me. Silver Shadow Man turned his head swiftly and looked at the darkest corner of the cave. Like this. Thales followed Silver Shadow Man's gaze and looked at the corner. His face instantly turned pale. A face appeared on the rock wall. It's it. It's it again. It opened its withered lips again and its teeth, which were the color of rust, appeared from the rock wall. It was still dressed in ancient armor, had complicated braids and had protruding white eyes. It was still in the dark, but its body was still brightly colored. It's the first soul of the deceased to appear. The most unique soul of the deceased. It's also Kurtz's murderer, Thales thought in his heart. Compared to the other souls of the deceased who only dared to climb the rock wall and did not dare to get too close to the silver light, this unique soul of the deceased released endless cursed black fog. It completely left the rock wall and floated in the air. It floated towards the center of the silver light. Thales tensed up. The soul of the deceased lifted its head. Its white eyes shone with a faint green light as it looked at them. Thales bit his lower lip and grabbed the dagger by his waist, even though he did not know whether it would be useful. However, this time this unique soul of the deceased looked at Silver Shadow Man. The language of the ancient empire, which had turned from unfamiliar to familiar, rang in Thales' ears again with a melancholy and profound charm. It's you again. Northlander. Northlander. Thales curiously looked at Silver Shadow Man beside him, and he once again raised his speculations about his identity. The muscles on the withered face of the soul of the deceased trembled slightly. It shook its head. This human-like action made it seem like it was remembering something. Why don't you give up? Why don't you join us? Why do you resist? Silver Shadow Man shook his head. The silver light on his body focused, and the area it shone on became much smaller, but it became even more piercing and dazzling. It chased away a few wisps of black fog that were about to approach them. General Lika. The man in the silver light had a relaxed attitude, but he used the language of the ancient empire with great familiarity. You were once a great warrior, a powerful opponent, and a brutal executioner. But at that time you were at least a human. And now the curse has already affected most of your mind, Silver Shadow Man said with a cold snort. You have long since ceased to be yourself. How sad. Thales widened his eyes and looked at the soul of the deceased with clear colors, then at Silver Shadow Man. Between them, the soul of the deceased named General Linka bared its terrifying teeth and growled. Northlander. You relied on the power of that outdated god to last until now. But the power of this curse is far beyond your imagination. The soul of the deceased's cold laughter traveled into his ears. Black fog surrounded his armor, but it did not block the colors and decorations on it. The surroundings grew darker. It was like an inner room where the lights were about to be extinguished. Northlander, it is already very difficult for you to even maintain your own mind, and you still want to continue suppressing us? You will not be able to last forever. I can feel your power. No, the power that the god gave you is weakening. Silver Shadow Man snorted softly and did not speak. Outdated god? Weakening? In the darkness, Thales cast a glance at the soul of the deceased's miserable appearance, and he could not help but feel his skin crawl. He cast another glance at Silver Shadow Man and prayed in his heart. No matter what the latter was, whether he was a god or a demon, he hoped that this silver sadist would still be powerful. The soul of the deceased continued to speak in the language of the ancient empire. You will not be able to suppress us and this curse forever. You are also a dead person. You will not be able to last forever. You will not be able to last forever. An indescribable, dark light shone in the white eyes of the deceased. But we will never die, and the curse will never end. The war on the surface will never end. Death and blood will be fresh every day. We will be nourishment for you endlessly. There will come a day when you will join us and you will become an existence that will never die. As if in response, the other souls of the deceased around him opened their mouths and let out cold roars that rose and fell one after another. The voice echoed in the cave. Coupled with the strange black fog and the increasingly dim light, Thales felt a chill run down his spine. Your greatest sorrow, General. Silver Shadow Man turned his head and flexed his wrist joints, which were formed by silver light. He looked like a hooligan who was about to join a fight. Is that you often forget that you have long since died. Thales had a feeling that if it were not for the silver light on his body, which indicated that this person was extraordinary, Silver Shadow Man would not be any different from a normal person. Thales coughed and tried to join the conversation in the language of the ancient empire. You know each other? Of course. The chief general of the final empire's 14th army. The man's black mouth slowly widened as if he was sneering. Kane Kamerlinka. People call him the Snow Butcher. Thales stared at the soul of the deceased before him in disbelief. He stared at his terrifying face. The final empire. So this General K something should have been dead for how many years? I remember his name, his title, his deeds. Silver Shadow Man stared at the soul of the deceased in the air from a distance. His tone was solemn. Even better than me remembering my own past. Ha 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 ha. The soul of the dead, Kane Kamer, opened his frighteningly dry lips and laughed coldly in the cursed black fog. Likewise. One day we will return to this world and rebuild the glorious past of the Empire. And you, Northlander who overestimates yourself, You will eventually fail. Silver Shadow Man stared at him coldly. He did not move and neither did he say a word. You will ultimately fail. At the same time, with endless hatred and resentment, the countless souls on the rock wall opened their mouths and let out deafening cold howls. Ah! Thales tensed up and instinctively covered his ears. Silver Shadow Man stood his ground without fear. He even took a step forward and blocked Thales' way. The black fog surrounding Xianxia suddenly increased in size, blocking out the countless silver lights and covering the entire cave. You will ultimately fail. In the next second, with endless black fog around him, the withered and rotten face of the Empire's general, Xianxia, who had passed away many years ago, instantly appeared in front of them. Thales was shocked. His vision suddenly darkened. The roaring general of the deceased pounced on Silver Shadow Man in an aggressive manner. The teenager's vision immediately darkened until he could no longer see his surroundings clearly. In the dark cave, the shrill cries of the souls of the deceased rang in his ears. Thales could not help but feel terrified. Among them, the Empire's general repeatedly growled in a low voice. It was chilling. You will ultimately fail. In the next moment, the black fog completely enveloped Silver Shadow Man. Not a single inch was spared. Not a single inch was spared. The last ray of light finally disappeared from Thales' vision. Only darkness was left. And the general's whispers. You will ultimately. Chapter 353. At that moment, Xianxia activated the endless black fog of the curse to envelop Silver Shadow Man's light. Everything in the cave returned to darkness. Only the miserable wails of thousands of souls of the deceased were left. But at that moment, a strange sound suddenly came from the direction of Silver Shadow Man and the general of the deceased souls. It sounded like cold water being poured on a soldering iron. Thales, who was retreating, discovered to his surprise that an irregular silver line had appeared in the pitch-black darkness. It was like a bolt of lightning that cut through the night sky, and it brought with it some faint light. Thales subconsciously narrowed his eyes. No, it's not a silver line. Instead, it's a sliver of silver light that leaked out from the direction of Silver Shadow Man and the general of the deceased souls. It illuminated the corner. A faint voice that was light but could not be ignored rose faintly. You are warriors after all. Before the voice faded away, the second, third, and fourth silver lines appeared one after another in the darkness. They overlapped with each other to form the shape of a tree branch, and they illuminated the black fog that flowed even faster around them. A thought appeared in Thales' heart, and hope was reignited in him. Can't you just focus on fighting? The darkness that enveloped the area began to crack inch by inch under the cracks formed by the silver light. Enough with the nonsense. As the silver light changed, the wails of the deceased souls instantly became chaotic. Thales felt goosebumps rise in his heart when he saw a soul of the deceased who was a foot away from him. He was about to extend his arm, but he covered his eyes in pain to avoid the silver light that leaked out. The general of the Empire's pained wails also came from the strange scene of silver light and black fog overlapping with each other. Ha ha ha. It was Silver Shadow Man's laughter. I almost forgot. All of you have bad memories. In the next moment, the increasingly dense silver lines converged into a large river like tributaries, and an even brighter light suddenly erupted. It chased away the darkness around them. From afar, it looked like a black cocoon shattered with a bang under the effect of the silver light from the inside out. The cave became bright again, and the areas that could be seen were even clearer than before. The silver light gathered into a silver brilliance that was difficult to look at directly. It was so glaring that it began to block Thales' vision. The young man subconsciously raised his palm to block his eyes. His skin that was exposed to the silver light expressed its protest in the form of tingling pain. Through the gaps of his fingers, he was surprised to see that in the endless silver light, the strange black fog met the silver light. It was as if it had met its natural enemy. It was like water vapor that rose up, evaporating and disappearing in the air. Like a sentient being, it avoided the invasion of the silver light and fled outwards. The souls that covered the rock wall howled and trembled in panic. They turned around and seeped deeper into the rock stratum. There were even a few souls that couldn't move under the dazzling silver light. They struggled to no avail and turned into ashes in the end. Thales adapted slightly to the bright light, and he was immediately surprised to see that a familiar human figure appeared in the center of the light. He was like a legendary warrior who stood tall and proud. He stretched out his right arm and clamped down on another black shadow. The latter continued to howl miserably and clung to the other's right arm, struggling bitterly under the illumination of the silver light. It was Silver Shadow Man. General Kane Kammer, whose throat was gripped by his right arm and whose black fog had completely disappeared under the effect of the silver light, was still howling bitterly. The general of the deceased souls, Kane Kammerlinka, who was once fierce and insufferably arrogant, was now like a lowly pawn. He grabbed the other's right arm and his illusory limbs twisted continuously in the air, making the terrifying soul of the deceased look a little pathetic. Thales coughed and looked at the captured general of the deceased souls in surprise. "Did you just say that it is powerful, terrifying and difficult to deal with? Can even exchange blows with you?" Silver Shadow Man's facial features moved slightly as if he sneered. He turned around and watched as the souls on the surrounding rock walls disappeared without a trace, leaving no trace behind. Kane Kammer clung to the other's right arm and continued to struggle madly but futilely. Silver Shadow Man clenched his left fist and slowly raised it to his chest. His fist gathered countless dazzling silver rays, forcing Thales to raise his hand to shield his eyes. Yes, it is very powerful. In the next moment, Silver Shadow Man threw a punch with an astonishing momentum. Boom. The heavy punch of silver light hit the general of the deceased soul's withered face. As the silver light shone brightly, Thales noticed in surprise that the entire cave began to tremble in a barely noticeable manner due to the punch. It let out a low whimper. In the next second, the general of the deceased souls screamed in pain. Its illusory body seemed to have gained physical form and it was pushed back by the punch. Kane Kammer howled in pain as he was pushed by the surging silver light. His limbs moved wildly, but he could not control himself and quickly sank into the rock wall, disappearing without a trace. His final curse was left in the cave. But that is only... Silver Shadow Man blew on his fist in a very human-like manner. He retracted the heavy punch that had easily sent the general of the deceased souls flying, turned around and said to Thales sternly, "It is only relatively speaking." Thales stared at the empty rock wall in a daze. He could not say anything for a long time. The light on Silver Shadow Man's body slowly weakened until Thales could see him clearly. Thales then frowned. He suddenly realized that the current Silver Shadow Man was no longer the same. At some unknown point in time, a set of heavy armor also made of silver light had appeared on his body, which was constructed by silver light. From his helmet to his shoulder armor, from his chest plate to his abdomen plate, from his boots to his knee pads, he was fully equipped. Made him look much taller and more majestic. Thales looked at the fully armored Silver Shadow Man with a puzzled expression on his face. "What is this?" the prince asked dumbly as he stared at Silver Shadow Man's new appearance. Silver Shadow Man seemed to have only noticed this at that moment. He was also a little surprised by his new appearance. "Not bad, the restoration is quite realistic. It is more or less a little too beautified." "Yes." His facial features quivered slightly. He seemed to be excitedly sizing himself up. The shoulder armor on his shoulders rose up to his eyebrows, the gauntlets on his forearms were covered in barbs, the plate armor on his chest, abdomen, waist and crotch and the heavy boots on his knee pads. At that moment, Silver Shadow Man looked like a bardic poet. Chi warriors were dignified and had an imposing presence. They had the air of a hero and a gorgeous beauty. And the most eye-catching thing was his helmet. The silver light formed a huge, ferocious helmet that covered his entire face. It had a complicated design, and there were even 4 ridiculously sharp horns that extended from both sides of the helmet. As Silver Shadow Man moved, the huge horned helmet formed by the silver light swayed back and forth in a terrifying manner. It gave off an exaggerated feeling that it was about to fall. Forget about the helmet." Silver Shadow Man tapped the ferocious horned silver helmet, and it shone with sparks of light. His facial features behind the visor were scrunched up and he seemed a little awkward. "This is only used to boost morale. I've never worn it in a real battle. It's too stupid, too pompous." Silver Shadow Man began to gesticulate and his movements became more and more exaggerated. "And it has 4 horns. Even my wife only has 2. She might not say it, but she doesn't really like it." Thales blinked in a daze. He sensed the excitement in Silver Shadow Man's words, as if he had bought a new set of clothes. He found it a little hard to accept. Silver Shadow Man, who was solemn and stern just a moment ago, has turned into a chatterbox because of a strange armor that appeared out of nowhere? Without waiting for Silver Shadow Man to finish speaking, the silver light on his body flickered a few times, as if it had a mind of its own. Silver Shadow Man's facial features changed continuously. Oh, right, and my shoulders. You know, I'm in danger of having my head explode even when I turn my head. Immediately, the silver light that repelled the souls of the deceased started flowing. Silver Shadow Man's terrifyingly huge horned helmet turned into specks of silver light and disappeared into the air. The ridiculously tall shoulder plates on both sides were also flattened a little. Much better, thank you. Silver Shadow Man, whose head had become much more relaxed, sized himself up again before he nodded in satisfaction. If only there was a mirror. The silver light started flowing again. Silver Shadow Man seemed to be shocked. He quickly raised his hand. Oh wait, I was just saying. I didn't really want it. You can't waste divine power like this. The silver light that was about to transform into a mirror flashed a few more times in the air before it dissipated again. Thales was a little puzzled. Who is he talking to? The silver light flashed back and forth in the air. It flickered between brightness and darkness. Silver Shadow Man shook his head in slight panic. His facial features changed rapidly. What? Then why do I need armor? Ahem, of course it's because it's more handsome. Ahem, I mean I can fight better. Yes, you heard me wrong just now. It's can fight. I've always pursued practicality. Don't laugh, what's so funny about it? The silver light circled around Silver Shadow Man and shone on him as if it was talking to him. Silver Shadow Man paused for a moment before he pointed at the silver light in front of him in slight annoyance. You're still young. You don't understand. A good mental state is an important foundation for strength. For example, if I want to bring out the full power of this punch, I must fulfill one condition. I must be handsome. The silver light flashed 3 times and gathered into a palm in midair. It gave Silver Shadow Man a thumbs up and fell down. Silver Shadow Man was instantly exasperated. I was just making an example. Why do you have so much to say? You're so long-winded. What's going on? Baffled, Thales watched Silver Shadow Man quarrel with the silver light on his body. He was dumbfounded and felt that the world was really strange. Finally, the silver light armor on Silver Shadow Man's body turned into stars and disappeared into the air. Thales averted his gaze from the human-like silver light and looked at Silver Shadow Man. He said quietly, Extet. When he heard this name, Silver Shadow Man paused for a moment. The relaxed expression he had just now disappeared. That soul of the deceased called you Extet. Thales stared at Silver Shadow Man in front of him and asked tentatively, Is this your name? Silver Shadow Man was silent for a few seconds. This is not important. He said faintly. Thales took a deep breath. There aren't many people with this name in history. The teenager suppressed his excitement and tried his best to voice his guess calmly. And there is only one person with this name who has a close relationship with Northland and Dragon Cloud City. There is only one person who knows what Jade Star is. Silver Shadow Man did not move. Thales bit his lower lip and glared at the silver existence in front of him. Without realizing it, he used honorifics. You are, sir, you are. Silver Shadow Man raised his head abruptly and interrupted him. Who am I? But Silver Shadow Man shook his head. Just as I said before, this is not important. Even I often forget who I used to be. Because that's all in the past. Thales' words were stuck in his mouth. He could not help but say in surprise, But, haven't you noticed? Silver Shadow Man walked to stand in front of him. His dark facial features were profound. In essence, I am no different from them and those souls of the deceased. I am just another dead person, one of the thousands of souls in this world. Silver Shadow Man's voice was deep and lifeless in his heart. Even the silver light on his body had become much dimmer. Thales stared at him, puzzled and puzzled. Another dead person. But Thales immediately shook his head forcefully. His gaze was firm. Oh, I think you are different. Silver Shadow Man froze for a moment. You and that general. I can see the difference between the two of you. They are forced, confused, delirious, filled with pain, resentment, and hostility. But you are clear-headed, rational, autonomous, and even... Thales gulped. Even if you might have been dead for many years, but... He paused for a moment and remembered those indescribably terrifying souls of the deceased. He remembered the murmurs and cries of pain that once gave him a splitting headache, but after that he became thoughtful. Thales raised his head and said with certainty, "You volunteered to guard this dark and boundless black track and suppress these increasingly brutal souls of the deceased, am I right? Are you the one who has been suppressing this inexplicable curse and doing your best to prevent the terrible consequences they might cause?" Silver Shadowman still did not speak, but his dark facial features became more and more tense. "For so many years, you relied on yourself to stay in this dark underground." Thales enunciated each word clearly with disbelief, reverence, and excitement, "to protect Dragon Cloud City. Regardless of the past or the future." Thales bit his lower lip and spat out that title. "Extet." Silver Shadowman suddenly raised his head. "You are wrong." His tone became cold and rebuked again. Thales was stunned. "The only difference between me and them is that I was quite lucky after I died. I received a blessing and gift from a certain great existence," Silver Shadowman said with a cold snort. "It allowed me to maintain my former self even after I lost my physical body. I retained a few important memories and escaped the misfortune of losing my mind. I was able to retain new memories as long as I could, such as meeting you." Silver Shadowman walked forward slowly and pressed his palm, which was formed by silver light, on Thales' left shoulder. "But I am still forgetting, still losing. In a few days, you will disappear from my memories and I will no longer remember your arrival." Thales stared into the dark, round holes where the eyes should have been. When he remembered the man's extraordinary identity and his current situation, he was instantly stunned. Silver Shadowman shook his head slightly. "In the end, I am no longer in this world. In the end, I am different from you. In the end, I will also disappear. That is all. There is nothing more." At this moment, the silver light on Silver Shadowman's body brightened again. He let go of Thales and looked to the other side with a solemn expression. While he was immersed in the complicated emotions of knowing the man's identity, Thales snapped out of his daze. His surroundings turned dark again. "What's going on?" He noticed that the ominous black fog had once again appeared in the cave. Countless ghostly faces reappeared on the rock walls. The souls of the deceased had arrived again. Thales widened his eyes. "What? Didn't Silver Shadowman just?" Soon at the spot where the black fog was the densest, the Empire's general, who was as ferocious and terrifying as ever, Kane Camerlinka, who had died many years ago, appeared before them for the second time. With trembling limbs and an increasingly terrifying presence, he climbed out of the rock walls stiffly. His expression was deathly still and his eyes were dark. The language of the ancient empire, which had a strange and ghastly feel to it, rose again. Thales subconsciously gulped. He stroked the hair on his back with his hands behind his back and took a step behind Silver Shadowman. He said anxiously, "Didn't you say that their strength is only relative? That they shouldn't be able to defeat you?" Silver Shadowman's facial features scrunched up. He patted his head and the silver light above his head trembled. "That's right, but you have to know that's just..." Silver Shadowman shrugged. With his back facing the souls of the deceased who had climbed out of the rock wall, he said to Thales sternly, "The first round." Thales frowned. "The first round?" At that moment, the silver light on Silver Shadowman's body suddenly jumped. The silver light seemed to be sentient creatures. It gathered into a line above his head and formed a sentence in the common language at a spot where Silver Shadowman could not see. It was as if it was explaining Silver Shadowman's words. Thales stared at the silver words above his head, dumbfounded. "What?" Silver Shadowman did not seem to notice the silver words above his head betraying him. He crossed his arms over his chest, looking as calm as the wind and as still as a mountain. He curved his black facial features into the shape of a crescent moon, making him look as if he was smiling. "You know, it's usually boring to win too easily, so I prefer to win 2 out of 3 rounds. Do you understand? So the first round is not the end." The silver light above his head flashed again and the next sentence appeared. Thales stared at the words above Silver Shadowman's head, then at Silver Shadowman's expression, which said, "Don't worry, everything is under my control." He felt the corners of his mouth twitch a little. The prince exhaled and smiled awkwardly. He tried his best not to look at the words above Silver Shadowman's head. "All right, then let's have the second round. Just like just now, you give it that one more hit. Best 2 out of 3 rounds." Silver Shadowman lowered his arm. About this, Silver Shadowman said rather seriously, since it's best 2 out of 3 rounds, I think it's fine for us to give in to the other party a little. Thales narrowed his eyes and looked at the silver words above his head. Thales lowered his head and his face was full of doubt. Are you saying that you can't deal with them like before? Silver Shadowman shuddered slightly. But he immediately waved his hand. Not at all. The silver words continued to appear. Silver Shadowman looked at the souls of the deceased that were gradually crawling towards them. His expression was still cold, but his tone had become much gentler. But speaking of which, I did not hold back in that attack just now, so I used up quite a lot of energy. But to save you, I couldn't care less. The silver words flicked a few times in a rather agitated manner. This time there were even beautiful punctuation marks. Thales widened his eyes. He raised his head, then lowered his head. He compared Silver Shadowman's words to the message in the silver words, and he felt a little awkward. What's going on? Silver Shadowman seemed to have noticed that something was off. He raised his head swiftly, but the silver light had already disappeared without a trace. Silver Shadowman, who did not notice anything, scratched his head in bafflement. So, for the time being, I need to rest and reorganize. The silver words appeared above his head again. This time they were simple and clear. What? Thales understood something from the 2 messages, and he stared at Silver Shadowman in disbelief. This guy, could it be a trap? The cave became even darker. Kane Kammer's soft whispers traveled into his ears again. The souls of the deceased on the walls around them began to roar again and crawl towards them. Thales tensed up. What should we do now? Silver Shadowman turned to the general of the deceased souls, and his tone became solemn again. They should be arriving soon. Thales frowned. What? As they got closer, the general of the deceased souls' whispers turned into roars. Silver Shadowman lowered his head and looked at Thales. Now, activate that supernatural power of yours and point them in the direction. Thales shook his head, not understanding what he meant. Super what? Of course it's. This time Silver Shadowman did not try to be mysterious. He grabbed Thales' shoulder and the silver light seeped into the latter's body. He said in a low voice, Sin of Hell's River. Thales was shocked. Before he could react, he felt an indescribable pain and chill erupt from his body wherever the silver light went. He could not help but groan. When he felt threatened, his unique power of eradication was automatically activated, and it surged towards the shoulder Silver Shadowman grabbed. Thales thought, this is bad. As expected, the moment the Sin of Hell's River was activated, the souls of the deceased around him went mad. They either howled shrilly or moved faster. Under the cover of the thick black fog they crawled towards Thales. The prince looked at the scene before him, then looked at Silver Shadowman in shock. Are you crazy? Thank you very much, young Jade Star, for your rare supernatural power. The great man who had died many years ago had his pitch-black facial features flickering faintly in the silver light. There was actually a hint of coldness and savagery in his voice. A good bait. I can't let it go to waste. At the same time, the silver light in Silver Shadowman's body appeared again and gathered into new words above his head. At that moment, when Thales heard Silver Shadowman's cold attitude and saw the words formed by the silver light, his heart instantly turned cold, even though he had let down his guard because of Silver Shadowman's identity. T. No way. At that moment, he suddenly remembered what the general of the deceased souls had said to Silver Shadowman. Thales stared at Silver Shadowman's savage facial features in disbelief. He watched as the corners of his mouth curled up in a nonchalant manner. Thingies already. Before he could finish thinking, the decaying foreign creatures, led by the general of the deceased souls, had already moved their limbs in a frenzy. They howled shrilly and ignored the damage caused by the silver light. They pounced on Thales, who was immersed in the Sin of Hell's River. They were like a pack of bloodthirsty wolves who had their eyes fixed on their prey. Chapter 354. Boom. Rumble. Another tremor that sounded like a landslide came from another direction. Thales shuddered violently. He heard a few strange voices. Sada lok sada. Sel Selrikai. In the next moment, a few similarly withered and terrifying deceased souls that were also shrouded in black fog suddenly appeared from the top of the rock wall. However, their bodies and appearances were very different. These deceased souls were also surrounded by black fog, but most of them were huge and had bulging muscles. The style of their clothes did not resemble those of the Empire, nor did they resemble those of Northland. Their eyes were also pale white, but their noses were even taller, their teeth sharper, and their rotten and withered skin was also darker. However, something surprising happened. The souls of the deceased. The strange souls of the deceased that had just arrived were howling in a language that Thales could not understand towards the deceased soul Xianxia and its companions. Puri. Cell. This situation appeared in every corner of the cave. Almost every new deceased soul that arrived on the battlefield, from top to bottom, was usually a deceased soul with a unique form. They all let out the same terrifying roars at the deceased souls on Xianxia's side. The black fog continued to spread in the air, and the number of newly arrived deceased souls also gradually increased. Thales stared at the scene before him in astonishment. Enough. Silver Shadow Man let go of Thales' shoulder and said faintly, "Stop." The silver light on his body turned into something that looked like a barrier and covered both of them. Here. Finally, a low roar that sounded like a thunderclap rose from almost every corner, and it resonated with the surrounding rock strata. Kruri, Scanna Nadalius, the low roar continued. A huge decaying arm that was as thick as a human's thigh slowly emerged from the top of the rock wall and climbed up the rock strata. As the low growl gradually grew louder, the owner of the arm slowly pulled its entire body out of the rock wall. Its enormous body even occupied most of the entire rock wall, until it raised its equally enormous head. Under its deathly pale eyes, it opened its enormous black mouth. Thales widened his eyes. An anomaly that was different from the pitiful deceased he had seen so far appeared before Thales' eyes. This is also a deceased soul, Thales told himself anxiously. It was a giant dead soul that was so strong that it was almost the size of 3 people. It floated in the black fog of the curse. Its appearance was strange and out of proportion. Its white eyes were very small, its nostrils turned outwards, and a terrifying scar ran across half of its face. It even cut through half of its lips, making its teeth protrude and making it look even more terrifying when it roared. Its whole body was surrounded by several rings of beast teeth ornaments. With the support of its rotten and withered limbs, it roared madly at the cave. Nadalius. Its roar seemed to have shaken all the souls in this cave. The souls of the deceased who were originally surrounding Thales and Silver Shadow Man in the cave turned around, as if they had given up on Thales and Silver Shadow Man. They flashed their claws, which were covered in black fog, at the new souls of the deceased that kept increasing in number. They responded with shrill howls as well. Kill them all. Even though the newly arrived foreign deceased souls were at a disadvantage in terms of numbers, under the leadership of the giant leader, they responded to the other party's provocation with even more excitement and fury. A few of the deceased souls with unique physiques even used their grayish-white and rotten upper arms to beat their chests. Their howls even drowned out the other parties. Cell Nadalius, the most unique deceased soul, General Kane Camerlinka, turned his head around with a ferocious expression. He stared at the newly arrived gigantic deceased soul without showing any signs of weakness. His pale eyes were filled with strong emotions. Bastard. There was an inexplicable hatred hidden deep within his ancient empire's language. Bastard. In the next second, the giant deceased soul that was the size of 3 people and had a terrifying face also had a twisted expression on its face. It let out a deafening roar. Cell. The moment it finished speaking, it swung its strong limbs and pounced towards Xianxia from above. The black fog all over Xianxia's body trembled. It faced the new enemy without taking a single step back. Come on, ice bastard. The 2 leaders were not the only ones. More and more new deceased souls pounced down from the rock walls above. They invaded the narrow space and pounced towards Xianxia's old deceased souls in midair. A new battle had begun. Thales watched as a gigantic new deceased soul descended from above. It screamed fiercely and pounced on a deceased soul in the form of an old man. In a fit of madness, it bit down on the deceased soul's neck. The old deceased soul screamed in pain and uttered words whose meaning could not be understood. Ah! A ball of black fog instantly spread out from its wound. However, this victim immediately started fighting with the other party. He pierced his bare hands into the deceased soul's chest. It used all means, including its teeth and limbs, to diminish the other party's existence. The new deceased souls seemed to have been infected with madness. They did not hold back at all. The deceased souls on Kane Kammer's side also pounced forward without hesitation and retaliated fiercely. The entire cave was instantly in chaos. Thales watched the scene of the deceased souls killing each other with a pale face. He suddenly realized that the word cell from the new deceased souls sounded very familiar. A second later he recalled the relevant content. In the military history classes of the Northland nobles, there was a compulsory subject to learn. The Orc language, especially military orders. And cell. That was. Thales stared in disbelief at the new deceased souls whose bodies were terrifying even though they were beyond recognition. That was one of the glacial orcs' military orders to attack. It meant, kill, massacre, murder. Or, in a more direct and cruel manner, leave no survivors. So, the sin of Hell's River in Thales' body slowly faded away. He continued to stare at the frenzied battle between the two groups of deceased souls in the cave. Didn't you want to use me as bait to lure them away and run away yourself? Thales, who felt that he had escaped a disaster, asked the person beside him in surprise. Silver Shadowman turned his head to the side as if he did not care to answer. The playful ball of silver light shot out from Silver Shadowman's head mischievously. It bounced around to form a few words. Mischief. Bad taste. Thales' small face instantly darkened. The existence of the new deceased souls made the cave appear even darker. But for a moment, no deceased soul paid any attention to this small corner. All right, but what is that? Thales quickly forgot about his displeasure and pointed at the newly arrived large deceased soul who was fighting against the general in a daze. It is also a deceased soul under a curse, Silver Shadowman answered him readily. But it is another one. Its soul is tenacious and its will is terrifying. After it is imprisoned and polluted by the curse, it is even more difficult to deal with than our General Linka. Thales turned his head around anxiously. But why are they? Silver Shadowman nodded. There is something very interesting. The other party's voice sounded a little relaxed at that moment. Under this terrifying curse, even though these deceased souls are muddle-headed, they are still unable to separate themselves from the world they were born in. Some of their most deep-rooted emotions and obsessions are not only impossible to forget, they become stronger and more deformed. They have already broken away from their memories and situations, leaving only their feelings and instincts. For example, Silver Shadowman gestured at the chaotic battle with his chin. Thales carefully observed the new, strange-looking deceased souls and suddenly came to a realization. Allow me to introduce them. Silver Shadowman pointed at the large deceased soul that was adorned with a beast tooth. He said softly, Nasada Dark Thunder. And its hundreds and thousands of orc companions. Thales' thoughts stirred. Dark Thunder? Silver Shadowman nodded again. I heard from a dead person that it was a war chief of the Dark Thunder tribe. It was also one of the glacial orcs who wreaked havoc in the south after the collapse of the ancient empire. It was also the culprit behind the hundreds of bloody robberies in the Northland province. Silver Shadowman was silent for a moment before he continued. Before it died in the joint ambush of the Northlanders and the Mountain Elves, people used to call it the Raging Hammer. Raging Hammer. Thales stared at the deceased orc named Nasada from afar. He watched it fight like a wild beast and the flustered General Linka, who was forced into a pathetic state. He seemed to be deep in thought. It is easier for you to remember your enemy than yourself. Silver Shadowman snorted softly. This is why I, who was originally in danger, can still stand here and watch the fight leisurely with you, while they can only mindlessly kill each other over there. Silver Shadowman turned around and raised his index finger at Thales. Using all means to divide and weaken your enemies. This is what war is. Thales frowned. He noticed that the silver light had started to jump above Silver Shadowman's head again. From the first day I opened my eyes here, I have been searching for a way to keep them in check and suppress these deceased souls. Silver Shadowman shook his head slightly. This is one of the results. The silver light continued to jump. This time it showed a lot more words. It's not like that. I was beaten up badly on the first day. I pretended to be a female deceased soul and escaped. Thales averted his gaze from the silver words and stared at Silver Shadowman, who had the demeanor of an expert with a strange expression. Is that so? Pretended to be. Ahem. Thales tried his best to put away his boring thoughts and shifted his attention to the scene in front of him. Two deceased souls who were wrestling with each other flew a meter away from them. As they screamed in pain, they turned into black fog and dissipated. How ironic. This is clearly the world after death. He looked at the increasingly intense fight in front of him and sighed. But struggles and conflicts have not disappeared. Thales watched a fierce human deceased soul bite off half of an orc deceased soul's face. He shook his head. Between deceased souls, they are still as incompatible as fire and water. They are still as incompatible as fire and water. They repeat the hatred and pain from when they were alive. They just turned the mortal war into a war of deceased souls. This time Silver Shadow Man did not speak. He focused on the field as if it was the most exciting show. We should leave before the mountain elves come to join the battle, he said faintly a few seconds later. Thales was startled. Elves? There are elven deceased souls here? Yes. Silver Shadow Man crossed his arms and snorted coldly. Compared to humans and orcs, the souls of those long-eared elves are more unique and troublesome. I'm not very good at dealing with them. Silver light automatically appeared above his head and formed a sentence. Because he pretended to be their female leader. And he was recognized. Thales once again cast a strange glance at the great figure who had died a long time ago beside him. This made Silver Shadow Man, who had long since felt that something was wrong, feel rather uneasy. What's wrong? Nothing. Thales averted his gaze from the top of his head and shook his head in denial as if nothing had happened. Even elves are not spared. Yes, this curse is quite fair. Silver Shadow Man paused for a moment before he nodded slightly as if he was sighing. At least it is never racist. And we really should go. In the next second, Silver Shadow Man suddenly grabbed Thales' left arm and pulled him backwards. Thales was shocked. Caught off guard, he fell backwards. Bemoaning his bad luck, he was prepared to have the back of his head crash into the rock wall, but he only heard a faint rumble behind him. He felt that he was being dragged all the way, and the souls of the deceased who were fighting endlessly in front of him became smaller and smaller in his field of vision. About 10 seconds later, Thales finally let go of his arm. He was let go. Thales crawled up from the ground in a disheveled manner and realized that he had stepped on a new place. Even though he was under Silver Shadow Man's illumination, the so-called new place was just another piece of rock under his feet. When Thales raised his head, he was shocked to see that the two rock walls in front of him were slowly closing up, and the battlefield of the deceased who were fighting against each other disappeared from his sight. He blinked a few times. Just now, Silver Shadow Man brought me through the rock walls? What kind of power is this? Everything he had seen in the past few hours, the deceased souls, Silver Shadow Man, the curse, every single one of them far exceeded his imagination. Amidst the faint rumbling sounds, the rock walls closed up seamlessly, as if there had never been a crack in the middle. Go, Silver Shadow Man said slowly. You should go. Go back to the world you truly belong to. Thales, who had been watching in a daze, snapped out of his daze. The prince swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Yes. Yes. I should go. There are still many people waiting for me. Thales took a few deep breaths. When he thought of the road ahead of him, his heart became gloomy. If I am still here, can I leave? He looked at Silver Shadow Man hesitantly. As long as you want to. Silver Shadow Man nodded calmly. The rock formation began to tremble again. And after today, I will block all possible entrances and exits from this place. As the rock formation trembled, Silver Shadow Man shook his head slowly. There was a gloomy and sorrowful tone in his voice. The black track will be cut off. No one else will be able to enter this place safely anymore. No one else will be able to enter the dark path by mistake. No one else will be able to witness such sorrow. You will be the last person. The light on Silver Shadow Man's body was slightly brighter. He stared at the dark cave in front of him and did not say a word. Thales felt stifled. But when he looked at Silver Shadow Man's face and at his features, which were as dark as before, he could not say anything. And you, Jade Star, you must keep this secret in your heart or just forget everything about this place. Thales was stunned. What? To avoid attracting even greater trouble. Silver Shadow Man shook his head. You must know that not all those who come for the curse are here to get rid of it and get rid of it. Thales spent 3 seconds to understand even greater trouble. He raised his head in puzzlement. Then this so-called curse of the Iron Blood King, these souls of the deceased, will they continue to be buried deep in the black track under Dragon Cloud City? Silver Shadowman asked in return. What do you mean? Thales recalled the ghost faces that appeared in layers and he immediately felt nauseous. Sealing the black track might be a good way to stop the people above from coming down, but the general said, he said worriedly, one day they will. Thales glanced at Silver Shadowman and said in a low voice, return to. Silver Shadowman did not answer. Don't forget about your Rund Castle Dragon Cloud City. Thales stared at him and said hesitantly, there are thousands of people living above our heads and even the entire world of the living. Silver Shadowman slowly raised his head and stared back at him. Even someone as powerful as you seems to be wary of this curse, Thales asked with a worried expression. And if the curse continues to grow stronger, these souls of the deceased will one day. Chapter 355. Thales frowned and said, is there such a possibility? What are the consequences? Silver Shadowman was silent for a long time. After a full 10 seconds he replied coldly, this is none of your business, Jade Star. Thales choked on his words and felt a little awkward. But he still sucked in a breath and stared at Silver Shadowman sternly. I have friends up there in Dragon Cloud City. I want to know. I should know. Thales thought of Saroma and Gleeward. He even thought of the entire Shield District that was reduced to dust during the Great Battle of the Mystics. Shield District. When he thought of this, Thales could not help but tense up. Silver Shadowman seemed to be observing him. A few seconds later he spoke slowly. What will happen to this curse in the future is not something you should consider, nor is it something you can control. At the very least, as you can see, I can still maintain the current situation so that the curse will not worsen and the number of deceased souls will not increase. Silver Shadowman seemed to feel that his words were not very convincing. It can maintain the status quo for a long time. Thales frowned deeply. A long time? How long? He stared at Silver Shadowman's silver light, which had clearly become much weaker after that strike, and could not help but sigh. If it's just as the general said, powerful existences like you are continuously dying and weakening, and the power you rely on to maintain your sense of self and intelligence is continuously disappearing. Silver Shadowman's black eyes flickered a little against the silver light. Once you can no longer suppress this curse and can no longer maintain its original state. Although I don't know what will happen to the curse and I don't know what the consequences will be, but above us is Dragon Cloud City, Extet and the Western Peninsula. Silver Shadowman did not speak. Thales stared at him. Is there no other way? For example, completely eliminating it once and for all. Silver Shadowman seemed to be absent-minded for a moment. He mumbled and repeated the prince's words, once and for all? The man's facial features immediately sharpened and his tone turned cold. Oh, all of you. Stay as far away from it as possible. Silver Shadowman suddenly turned around. The contrast between light and darkness on his face was profound and dazzling, causing Thales to feel a chill run down his spine. Leave the rest to me. That's enough. This is the best solution I can think of at the moment, he said resolutely. Thales furrowed his brows for a long time. In the end he shook his head. I don't understand. Silver Shadowman snorted softly. You don't need to understand. Because you can't do anything about it, Jade Star. He directly denied Thales' worries. Even if you are worried, you can't do anything about it. At the very least, the current you, the weak you, the young you, the immature you is powerless. Thales was speechless. Under Silver Shadowman's radiance, the darkness around him reflected a cold light. A chill crept up Thales' spine again. The two of them were silent for a while. What about you? You're going to seal the black track, but, Thales asked faintly, are you going to stay here forever? Can't you just leave? To where you were supposed to be? This question stunned Silver Shadowman for quite a while. Me? As if this was the first time he had considered this question, he lowered his head and mulled over it for a while. I died a long time ago. Silver Shadowman said faintly. A very, very long time, so long that I don't even remember how long it has been. But I, who died a long time ago, can still survive until this day without relying on my body. Besides that great existence, I actually rely more or less on the effects of this curse. Thales' expression turned cold. Silver Shadowman's voice became low. It's very ironic, isn't it? I can only stay here and guard this curse forever until I'm destroyed along with it, Silver Shadow Man said quietly. Or let it conquer me, enslave me and assimilate me. Thales's heart dimmed. At that moment he suddenly felt a little cold. In this place, in this dark, damp, cold, dead and silent place. The man before him, just like that from death until now, he did not know fatigue nor did he know the end of it. But that's not all. I am also the only power that can restrain it. Silver Shadow Man's tone became firm and piercingly cold again. It allowed no room for doubt. By staying here I can prevent new souls from being dragged into the curse and creating tragedies, turning them into puppets and nourishment for the next round. As long as I am here it cannot continue to worsen. This is the reason why I stay here. When he saw the man's determination, Thales could not help but blurt out. What about you? When will you be free? You will always be trapped here alone. You will face these souls of the deceased, the rocks, the darkness and the curse day and night, day after day, year after year, century after century. You will still have to be on tenterhooks and be careful to prevent yourself from losing your mind and falling into the hands of the enemy. What will you do? This time Silver Shadow Man was silent for a long time. I can tell, Jade Star. Silver Shadow Man nodded slowly. His tone was slow and profound. In this regard you are quite like Thor. Thor. Thales did not react for a moment. Who's Thor? Silver Shadow Man shook his head. You don't have to worry about me. He returned to his cold tone. I am a dead man. My existence will not increase, and my departure will not bring me any harm. I only do what I am willing to do and what I want to do. That is all. Don't think of me as so pitiful and don't think of me as so selfless and great. Thales stared at him in a daze. But Silver Shadow Man immediately changed the topic. But you are alive, young Jade Star. It is not time for you to join us. You should not die today and you should not die here. His tone was a little dejected. In the end we will have to part ways. The small cave was silent for a moment. I know. The prince sighed deeply and glanced at the expressionless Silver Shadow Man. But there will always be a way, right? Thales thought of something and his eyes brightened. I might not be able to, but I know some people, some existences whose power is beyond imagination. They are knowledgeable and their thoughts are sharp. Perhaps they will have a way. This time Silver Shadow Man stared at him for a long time. It was so long that Thales could not hold it in anymore. You are not the only one who thinks so, he said softly. The echo of his words rippled in Thales' ears. Silver Shadow Man did not look at him anymore. Instead he slowly walked forward. As the silver light flowed around him he appeared even more unique and dazzling. But just like how the Iron Blood King's deeds were the beginning of mankind's rise, here, the Iron Blood King's curse is also the source of all disasters. Silver Shadow Man raised his head. His deep facial features stared at the sealed, locked, dark and monotonous rock walls around him. The source of everything? Silver Shadow Man shook his head slowly. If you know how much the wizards have paid in order to get rid of this curse and get rid of the effects it brings, if you know how many so-called powerful, knowledgeable and sharp-witted people have tried to get close to this curse and unravel its secrets, and how many geniuses among them have been lost on this path. They have gone mad on this path and they have broken down along the way. And during this process they have evolved, hastened and brought about many evil consequences. Many of the consequences still torment the people of the world, and even today, I am afraid that they will not say such things so easily. Thales listened to Silver Shadow Man's narration in silence with a puzzled gaze, but he could not understand Silver Shadow Man's words at all. What does he mean? A kind heart might not necessarily bear good results. Silver Shadow Man's words became stern and blunt. Some soil is destined to grow the flower of extreme evil. They sank into silence again. Is that so? Thales lowered his head and did not say a word. He only sighed faintly. Neither of them spoke until the light on Silver Shadow Man's face flickered slightly. But, if you really want to do something... Silver Shadow Man stared at him, slowly raised his right arm and clenched his fist lightly. Go and prepare first. Thales forced a smile, raised his head and sneered. Prepare for what? Silver Shadow Man nodded slightly before he shook his head gently. Right now you only have blood in you. Thales' smile disappeared. What do you mean? Only have blood in me? Silver Shadow Man's dark facial features twitched. Young Jade Star, your mind is still childish. Your future is still unclear and your understanding is far from enough. I heard what you said. The calamity still exists in the world, mercilessly harvesting lives and brewing tragedies, am I right? Thales was slightly shocked. Huh. The light on Silver Shadowman's face flickered as he stared at Thales quietly. The prince suddenly felt that hidden behind that silver face was probably a burning emotion that was far beyond his imagination. Tormund did not fulfill his promise. Silver Shadowman stared at Thales quietly and said slowly, "But I can tell that he left hope for his descendants." Silver Shadowman gently spread his palm. A few wisps of silver light appeared on it, flowing back and forth like a crystalline galaxy. It was amazing. There was a second of silence. Thales' pupils shrank a little. "Tormund," he mumbled. "You mean, go," Silver Shadowman said faintly, but the echo in his voice was especially obvious. Thales could not help but be shocked. "Find the mission that belongs to your ancestors and family, take it and become a man who can be entrusted to you." Silver Shadowman, who had a special status, moved his facial features slightly, as though he revealed the quietest smile. "At that time, you will have the right to return and fulfill the long-cherished wish of Thor and me, which failed at the last moment." The darkness in his eyes seemed to contain the profoundness of the entire world. "At that time you will have the right to end everything and end the disaster, including this ancient curse. From the beginning to the end, you will have the right to end them." Thales stared at Silver Shadowman, who was in this state. He seemed to have grasped something, but at the same time he did not seem to understand anything. In the end, the prince furrowed his brows and shook his head honestly. "I don't understand." Silver Shadowman swayed slightly, and ripples appeared on the silver light on his face. "Then I hope that you will never understand." Thales was a little surprised. Silver Shadowman slowly raised the flowing silver light on his right palm and watched as the light on it gathered back into his body. "Young Jade Star." As he walked forward slowly, he approached Thales and said faintly, "Thank you for giving me a few precious, interesting and happy hours in the Dark Watch, which has no scale, no end, no future and no direction. Although I will soon forget. Return to the past." Thales stared at Silver Shadowman. The emotions in his heart were complicated and indescribable. In the next moment, Silver Shadowman placed his right palm on Thales' face. He leaned forward and placed his forehead, which was formed by silver light, on Thales' forehead. He looked into Thales' eyes quietly. Thales only felt a slight chill at the center of his forehead, where the silver light flowed past. He stared at Silver Shadowman, who was staring at him with a profound gaze. He only felt that the person before him shone with a silver light that he could not look at directly, and he had to squint his eyes. But his eyes were incomparably deep and serene. Thales had never looked into the eyes of this extraordinary Silver Shadowman at such a close distance. He even had the illusion that the stars of the entire universe were hidden in the man's dark eyes. "May the mountains tolerate your footsteps and may the earth bless your journey." The light on Silver Shadowman's body lit up. With each syllable, the silver light on his body trembled. At that moment, Thales heard a faint ringing in his ears. Asterisk beep. Asterisk. It was lighter and softer than any of the previous times. It was as if there was no sound. "May you never be lost." Once the last few syllables fell, Thales felt the gentle ringing in his ears gradually disappear. In the next second, the light on Silver Shadowman's body suddenly dimmed. Before Thales could react, Silver Shadowman let go of him. The cool sensation on his forehead disappeared. "What is this?" Thales stared at the man in a daze. But Silver Shadowman only shook his head and did not answer. "Thank you." Silver Shadowman continued to face him quietly. "Thank you for bringing her greetings." In the next moment, before Thales could snap out of his daze, Silver Shadowman turned around and walked towards the seamless, pitch-black rock wall. The silver footsteps behind him shone brilliantly as always. "The souls of the deceased will not disturb you anymore. Turn around and move forward. You will find a way out. Forget today and return to your life." Silver Shadowman's words echoed in Thales' ears. A thought appeared in Thales' heart. He had a feeling that this was his farewell. An inexplicable impulse drove the prince to take 2 steps forward and shout at Silver Shadowman's back. He shouted at Silver Shadowman's back, "Will we meet again?" Silver Shadowman's footsteps paused slightly. The light on his body trembled slightly. "Of course," he said softly. At this moment, the silver light suddenly flowed to the top of Silver Shadowman's head and turned into a line of words. He is lying. Thales was stunned. Silver Shadowman stood where he was as if he still did not notice the abnormality above his head. One day we will definitely be able to meet again in hell like all the souls who rest in peace. Not here in a curse of last resort. Young Jade Star. Silver Shadowman took a step forward again and walked back the way he came. His body, which was formed by light, slowly fused into the rock wall. The silver light flickered for a while and turned into words again. He's still lying. Thales watched Silver Shadowman's body sink into the rock stratum with a dumbfounded expression. He watched as the silver light gradually dimmed. The silver light also dimmed, and it continued to form a line of words. You will not meet again. Thales furrowed his eyebrows. Finally, Silver Shadowman's body completely disappeared from the rock wall. The silver light faded away and could no longer be seen. The almost dim silver light scattered its final words in the air before it disappeared without a trace. Farewell forever. In the next second, Thales' vision turned black. The entire cave sank into complete darkness after Silver Shadowman left. Thales was left alone and he returned to the lonely and silent darkness. He faced the cold air, the stiff rock stratum and the endless silence. Thales could not see anything in the darkness, but he still stared in the direction where Silver Shadowman left with a stupefied expression until an indescribable feeling surged into his heart. Not long ago, Silver Shadowman threw a heavy punch, manifested armor, and mocked him in a relaxed manner. It was as if that scene was still fresh in his mind. I'm already a dead person. The first day I opened my eyes here, I can only stay here, until I am destroyed together with it. I can only stay here, until I am destroyed together with it. It has been a long time, so long that I can't remember how long it has been. Thank you for being a dark guardian that has no scale, no end, no future and no direction. You've given me a few precious, interesting and happy hours. You have given me a few precious, interesting and happy hours. We will part ways in the end, of course. One day we will definitely be able to rest in peace like all the souls. Goodbye. In the next second, Thales clenched his fists. He gritted his teeth, took a step forward and ran forward. At that moment he felt an urge surge into his heart and seep into his veins. Bang. His arms slammed against the solid rock wall. But Thales did not notice it at all. He desperately raised his hoarse and uncomfortable voice, gritted his teeth and shouted in the direction of the rock wall. I will remember it. Remember it. The prince's voice echoed in the cave. Even if you have completely forgotten about it, even if you have already vanished into thin air, I will also remember this day. I will remember this day in the black track. Bang. Bang. Thales clenched his trembling fists and knocked on the rock wall forcefully. He hoped that this could be transmitted to the other end of the rock stratum, to the other end of the lonely night. Hey, did you hear that? In the bottomless darkness, the indignant prince sucked in a long breath and held back the sourness in his nose. I will always remember you. I will remember your name. He practically stuck himself to the rock wall and shouted that name with all his might. Raikuru. Chapter 356. Thales stayed in the darkness for a while. He calmed himself down, turned around and walked away cautiously in the darkness. What does that guy mean? Thales cautiously touched the cold rock wall beside him and thought with a heavy heart, I'll find a way out just by turning around? But, Thales raised his head and looked at the darkness in front of him. He could barely see anything and he felt a headache coming on. When he thought of the possibility of finding an unfamiliar head on the dark rock strata, or suddenly seeing a stiff face, the terrified prince finally gave up on the idea of activating the Sin of Hell's river to explore the way. He used his hands and feet to explore the rock wall beside him and the ground under his feet, not daring to relax. However, the difficulty of the black track was beyond Thales' expectations. He had only taken a few steps when he immediately felt something strange under his feet. Crash. It was the sound of rocks rolling down. Shocked, Thales could not react at all. He only felt that there was nothing under his feet. He lost his balance in the midst of his scream, his upper body leaned forward and he fell down. What? Knowing that he was in trouble, he subconsciously hugged his head and chest to prevent himself from suffering more damage from the impact. However, Thales' luck was obviously worse than that. His elbows barely touched the ground, but he could not stop his body from falling. He continued to slide and even rolled forward due to the inertia. T. Thales thought in panic and pain. This is still a damn slope. Crash. As his body continuously collided with the rock strata, Thales protected his head and face. He curled up his body like he did when he was beaten in the abandoned house a long time ago, trying his best to avoid getting hurt during the rolling. In the dark, his back hurt from the impact and his knees and elbows were also bruised quite a bit. His clothes were torn in many places on the rough ground. The burning sensation spread throughout his body, and Thales could not help but curse this damned place again. Finally, after rolling for the 6th or the 16th round, the dizzy Thales finally stopped with a loud bang and a sharp pain in his left elbow. He touched a flat ground that was not so stiff. Damn it. In the darkness, Thales lay on the ground, moaning in pain. How should I get out? However, in the darkness where he could not see anything, a low, hoarse and chilling moan came faintly. Ah. Thales, who was rubbing the wound on his elbow, immediately felt his scalp tighten. Who is it? The voice was intermittent without any rhythm, and it faintly sounded out in the cavern, light and mysterious. Who dares to disturb my sweet dreams? A gasp that sounded like a struggle before death followed. A chill crept up Thales' back. Seriously? Thales exhaled in pain and shivered slightly in the cold air of the black track. It was hard to believe that he had encountered those things again. Which idiot is it? The voice continued, and there was a chilling rhythm to it. How dare you? He did not dare to move, much less make a sound. He only wished that he was a senseless and ignorant rock right now, afraid that he would be discovered by something unknown in the dark. How dare you come to my resting place? Wait a minute. Questions arose in Thales' mind as he listened to the terrifying soft moan. This voice. He raised his head abruptly and spoke in a trembling voice in the darkness. Kurtz? Surprised and puzzled, Thales asked tentatively in the dark. Is that you, Kurtz? The panting in the darkness paused for a moment. A few seconds later, the creepy, mysterious voice turned into an even colder laughter. The cold laughter reverberated in the air and spread out in a low voice. So it's you, kid. It sounded like... Thales felt a chill in his heart. Why does it sound so strange? He swallowed hard and at the same time with confusion and fear he asked anxiously, You are still alive? The silence in the darkness lasted a long time. During those few seconds, Thales could even hear his increasingly rapid heartbeat. The cold voice came again. Kurtz's voice was a little gloomy and even weak. There was an inexplicable ghastly feeling in her voice. I'm already dead. Thales immediately froze. He closed his eyes and sighed softly. At that moment, Thales said dejectedly, I'm sorry, Kurtz. That was my fault. I couldn't. However, as if she was aware of his emotions, Kurtz's voice traveled into his ears once again. This time it was different. But, if you climb down from my body right now, Kurtz's weak voice became clearer, and Thales gradually grasped the dissatisfaction and anger in her words. If you don't continue to suppress me, I can still be resurrected. Thales felt a chill run down his spine. Then realizing something, he let out a startled cry and quickly climbed back in a flurry. He left Kurtz's pitiful back. I was wondering, why is this piece of land so warm and so soft? While Kurtz moaned in pain and hissed in dissatisfaction, Thales, who was embarrassed and terrified, apologized profusely and escaped the crime of manslaughter. In his haste, he helped up the pitiful Kurtz, who had escaped death and was panting on the ground. You're actually all right. I saw you. In the darkness, Thales tugged at Kurtz's arm with surprise and excitement. He blurted out, You're actually all right. Thales could feel that Kurtz was rolling her eyes at him in disdain in the darkness. Look at what you're saying, this is nothing. The seamstress was still weak, but her words had returned to normal. I grew up among piles of dead people. The seamstress leaned against a protruding rock and panted. You're very tough. Thales exhaled deeply and curled up the corners of his lips. Is that so? I'm glad that you're all right, the prince whispered. Kurtz's grumbling stopped for a moment. A second later, her loud voice rose again. It's just that the rock strata collapsed out of the blue. Kurtz seemed to be pounding her back hard in the darkness. I'm indeed a little unlucky. It feels like wherever I go the ground collapses. I must have forgotten to bring my lucky leggings when I went out. Thales raised his head. The rock strata collapsed, he nodded and repeated. So, you can't see those souls of the deceased, Thales whispered. Kurtz's puzzled voice rose from the darkness. Those what? Thales snorted and shook his head gloomily. It's nothing. So he was the only one who could see and knew that the collapses were the work of the souls of the deceased. Thales remembered when they appeared in the rock wall. Whether it was the sin of Hell's River that caused them to show their violent forms, or the cleansing of the power of eradication that allowed his eyes to see those souls of the deceased, Thales sighed. This method of using the sin of Hell's River to strengthen my eyesight or hearing might seem very convenient, but this is practically the same as seeing ghosts with my eyes open. At this moment, rumble. As a low rumble sounded, the ground shook again. Thales and Kurtz held their breaths at the same time. It can't be. The seamstress' voice rose in disbelief. It's going to happen again? Is it really going to collapse wherever I go? A loud crash rang in their ears. Bang. Thales subconsciously raised his arms to protect his head and retreated as he sensed the crushed stones charging at him. The ground shook more and more violently. A strange, ominous feeling rose in Thales' heart. Note this tremor. Thales had a strange feeling as if he knew what was about to happen here. The prince suddenly remembered Silver Shadowman's words from before, and his face turned pale. No, this time. He tried his best to suppress his panic and palpitations, but he could not remain optimistic. This time it's for real. Thales jumped up from the ground and grabbed Kurtz's arm. There was panic in his words that he could not suppress. Go. He supported himself against the rock wall in the dark and panic grew in his heart. The entire black track is about to collapse. Thales urged loudly, leave. Kurtz let out an ah and said in puzzlement, but why are you, thud. Another piece of rock fell not far from them. Both of them were shaken so badly that they swayed. Faster thief. Exasperated, Kurtz no longer hesitated. She struggled up from the ground like a rabbit and ignored her injured leg. She leaned against Thales' shoulder and limped forward. Boom. The slope they tumbled down was buried by crushed stones. However, after they advanced a few meters in the dark, Kurtz sighed heavily and pushed Thales away. The ground continued to tremble, but Kurtz's dejected voice traveled into their ears. This isn't the route I know. The lights are broken, it's too dark, I can't find the way at all. In the face of Thales' puzzlement and anxiety, Kurtz said dejectedly, besides my leg, we can't walk fast. Thales furrowed his brows. No. Go. Kurtz laughed mournfully in the midst of the rumbling. If you're lucky you might be able to sneak out. Thales finally managed to stabilize his balance amidst the tremors. In his anxiety he subconsciously grabbed Kurtz's arm. No, we definitely have a way we can't let. But he was held down by Kurtz. If you go out, tell the cripple that I've completed his task. Kurtz panted and laughed softly. Also tell him to forget about that girl. No. Thales refused resolutely and roared, get up. Thales wrapped Kurtz's arm around his neck and held her waist, trying desperately to lift her up. It's not the end yet. Get up, you bastard. A clear sound rose and the rock stratum behind them shattered inch by inch. Crash. A cave not far away from them seemed to have completely collapsed. The teenager lost his footing and fell on the rock wall with Kurtz. Let's go. Kurtz panted and pushed his shoulder, urging him to leave. If you don't want to be buried alive now, no. Thales gritted his teeth in the darkness. I just can't find the way, right? As long as I can see clearly. He supported himself against the rock wall. Indignant, he was about to activate the sin of Hell's River and enter the Hell's senses that he had always hated. But before he could summon the sin of Hell's River, the moment he supported himself against the rock wall, Thales felt the tremors in his hand, but his heart became calm at that moment. Strange. There's something different. Thales was stunned. His senses, hey, if you don't leave now we're all going to die here. In the darkness, Kurtz cursed in exasperation as she pushed Thales with all her might, but her urging was futile. But then she seemed to have thought of something and laughed. Forget it, Kurtz said with a chuckle. There was fatigue in her voice. Dying together with the prince, and before we died we even pulled and hugged each other and never left each other. Thales was immersed in his own senses and did not have time to care about anything else. At that moment, Thales touched the cave wall and felt the roughness and layers unique to the rock stratum. There was a strange throbbing in his heart. When I was still a girl, Kurt sighed and leaned against the rock wall absent-mindedly. I dreamed of this day. I dreamed that one day a good, powerful, handsome, elegant and focused man would discover me, a beautiful little white flower blooming in a swamp, and would ride a horse to carry his princess home. Thales did not pay attention to Kurtz's words. He touched the rock wall and felt that his surroundings were different from his senses. He was even more surprised. It feels like, I'm touching the pulse of some living creature. Pulse, 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 pulse. It's like the earth breathing. It's like the mountains dozing off. It's like the rocks snoring. Thales trembled as he touched the rock stratum and sensed the information coming from it. He was incredibly surprised and amazed. What exactly is this? No, it's not important. What's important is... Most importantly, Thales raised his head absent-mindedly and looked in one direction gently. There. Even though he could not see anything. But he knew. There. It's there. Until that night when those drunk soldiers snuck into my tent. Son of a b****. Kurtz snorted and shook her head slowly. What prince? What wedding? The stories I heard when I was young are all fake. The prince will indeed marry the princess, but don't worry, there's only one princess and it's definitely not you. In the end, you'll realize that the most reliable man is the bastard beside you who curses all day long, has a body full of problems and refuses to repent. Even so, his eyes aren't on you. He's always thinking about a b*** in his dreams. At this moment, no. Thales struggled up from the ground. As Kurtz cried out in surprise, he wrapped his arm around the seamstress's voluptuous waist and forcibly lifted her up. The prince, who had understood something, gasped for air. His body could not help but tremble because of his excitement. We won't die here. The ground began to tremble again. The falling rocks behind them became more frequent. In the darkness, Thales tried his best to lead Kurtz forward. He shouted angrily, "Follow me." Chapter 357. Trust me. About a dozen steps forward, there's an opening to the left. Thales' tone was agitated and he spoke a little impatiently, "Go that way." Kurtz did not quite understand what was going on. He was still resisting his help. But you... Sensing that the person beside him was not cooperating with him, Thales became more and more impatient. The seamstress sighed. "Forget it, it will be faster if you go alone." Damn it. This guy. Why do you have so much to say? Leave me here. Maybe this is the price I have to pay. I shouldn't do work without pay. Thales could not take it anymore. He sucked in a deep breath and moved closer to Kurtz's neck in the dark. He yelled into her ear, "Don't worry." "Shut up, bitch." Kurtz shuddered. "What did you call me?" She gritted her teeth and said, "Brat?" "Nonsense." Thales roared and retorted, "If you die here, who will take care of that cripple whose brain is filled with nothing but **t? Without you, one day he will die in some desolate alley. Even if it rots into the soil, no one will know." Kurtz's arm around his neck trembled slightly. Thales dragged the seamstress and moved forward with all his might. He gritted his teeth and said, "Stop your stupid chatter. We can definitely get out of here alive. I don't have that much free time to help you pass on a message. The prince is very busy. No matter what you want to say to anyone, say it yourself." Kurtz's voice trailed off. Only the sound of her breathing could be heard. "Damn it." Kurtz gritted her teeth and suppressed her voice. She sniffed. "What do you know? You're just a little brat who has never touched a woman before." But she no longer resisted. Instead, she limped forward, following Thales' rhythm. The collapse behind him was getting closer and closer. Thales suddenly left the rock wall that he had been supporting himself on and forcefully brought the woman to the rock on the other side. A second after they left, the rock wall suddenly cracked and collapsed. "Follow my footsteps. There's a slope in front of us. We have to climb it." Kurtz was shocked. "Huh?" Thales, who was so tired that he was out of breath, did not have the time to explain. "We're here. Right in front of us." The seamstress was suspicious. "But how did you know? Damn it." Crawl. Thales grabbed Kurtz's arm and pounced on the slope. He used his shoulder to push against Kurtz's chest with all his might and climbed up with the heavily injured Kurtz. He roared furiously, Don't talk anymore. This is the prince's order. Kurtz choked for a moment. She had a tough personality, but this time she surprisingly did not retort. Instead, she obediently followed the prince and fled for their lives. This was probably the most obedient she had ever been in her life. They climbed up the slope, and just a few seconds later, it was covered by a fallen slab of rock. Speed up, while panting, Thales urged. I will try my best to choose the safest path, but the rock stratum under our feet is fragile. The back is going to collapse. Kurtz did not say much. Instead, she placed half of her weight on Thales' shoulders and quickened her steps. The lonely darkness, coupled with the endless years, was a terrible torture. Knowing that there was a fatal threat behind them, yet they could only grope their way forward in the endless darkness. This was a torture worse than torture. Strive to move forward, strive to climb, strive to explore. Strive to climb over obstacles, strive to avoid danger. But they still could not see the way out. They could not see the sun. Their surroundings were still pitch black. They could not see the sun, could not see their fingers, and could not see light. It was as if everything was in vain. Why aren't we there yet? Did we go the wrong way? The hope in Thales' heart gradually faded away. He had a feeling that if he was the only one moving forward, he would sooner or later be tortured to madness by this terrible torture. But now, he felt the similarly warm body on his right. He felt the heartbeat in her chest, which was so close to his. It was pulsing. Oh, he could not give up. Thales bit the tip of his tongue hard and let the pain remind him. He could not give up. Darkness still shrouded Thales' eyes. It was as if he had become completely blind during these 10 or so minutes. It was cold and damp underground. It was bumpy and difficult to walk. But he could not give up. They did not walk in a straight line. Instead, they hurriedly moved back and forth in the dark underground labyrinth. Regardless of whether it was above their heads or below their feet, the collapse behind them never stopped. There were a few times when the shattered stones brushed past their heels. No, don't turn there. There's a cliff in front that leads deeper underground. We'll turn right. Thales said through gritted teeth. He took a deep breath, touched the rock wall, and shook his head to confirm his senses. How do you know? Kurtz, who had been holding back all the way, could not help but speak up. She questioned, the sound of the falling stones on the right is too loud. We will be buried alive. Because there's a cliff in front of us. I don't know if it was cracked open after an earthquake thousands or hundreds of years ago. Thales shook his head. And there's a naturally formed cave on the right. It's very sturdy inside. No. Kurtz's doubts grew stronger. I'm asking about the cliff, the earthquake. How do you know about these? Thales' breathing froze for a moment. They turned right and entered a cave. Tremors came continuously from the top of the cave, and dust fell from above their heads. But the place did not collapse. I don't know. Thales climbed up with all his might and mumbled. I just know. He just knew the path. That was all. The prince knew very well that Kurtz was suspicious of how he suddenly became a guide who was familiar with the path. But he did not have time to explain. Just now, at the moment he touched the rock wall, time did not slow down, his vision did not increase, and his senses did not strengthen. But Thales felt that he seemed to have seen more things. The cracking of the rock layers, the pressure of the mountains, the rhythmic movement of the earth's crust, and the place he should go. Everything was in his heart. Thales panted rapidly. He was shocked by his strange feeling and wondered if this was a new function of his hell senses after they were further developed. But according to Blacksword, he had not died yet. How did his power of eradication level up? Go forward, keep going forward. That's the only path to the outside world, the only exit. Thales was drenched in sweat, but he could no longer tell whether it was Kurtz's sweat or his own. His shoulders were sore and painful, his legs were trembling, and his back, which was against Kurtz's, was almost numb. And he did not continue speaking. Based on this situation, whether that place is an exit or not, it will completely collapse in a few minutes and disappear. The black track will be completely isolated from the world's sight. However, just as they climbed up a gentle slope, Kurtz suddenly spoke. This feeling. Yes, the air is getting clearer. We're getting closer to the surface and the exit. She was very experienced, and there was a faint hint of surprise in her voice at that moment. Brat, you're really amazing. Thales immediately felt his spirits lift. Finally, after they turned a corner, they saw the rock in front of them clearly. At the top of a steep slope, a faint light seeped into the cave. Both of them sucked in a sharp breath. "We're here." Asterisk bang. Asterisk the booming sounds behind them suddenly became louder. A huge stone pillar fell from behind them. "Run!" Thales roared. Kurtz did not need his reminder. Both of them used all their strength and climbed up the steep slope with all their might. They only stared fixedly at the exit at the top and focused on moving forward. Shattered stones flew everywhere behind them. The booming sounds did not make them turn around at all. Their height slowly increased and bloody marks appeared on their wrists and knees. Thales gritted his teeth. He felt his strength gradually draining away. "No. Climb. Hurry." Kurtz's equally rapid breathing echoed in his ears, making his temples itch. Her life and her future were still on his shoulders. The other party's obedience and trust made Thales feel a heavy weight in his heart. Even if Kurtz had lost hope, he could not bend his knees to despair. The booming sounds beside his ears and the trembling under his body continued. There were also the shattering sounds behind him. But he could not give up. He had to move forward. Continue moving forward. Continue moving forward. Finally they climbed up the last rock. Thales stuck his head out of the cave and greedily sucked in a breath of fresh air that he had not breathed in for a long time. Ah! The bright sunlight made him unable to open his eyes, but Thales only felt his heart relax. He could not care about resting. He quickly rolled out of the cave, turned around and grabbed Kurtz, who fell behind because she could not move freely. The sin of Hell's river spread to his arms and legs. Thales roared and pulled her out of the cave. Kurtz fell at his feet in pain. Both of them panted and used their hands and feet to crawl out of the opening at the bottom of the mountain. My God! The seamstress' face was covered in scratches and bruises, and there were even a lot of stains. But she was so excited that she trembled. She looked at the clouds in the sky and extended her hand towards the air. It was as if she had touched the air for the first time. "We actually came out alive." Thales collapsed on the ground. He was also covered in wounds and panted in pain. But a few seconds later he laughed heartily. At that moment, asterisk boom. Asterisk amid the loud noise, a strong gust of wind suddenly blew in the cave, stirring up a huge cloud of dust. Thales and Kurtz had to raise their arms to cover their heads. At the same time they coughed continuously. Puff. What the hell? After a while the huge cloud of dust dissipated. Thales and Kurtz, who were sitting on the ground, were covered in dust. They looked at the scene in front of them and looked at each other. The cave they crawled out of was blocked by a huge rock that had fallen from inside. The path was sealed. If they had come out a little later. Kurtz stared at Thales, who looked like a refugee. She suddenly burst out laughing and lay down on her back. Thales laughed as well. He too slowly lay down on the ground. They lay in the opening at the foot of the mountain and laughed together. They laughed for a few minutes. At that moment the prince sincerely felt that he could see the sky and the sun. How blissful! Compared to the people underground, as he thought about it, his mood turned cold. "Hey, have you been here before? How did you know the exit?" Kurtz was done laughing. She lay on the ground and stared at the blue sky and white clouds she had not seen for a long time. A sense of satisfaction rose in her. Thales' smile froze a little. "I've climbed the black track no less than 10 times. The seamstress snorted and laughed. "But I've always been the one leading the way." In the next second, Kurtz abruptly flipped herself up from the ground. She placed her hands on both sides of Thales' shoulders, and her knees clamped around the prince's waist. She pressed herself on top of Thales, blocking his line of sight. "Don't tell me that this is a compulsory course for the nobles or the royal family." Kurtz's gaze was rather sharp. She nodded slowly and her eyes drew closer to Thales. "Even the suzerain's family in Heroic Spirit Palace doesn't know about this terrible place. It took us a few generations to find our way out and many of us never came out again." Thales stared at her anxiously. This posture made the teenager feel rather uneasy. Kurtz's gaze became sharper. His heart beat faster and faster. "This is bad. How should I explain it?" "Haha, I'm just joking." Kurtz suddenly laughed again. "We've already escaped. Who cares how you found out? Look at how scared you are." Thales heaved a sigh of relief. "But..." Kurtz's eyes turned and she scrutinized him with a contemplative look. "You're quite calm. It doesn't seem like your first time." But Thales was stunned. Kurtz switched from propping herself up with her palms to propping herself up with her elbows. She drew closer to Thales. Her chest was about to bump against Thales' chest. Thales stared at her nervously. Kurtz observed his expression and smirked. No wonder you dare to call me a B*T. Hee, you've played with quite a number of girls, haven't you? This time Thales choked and his face really turned red. Ahem. He turned his head away awkwardly. That's not true, is it? Didn't you feel rather good when you bumped against my chest just now? Kurtz narrowed her eyes and stared at him as if she had caught him in the act. Thales felt awkward again. Right about why I know the way. That's because, tisk. Kurtz watched Thales change the topic. She shook her head in disdain, turned around and sat back down. Thales escaped from her restraints. He anxiously fled from the spot and stood up. But he was immediately stunned. He raised his head and looked at the towering mountain, the layers of rocks, the tranquil soil and the tenacious trees before him. Thales' gaze moved upwards again. He looked along the curve of the mountain and he could see the entire mountain range that stretched outwards. Under the sunlight it looked so special. This is the Sighing Hills. He exhaled slowly and walked forward without realizing it. He touched the rock strata that towered in front of him. This was the first time Thales stood outside the belly of the mountain. At the foot of the mountain he looked around at the towering mountain range that surrounded and protected Dragon Cloud City. It lay quietly on the ground under the clouds. The scorching sun, the blowing wind and rain, and the footsteps of travelers never made it move. From ancient times until now. From the present to the future. To eternity. There was a strange magnificence to it. At that moment Thales suddenly understood. It was not the sin of hell's river. It was not the senses of hell. It was, you're asking me why I know the way? Thales was lost in thought for a moment. Because someone gave me a blessing before we parted. What? Kurtz's expression changed. A blessing? Thales felt the rock strata tremble under his palm and he smiled. Yes. He lowered his head and looked at the sealed cave. That figure appeared in front of him again. May the mountains tolerate your footsteps. May the earth bless you on your journey. He blessed me. Thales stared at it in a daze. He thought about the deep underground and said with complicated emotions, to never be lost. So I found a way out. Kurtz observed Thales for a few seconds. She looked at the absent-minded expression on his face. Hey. Kurtz sighed and shrugged. Another crazy one. Thales snapped out of his daze and chuckled. Maybe. The two of them lay quietly on the ground and recovered their strength, which had been greatly depleted. There was no terrifying darkness, no soundless loneliness, no falling rocks behind them and no tremors on the ground. At that moment, it was as if the whole world had become lazy. Thales rested his head on his arm and looked at the faintly visible human figure on the mountaintop. The corners of his lips slowly curled up. Heroic Spirit Palace, he said faintly. Kurtz was stunned. What? Thales looked at the black figure and muttered in a daze. That's the palace where the Archduke of Dragon Cloud City lived for generations in the magnificent Dragon Cloud City. It was built on the dangerous peak and it suppressed the peak of the mountains. He smiled faintly and said, but why is it named this way? Kurtz furrowed her eyebrows and looked at him as if she was looking at a lunatic. Heroic spirit? You'll have to ask the person who built it. Thales snorted softly. He shook his head and was filled with emotions. In the language of the ancient Northlanders, it means the dead souls of heroes. A gentle breeze blew past, bringing fresh air to the small flat land at the foot of the mountain. The sun was blocked by clouds and the two of them welcomed a hint of shade. Thales stared at the mountaintop. Did you know, Kurtz, that in a certain corner of this city under a certain mountain range, there might really be the dead souls of ancient heroes? The teenager sighed. Day after day, year after year, without seeing the sun, without end and without anyone knowing, in the darkness that Dragon Cloud City and the people can't see, watching over this city and this land. Kurtz raised her eyebrows, and the way she looked at Thales became increasingly strange. At that moment the prince suddenly remembered the first time he met Silver Shadowman. Silver Shadowman clutched his throat in a daze and his arm, which shone with silver light, was dangerously pierced into his chest. Just as he was about to take his life, he suddenly stopped. Thales was slightly stunned. He subconsciously extended his hand to his chest and pressed downwards. The teenager shuddered slightly. Thales's expression slowly darkened. With complicated emotions he said, "What do you think, Kurtz?" Kurtz looked at Thales with a pitiful gaze as if she was looking at a patient. She turned around in resignation. "You're asking me?" "Here he goes again, this crazy brat," she criticized in her heart. "Who knows?" "I see." Thales continued to touch his chest. He could not help but curl up the corners of his lips to reveal a faint smile. "That's right." He looked at the towering mountain peak and smiled. "Who knows?" The feeling under his palm gave him the outline of a pair of glasses. It was that pair of glasses. Chapter 358. Under the clear sky, Thales and Kurt stood outside a small house in the wild and watched two saddled draft horses grazing leisurely in front of them. "Are you sure you don't need me to send you back?" Kurtz asked as she scratched her head while leaning on a tree branch. Even though Dragon Cloud City's search is limited to the city, all the major checkpoints must have been notified. Thales inhaled lightly and looked at the small house in front of him with a light heart. It was a hiding spot outside the city belonging to Glee Ward and his brothers. These bumpkins from Shield District had long since arranged for their subsequent escape through their own people, who were transporting their necessities and excrement. Thales' face darkened again when he thought of this. Two draft horses would graze on the grass while they watched them docilely. Perhaps the adventures in the Black Track were too exciting, but for a moment after they escaped, Thales almost forgot the main purpose of their trip. But when he recalled it, all sorts of feelings welled up in his heart. Thales breathed in the air that smelled like grass in the wild and looked at the stubborn weeds under his feet. He could not help but sigh at the coniferous forest unique to Northland in the distance. It had been 6 years. He had walked out of Dragon Cloud City. From time to time, the prince would look back at the mountain in the distance and imagine the bustling and messy streets on the other side of the mountain, as well as the rough and majestic palace. He shook his head and put an end to these past memories with a smile. "And do you know where you're going?" Kurtz frowned. "Yes, I know the direction and I also know where the checkpoints are and where I can't go." Thales recalled the map and remembered the route Raphael had pointed out to him. He found that it was still quite clear. "Don't worry, someone will pick me up ahead." And Thales stepped on the ground and felt the strange pulse under his feet. He said in a low voice, "I know the way." Kurtz placed one hand on her hip and stared at him fixedly. It was as if she knew some of his secrets. It made Thales feel uneasy. "All right." After a while, the seamstress spread her hands. "If you reach the place, let go of the reins. This is the Fallon family's old horse. It knows how to go home." Speaking of which, Thales looked at the horse with a worried expression. He remained alert and tentatively tugged on the reins, ready to dodge the horse's hooves at any time. However, he was immediately stunned. "What happened?" Kurtz asked curiously. "It's nothing." Thales tugged at the reins in surprise. He watched as the old horse obediently let him pull it towards him. He reached out to touch its head in a tentative manner. "It's just that. I didn't really get along with animals in the past. Horses are one of them, but today..." The Fallon family's old horse looked at him docilely. It even stuck out its tongue and licked Thales' palm in an intimate manner. Thales suddenly felt a great sense of accomplishment. What was going on today? Single dog welfare? Even animals are obedient? He blinked and felt that the world was really strange. Then he recalled Nicholas' horsemanship teachings in his memories and nimbly got on the saddle. Kurtz looked at the obedient old horse, then looked at him in disdain. "Tisk, look at how familiar you are with this. You must have ridden many good horses before, right?" Thales raised his eyebrows in resignation and was about to leave. "Wait." Kurtz suddenly opened her mouth and revealed a strange smile. "I'll give you one last present. Come here. Let me tell you a little secret about Glee Ward." Thales responded in a stunned manner. However, based on their friendship after they escaped from the cave through life and death, he obediently moved his horse forward and bent down to put his ear close to her. Gleeward's little secret? Could it be? Unexpectedly, the moment he bent down on the horse's back, Kurtz grabbed him by the neck and flashed a mischievous smile, as if she had succeeded in her scheme. Thales was shocked. In the next second, Kurtz tiptoed forward and intimately approached Thales' cheek. Smack. She planted a kiss on Thales' lips. Thales was stunned for a moment. In the next second he was so shocked that his jaw dropped. "Why wait? What are you doing?" With a horrified expression, Thale's reaction was exaggerated. He tugged at the reins and retreated while he wiped his lips. It's still wet. She actually licked it. Licked it. He felt the sensation on his lips and pointed at Kurtz in disbelief, who was grinning mischievously. Why ha ha. Kurtz held her belly and laughed so hard that she bent over. Brat, your reaction is really interesting. Thales stared at Kurtz in a daze. He realized that she only thought that this action was a prank? She's treating this as a prank? Are you kidding me? Thales forced himself to put on a disgusted expression. As he wiped his lips, he said in exasperation, Hey, this joke isn't interesting at all right? Who do you think you are? Oh, it's not interesting. Kurtz's eyes darted around. She stuck out her tongue and licked her lips nimbly. She winked cunningly at him who was on the horse. What, do you want to go further? Thales was so frightened that he lifted the reins again and took a step back. Thales was in a mess. He felt that the whole world was filled with malice. He really did not know what kind of expression he should use to face this crude and violent woman. Tisk. When she saw his reaction, Kurtz said in disdain, It can't be your first kiss, right? How lame. Thales' expression darkened. The pride in his heart made him feel that he could not show any signs of weakness. Humph, conceited woman. Thales put on a disdainful expression. My first kiss was much more beautiful than yours. But he's a pervert who kills without batting an eyelid. Kurtz laughed out loud in response. Thales shook his head in embarrassment. He was just about to fling the reins and leave. Thank you, child. Kurtz's voice traveled into his ears. It was a little deep. Thales turned his head around, puzzled. Remember, when you grow up you have to be a good man. At this moment, Kurtz's expression was a little gloomy. You have to take responsibility and you have to be the kind that others can entrust their shoulders to. Even in the deepest darkness, she said absent-mindedly. There was a desolate expression on her face. No one knew what she was thinking about. Thales paused for a moment. He felt a little sour in his heart. Thank you, Kurtz, he said quietly. But Kurtz giggled and shook her head. Kurtz is a nickname, not my official name. Thales put on a puzzled look. The cripple has a big tongue. He thinks that my name is too long, so, after so many years I'm already used to Kurtz. Kurtz ran her right hand through the hair in her forehead. She swung her head backwards and combed her messy hair to the back of her head. With the toss of her head and the stretch of her waist, Kurtz's movements were smooth, natural, elegant, and neat. Coupled with her graceful figure, there was a strange sense of beauty in her movements. At that moment, Thales suddenly had a thought that made him feel slightly ashamed. This woman with a gruff voice before me seems to be rather charming. Thales coughed softly and quickly shook his head. He chased away the boring thought and the strange feeling that had just returned to his lips. Christina. Kurtz smiled charmingly. Christina Ramon, that's my real name. Thales shrugged. All right, Miss Ramon. But he was immediately stunned. Ramon. Thales mulled over the family name and his expression changed slightly. His gaze when he looked at Kurtz was different. I heard from Glee Ward that your father was a military doctor? Kurtz furrowed her eyebrows. Yes, a lunatic. He was abnormal before he disappeared. And my biggest gain from being by his side was learning how to suture people whether they were dead or alive. She shook her head in disdain. It was obvious that she did not think much of her father. Is that so? At that moment, Thales was in a strange mood. He could not put his feelings into words. How did you come to Dragon Cloud City in Shield District? Kurtz froze for a moment. More than 20 years ago, my father shoved me into the hands of an old comrade and disappeared. Kurtz shrugged. I ran into a few bastards and a bunch of *T in the military camp. Then I met the cripple and he brought me out. A few seconds later, Thales said with great difficulty, Your missing father, what's his name? Maybe I can help you find him. Kurtz fell silent. Cobb or Kobo? I can't remember. She waved her hand in a seemingly indifferent manner. It's okay, I've always thought that he was dead anyway. Kurtz snorted softly. I never counted on him either. But she immediately noticed that Thales shuddered slightly. The prince looked hesitant and his expression was unusually solemn. He lowered his gaze. It was as if he did not dare to face her. What's wrong? Kurtz asked, puzzled. She then deliberately put on a bashful smile, raised the corners of her lips and teased him again. Oh, you can't bear to part with me, right? You want to marry me and bring me back to the castle? But Thales had no intention of teasing her. He did not pay attention to Kurtz's words at all. He only nodded anxiously. Kurtz, I will pay attention. The prince's voice was a little gloomy. He turned his horse around. If I can find him. Find your father. He said dejectedly, and thank you. Miss Ramon. Kurtz looked at him strangely, but in the end she did not say anything. She only snorted softly and waved at him with a slightly solemn expression. Take care. Brat Prince. Thales did not dare to turn his head anymore. In the next second he raised the reins and galloped in the direction of his memory. Dragon Cloud City along with the memories of that place. Stay behind. The sun set in the west. Thales rode cautiously in the wilderness outside Dragon Cloud City. He was neither fast nor slow. He still remembered the rendezvous point marked on the map by Raphael. Dragon Cloud City was still locked down, and the guards and search teams were still inside the city. He was very close to the rendezvous point. As long as he left the city smoothly, he could reach it in less than a day. Even so, he still acted cautiously and tried his best to search for places like hills and bushes. He would rather take a long detour to ensure his safety. He stayed away from checkpoints, villages, and any places with human habitation. Every time he arrived at a new place, he would use Hell's senses to observe his surroundings. Even though he was very tired, he tried his best not to stop and rest too much. He used the dry food and water Kurtz prepared for him on the horse to stave off his hunger. Thanks to the riding skills Nicholas taught him, he traveled in circles for most of the day. He tried his best to avoid some farmers and woodcutters who worked in the wild, praying that they would not notice this suspicious pedestrian. Finally, when it was almost dusk, he arrived at the designated rendezvous point. Thales saw the coniferous forest Raphael told him about. He compared it to the symbolic hills around him. After he confirmed that it was the place in front of him, he could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. According to the plan, the first batch of people from the Secret Intelligence Department would wait for him here and escort him across Rubble Hill, Sunset Snow River, and the boundaries of Spear City. He would then arrive at the land of barren rocks, the border between the city of Faraway Prayers and Dragon Cloud City. Thales used Hell's senses to try and sense the movements in the bushes. After he confirmed that there were only the usual sounds of birds chirping and small animals running back and forth, he breathed a sigh of relief. He rode into the bushes and got down in front of a tall fir tree. He patted the old horse's neck gratefully. The old horse snorted in response. Then it happily ate the weeds under the tree. Even though it was not fast, its temper was much better than Miss Jenny's in Heroic Spirit Palace's stable. Thales turned around and took another deep breath of the wild air. He looked at the small coniferous forest, which was usually unfrequented, with satisfaction. That was why the Secret Intelligence Department had chosen it as their rendezvous point. He leaned against the tree and sat down. He took out his water skin and poured a mouthful of water into his dry lips to relieve the soreness in his limbs caused by climbing the black track, as well as the damage caused by the friction on his inner thighs. The first step is complete, Thales said quietly. He used his finger to draw a small circle in the soil. The hardest part is over. Dragon Cloud City is already behind me. He drew a big circle to the west. He was in Rubble Hill, one of the largest fiefs under Dragon Cloud City. It was in the western part of the forest under the rule of the old Count Nazir. If he walked southwest from the forest, he would pass by a tributary of Sunset Snow River. Thales continued to draw a line downwards. After crossing the river, he would arrive at Spear City under Dragon Cloud City. Then he would head to the land of barren rocks. That was the territory of the city of Faraway Prayers. If he walked south from the land of barren rocks, the great desert would be right before his eyes. Once I enter the desert, I will be facing Constellation's army. Thales thought absent-mindedly. At this moment he suddenly heard a strange bird's cry. Is the person we agreed on here? Thales stood up curiously and wanted to search the forest at dusk. Bang. In the next breath, almost at the moment he heard the loud noise, Thales felt pain in his back. He lost his balance due to the huge force behind him. He fell to the ground with a thud. The pain in his chin had just arrived. Before Thales' nerves could give him a normal response, he felt his back tighten. Bang. A heavy pressure came at him. Thales was shocked to find that his hands were firmly gripped by someone. What's wrong? Thales instinctively wanted to struggle, but only then did he realize that his whole body was pressed to the ground. His hands were locked behind his back and he could not move. Even the sin of Hell's River could not react in time. Thud. His water skin fell to the ground at this moment. Water dripped weakly into the soil. Wow. A rather familiar male voice rang out. It sounded like the sound of a gong being struck. He laughed loudly and said, "Look what I caught. A big lively fish." When Thales heard this voice he thought of something and his face instantly turned pale. The prince gritted his teeth and tried his best to raise his head. With his face covered in mud he looked behind him. "It's you!" Thales cried out in grief and indignation. "The Raven of Death." As the prince roared angrily, a flock of birds was startled away from the bushes. Under the setting sun, the vanguard of the City of Faraway Prayers diplomat group, the Raven of Death, Ned Monty, one of the 5 war generals, was kneeling on Thales' back. He pressed down on Thales' struggling hands. With a malicious smile, the Raven of Death slowly moved closer to Thales' ear. Young prince. For the sake of our mutual convenience, let's be a little gentler. Okay?" Thales could only see the man's brown hair from the corner of his eye. But he could feel that Monty's method of suppressing him was very professional. Whether it was turning over or kicking, he was in the worst position. He could not exert any strength at all. Not to mention that Thales had already used up most of his strength because of the black track. The prince's heart sank. How could it be him? Why is he here? Where are the people from the Secret Intelligence Department? Wait. Doesn't that mean? Monty's smile was a little scary. With the excitement of catching prey, he said softly, "Are you looking for the people from the kingdom's Secret Intelligence Department?" At that moment Thales' pupils shrank. His heart skipped a beat. "I'm sorry, they're all very busy now." Monty's words made Thales' heart turn cold. All very busy. Thales looked at his surroundings in disbelief. The quiet forest, the silent air and the lifeless air. Yes, the people from the kingdom's Secret Intelligence Department should have been waiting for me here a long time ago. But there's no movement at all. What's going on? The kind of busy that I'm unwilling to do you understand? The Raven of Death chuckled, and for some reason, it sent chills down Thales' spines. So I volunteered generously and took the initiative to take over this task from them. He licked his lips and looked at Thales, who had his head turned away with a pained expression. With the joy of toying with his prey, he chuckled coldly. "I came to welcome you. Why are you unhappy?" The sin of Hell's River surged into his brain. Thales forced himself to calm down. How did he know about this place? Isn't this the meeting place that only the Secret Intelligence Department knows about? Is there a traitor in the Secret Intelligence Department? Was the information leaked? Or was the Secret Intelligence Department doing this on purpose and this is their plan? Just like 6 years ago? When he thought of this, Thales immediately broke out in a cold sweat. "How did you get out?" "I remember that the Star Killer locked down the entire Dragon Cloud City, and most of the nobles were among them, especially the diplomat group from the City of Faraway Prayers, whose interests are closely related to mine." Monty only snorted softly. "Aha, my relationship with Spiky is much more complicated than you think." Thales took a deep breath. His nose was filled with the smell of soil. "Damn it. You want to kidnap me and bring me to the City of Faraway Prayers?" The prince turned his head and said with difficulty. Monty's terrifying laughter traveled into his ears again in a sinister manner. Don't you think that this is a good choice? Don't you get along well with Ian?" There was an inexplicable, fanatical and satisfied smile on his face. He looked like a lunatic. "He kept asking me to entertain you if I have the chance to meet you." Monty suddenly increased the strength in his grip. Thales let out a pained cry. But he did not have time to care about that. In the Hall of Heroes, at the end of the council hearing, the Viscount of Dual Wind City, Ian Rockney's ferocious face and ruthless words appeared before Thales' eyes at the same time. The cold wind of dusk blew past. Thales only felt chills all over his body. The soil under him was also bone-chilling. T. He quickly recalled all the information he had about Monty. Ned Monty. The Raven of Death. The Scout and Vanguard. He participated in the war against the Alliance of Freedom and White Mountain. The 5 war generals, former White Blade Guards, Nicholas' old colleague and subordinate. Now he's the lord of the city of faraway prayers, the diplomat group's vanguard. He's preposterous, has a big mouth and has a terrifying smile. Wait. Thales stopped thinking and said through gritted teeth. Monty's terrifying laughter stopped for a moment. Think about it. Even though Thales looked disheveled and his life was threatened, he still tried his best to maintain his tone. He said coldly, "The Prince of Constellation disappeared in Dragon Cloud City. But a month later I mysteriously appeared in the city of faraway prayers. Do you know what this means?" Monty stopped laughing, but his light-colored eyes were fixed on Thales without moving. The chill in his gaze was terrifying. "You should also know that I am the key to the war between the City of Faraway Prayers and the Alliance of Freedom," Thales said with a cold smile. "And if I suggest to Archduke Rockney that Constellation can help them, the condition is—" At this moment the Raven of Death suddenly laughed out loud. "Ah!" Thales, who was interrupted, was slightly stunned. But Monty looked very happy. His face was full of excitement and the curve of his smile was wider than before. He widened his eyes at Thales and he looked rather terrifying. "I remember now. A professional told me this before. Thales Jadestar is not big but he is very troublesome. So there are the necessary rules to deal with the young prince." Thales was slightly stunned. "What? Deal with me? Necessary rules?" Monty's expression darkened and he chuckled softly. For some reason Thales was terrified. He instinctively felt that things were not good. "The first rule." The Raven of Death's smile melted as if ice had turned into ice water, but it was still as chilling as ever. "Make him shut up." In the next second Monty's expression became stern. His right elbow struck the back of the teenager's head at lightning speed. Asterisk thud. Asterisk a heavy muffled sound rose. Chapter 359. Bright Moon Rocks Bonfire Wild and a Man. When Thales woke up, the feedback from Hell's senses gave him such a scene. "Good, I'm not tied up." Thales opened his eyes slowly. Despite the pain at the back of his head and the waves of dizziness, he quietly touched his waist. "Are you looking for this?" A voice that sounded like a gong rose. Thales sighed and gave up on searching. He sat up laboriously and patted the dust off his clothes. "That's mine." Beside the bonfire at night, Monty leaned against a tree with a leisurely expression. He looked at Thales with a smile. JC's dagger spun nimbly in the man's hand and he performed a lot of tricks. "I have to say it's pretty sharp." The Raven of Death turned the dagger into a backhand grip and swiftly sliced through the air. He pulled his arm back with a soft sound of the air being sliced. "I can be considered to know a lot about weapons, but I can't even tell that it's made of some rare metal. Say, the royal family is indeed the royal family." Monty flicked JC's blade and clicked his tongue with interest. Thales twisted his neck in resignation to soothe the pain at the back of his head while he observed his surroundings. They were no longer in the forest, but in a wilderness with complicated terrain and jagged rocks of all shapes and sizes. The man had even started a fire under a huge rock that was slanted to avoid the wind. There were 2 horses tied to the tree behind Monty. They were well equipped and one of them had a quiver while the other even had a long sword and shield. It was obvious that they were war horses. With Hell's senses, Monty's silhouette was no different from that of a normal person. He had a transparent human form, but Thales could see that, just like the Fortress Flower, the Kingdom's Wrath and the Star Killer, there was a strange power hidden in this supreme class elite's body. It lurked in his muscles and blood vessels and occasionally flashed across his body. The horses are on the opposite side and there are no weapons. This is a wilderness I'm not familiar with and the enemy is very powerful. Thales secretly shook his head. The chances of escaping are very low. While he was observing carefully, Monty had already put down his dagger and tossed a piece of jerky and a waterskin to him from afar. Thales caught them in a flurry then frowned slightly. "That's it." The prince patted the dust off the jerky and said with a disgusted expression, "Since you started a fire, can't you hunt and roast some meat?" Monty shook his head and did not seem to care at all. "My apologies, Your Highness. In the wild, the smell of meat will attract unnecessary trouble. It's already too much to start a fire." The Raven of Death grabbed another piece of jerky, stuffed it into his mouth and chewed it with relish. "Of course you can choose not to eat it." Thales sighed in a seemingly sorrowful manner. He took a small bite of the jerky and put on a disgusted expression as he stared at Monty in displeasure. The man opposite him seemed to be very interested in the prince's appearance of not being able to swallow his food, and let out a low mocking laugh. What is this place? The prince seemed to have given up on protesting. He stared at Monty dejectedly and glanced at JC's dagger by Monty's hand. Where are we? Monty tore another mouthful of jerky and deliberately chuckled. On the way. On the road. Thales furrowed his eyebrows slightly. Wow, so accurate. I'm really sorry that I did not bring you a map, Monty said sarcastically. Your Highness. The people from the Secret Intelligence Department, the people who were supposed to be waiting in the forest to receive me. Thales said flatly, what did you do to them? Monty laughed when he heard that. He laughed very happily and his shoulders shook as if he was very happy when he thought about it. This made Thales' heart sink. Didn't I tell you? Monty blinked and had a smug look on his face. They were very busy. Thales, whose expression darkened, did not respond. Instead, he quietly opened the water skin. He covered his mouth with the spout and quietly activated Hell's senses. Once again he carefully observed his surroundings, including the position of the moon. It's midnight now. It's been at least a few hours since he knocked me out. But, strange. The prince drank a mouthful of water and asked faintly, Are you alone? Monty furrowed his eyebrows. What's wrong? The Raven of Death narrowed his eyes slightly. A hint of wariness flashed in his gaze. Do you think that if I'm alone you might have a chance? Thales glanced at the bag containing the crossbow beside him, then at JC's dagger lying quietly on the ground. He sighed softly. Forget it. I never had the delusion that I could challenge Extet's most famous scout alone. Monty chuckled softly. A cold glint flashed in the Raven of Death's eyes, making Thales feel uneasy again. Then don't look at me like that. You don't have a chance. Thales put down the water skin and wiped the corners of his mouth. But you're really alone. Monty furrowed his brows and his tone became cold. Do you like to talk nonsense? Thales shook his head. But he still smiled faintly. This can explain other problems. What? Are you afraid of being discovered? Of discovering that you kidnapped the Prince of Constellation without permission? Such as being discovered by Dragon Cloud City, or by your good friend Nicholas? Monty raised his head. His gaze on Thales grew colder. Huh. He curled his lips with a fake smile. Thales raised his eyebrows, put down the water skin and started biting the jerky again. That's true. You're not carrying me but 2,000 cavaliers, he said vaguely. Monty's gaze shifted slightly. Do you remember? Constellation's 2,000 cavaliers are still waiting at the desert border, waiting to interfere with the Alliance of Freedom's war. The prince tore the stiff jerky with difficulty and drank a mouthful of water from time to time. It concerns the interests of the city of faraway prayers and Dragon Cloud City. The burden on your shoulders is not light when you bring me along, Lord Monty. Thales said softly, Are you ready? Monty did not speak but his expression was completely stiff. You talk too much. Thales shook his head nonchalantly. But you're very confident, right? Because you're the best scout in all of Extet. The city of faraway prayers army is also greatly enhanced because of you. The Raven of Death snorted coldly. His gaze on Thales became even more hostile. Flattery won't help you, Your Highness, he said coldly and unhappily. So, why don't you finish the food in your hands and shut up? However, at this moment Thales suddenly laughed out loud. Ah! Monty was slightly surprised at first, then he looked at him suspiciously. I understand now. Thales swallowed the last mouthful of jerky with water and patted his half-full abdomen. The smile on his face became brighter. Oh, you Raven of Death. Monty's expression became even more unpleasant and his attitude became even more displeased. Damn it. Understand what? Thales forced himself to put away his smile and averted his gaze from Monty. He shook his head hard. Nothing. But he burst into laughter again as if he could not hold it in. It's just that. I suddenly realized that I'm too slow. Monty's gaze became fierce. The Raven of Death said coldly, You've said so much but it gives me a bad feeling. You're planning something or you know something. Thales seemed to be engrossed in eating his jerky but his eyes never left Monty. Monty felt very uncomfortable under his stare and he said coldly, They say that you're very good at persuading and swaying people. So, perhaps in the next moment, you'll say something that will make me hesitate? Thales' smile faded away, but he shrugged. There was not a hint of fear on his face. Perhaps you're hesitating because you're guilty to begin with? When he finished speaking, the air sank into silence. Only the crackling of the bonfire remained. The warmth on the Raven of Death's face disappeared completely. This time he stared at the prince quietly for a long time. Thales felt uneasy as he stared at him. A few seconds later Monty sneered and stood up. You know, there's a good way to overcome hesitation. Thales was slightly stunned. He watched the Raven of Death walk towards him and he subconsciously shrank back. What? But Monty was already in front of him. He put on that savage smile of a hunter again and clenched his fists. That is, don't give yourself the chance to hesitate. Are you done eating? Thales felt his heart palpitate. He subconsciously got up and moved backwards. Wait, you. But before Thales could finish speaking, Monty's expression changed. As if he did not need to accumulate any strength, he moved forward at lightning speed. Asterisk bang. Asterisk a dull thud rose. Thales could not even see Monty's movements clearly before he fainted again. You're awake again? This was the first sentence Thales heard in his muddled state after he woke up from his hunger and jolts. It still belonged to that man. The first thing he saw was the ground. The grass, stones, soil on the ground. Wait. Why are they all moving backwards? The moving ground? Thales was shocked. He shook his head hard and to his surprise he was lying on the saddle in an ugly posture. As the horse's hooves moved forward slowly, his head and hands were on one side and his legs were on the other. The prince instinctively struggled to get up, but he realized that he was tied tightly to the saddle. He could not even straighten his body. Damn it! Thales felt the soreness all over his body and looked around in pain. The weather was clear and the sun was shining brightly, but they were walking on a small path covered in weeds. There were cedar trees on both sides of the path. It was obviously not the same place as yesterday's campsite. Damn it! What kind of operation is this? Thales stared at the horse's hooves that moved up and down on the ground with a solemn expression. His heart sank. He desperately looked up at Monty, who was whistling leisurely on another horse. Damn it, is this the treatment you should give to the prince? Thales exhaled. He felt that the pain in his waist and abdomen was becoming more and more unbearable. He could not help but curse through gritted teeth. Are you sure that your superiors won't punish you for this? What if I die on the way? The Raven of Death turned around from his horse and chuckled. But you're not dead yet, are you? And I'm sure that they won't. Ah. Thales heaved a long and heavy sigh. He looked at his tied body and could not help but lower his head. He felt that he was extremely unlucky. You old actor, you used too much force. The Raven of Death did not seem to understand the underlying meaning in Thales' words. He slowed down his horse and rode alongside Thales. Listen, talkative boy. Monty's smile was very terrifying. For the sake of peace and smoothness on our journey, you have two choices now. Monty raised two fingers in a relaxed manner. The joy of having prey in his hands rose on his face. Choice 1, you can continue to talk. But he had not finished speaking. I choose 2, Thales said coldly. He did not even bother to look at Monty's expression or emotions. This made Monty's expression stiffen for a moment. He tilted his head and looked at his raised fingers. He scratched his chin in slight displeasure. Damn it, the Raven of Death said in displeasure. I haven't even started. Thales answered him bluntly and retorted stiffly. Anyway, the result of choice 1 is always the worst, isn't it? Monty snorted in displeasure and turned his head around, inviting ridicule upon himself. They had been on the road for about an hour. It was so long that Thales only had the strength to pant. The feeling of being hung on a horse's back is really... Oh my God, hey, that big-mouthed. The Star Killer told me that he could snap your neck in 5 seconds. At that moment, Thales felt his consciousness blur. His waist ached, and his abdomen, which was against the saddle, was almost worn through. This made him hate the person in front of him so much that he gritted his teeth. Honestly, right now, I'm really looking forward to that scene. Monty stiffened a little while he sat on the horse. 5 seconds? Is that what he said? His expression became very unsightly. But in just a moment Monty composed himself. He smiled in disdain and turned to Thales, who was gritting his teeth on the horse's back. Now I believe that you are indeed troublesome, at least when it comes to being annoying. You're already in this state and you still can't shut your mouth? Thales gasped in pain and tried his best to show a pale smile. This is the problem. When I was still in Dragon Cloud City's hands, they thought I was troublesome. The prince's sweat dripped to the ground. It was rather difficult for him to speak and his voice was hoarse. But after they lost me, they remembered that I was still a bargaining chip. And now I'm in your hands. The teenager tried his best to raise his head. He was drenched in cold sweat, but he still tried his best to put on an ugly smile. Guess who is the most troublesome? Monty snorted coldly and moved his horse forward. He slowly raised his hand and aimed it at Thales' neck. Thales immediately felt a chill run down his spine. The feeling of being frightened returned to his mind. All right, don't do it. The prince lowered his head in regret and shouted, I will cooperate. Only then did Monty show a satisfied smile. But Thales grimaced in pain and spoke again, I only have one last question. Are you sure that we're on the right path? The Raven of Death frowned hard. Monty let out a long sigh. Didn't you choose the second option? Before Thales could react, the next moment Monty's hand slashed down heavily. Bang. It struck Thales' neck. The Raven of Death nodded in satisfaction as he watched the prince faint, again. He changed to a more comfortable sitting position and muttered as the horse swayed, It's much quieter now. Thales swore that this was the most difficult path he had taken in his short life so far, the most terrifying sleep he had, and the most boring person he had ever met. His daily routine was to eat and faint, wake up to eat again and then faint again. It seemed like Monty was enjoying this as well. Whenever Thales spoke a little too much or angered him, he would basically serve him with a karate chop, and from time to time he would say, First rule. Sometimes Thales would wake up on horseback and sometimes he would open his eyes in the wilderness. Every time he woke up he could only see the scenery changing, the sun and the moon alternating, and he did not even know how much time had passed. Back pain, leg cramps, dizziness, blurred vision, tinnitus, these were all common occurrences. Oh my God. Thales, who was about to go mad, wailed in pain in his heart. Even pigs aren't this cruel. He felt like he had returned to the abandoned house. No, it was even worse. He secretly said, I'll remember this person, the Raven of Death, Ned Monty. Damn bastard. I'll teach him a lesson when we get back. Thales thought through gritted teeth. However, just when Thales thought that this kind of life would last until they reached their destination, one day when he woke up on horseback he discovered something different. This time he was forcibly shaken awake. Hey, wake up. When Thales opened his eyes in a daze, the Raven of Death's voice was a little anxious and solemn. It was another day. Sigh. The prince, who had adapted to the light, was at a loss. What's wrong? Are you lost? It was only then that he realized that the scenery around him was different again. The hills full of fir bushes and jagged rocks had turned into gentle slopes with slight ups and downs. There were fewer trees and more weeds. Thales stretched his head and hands in pain to ease the pain caused by lying on horseback for a long time. He was almost used to it. He even developed a way to use the Sin of Hell's River to relieve the pain. You don't want to be captured by Dragon Cloud City, do you, Your Highness? Monty said coldly. Thales became a little more clear-headed. He suddenly realized that there was something wrong with Monty's words. The prince's expression became stern. What's wrong? Monty grabbed his horse's reins with one hand and Thales with the other. His horse was much faster than usual. We just crossed the Sunset Snow River. Monty cast a glance behind him. His expression was solemn and his gaze was terrifying. Someone has their eyes on us. Sensing the heaviness in his words, Thales shuddered and remembered his current situation. We just crossed the Sunset Snow River. They have their eyes on us. Who is it? He asked warily. Monty shook his head. His expression was tense. I don't know, but if I had to guess, it should be Dragon Cloud City or Lampart's pursuers. Thales moved a little. How do you know? The Raven of Death snorted softly. No. With an unquestionable expression, he looked around seriously. This is the scout's intuition. The smell in the air is very familiar. Thales was stunned. Pursuers? How can it be? If you don't want to be captured, Monty said coldly, and there was a warning in his words. Then we'll work together. Thales stared at him in a daze. How do we work together? Monty lowered his gaze and gestured at his limbs. We can't go on a leisurely outing anymore. We have to let go of the reins and charge forward. You're also tired of fainting on a horse and sleeping, right? You make me feel like a human trafficker. The Raven of Death said with a disdainful expression. How about it? Thales stared at him. After a few minutes the prince finally smiled. Of course. He said affirmatively. There's still a long way to go before we reach our destination. Thales nodded and narrowed his eyes. When we're faced with the pursuit of all of Dragon Cloud City, we both need partners. Not troublemakers. We're not enemies, Lord Monty. Thales put away his smile and said solemnly, especially when we're facing Dragon Cloud City. Monty exhaled and gradually smiled. The ominous feeling of having his eyes on his prey returned to him. Under the sun, the Raven of Death raised his eyebrows. Very good. He smiled, took out JC's sheathed dagger from his bosom, and cut the rope that bound Thales without hesitation. Thales exhaled. Finally. His limbs were numb. He straightened his back and sat up straight on the horse. He felt like he had not ridden a horse normally for a few lifetimes. Thales let out a satisfied sigh of admiration. His feet in the stirrup gave him a sense of security. How is it? Can you do it? Monty glanced at him. His gaze was subtle. Thales exercised his wrists and rubbed his numb waist. He took a deep breath and felt his vitality return. I've been reborn, he said faintly. Very good. Monty smiled sinisterly and tossed JC's dagger back to Thales. Thales caught the familiar dagger and his heart became calmer. As expected. Now sit on your horse, pull the reins, control the direction and follow me. Run with your life on the line. Monty patted his bag which contained his crossbow and lifted the quiver from the saddle. His expression was stern. Of course, don't even think about running away. I don't want to shoot you down with an arrow. For example, shoot through your balls. Trust me, I can do it. Thales felt a chill in his heart. He raised his eyebrows, held the reins and nodded obediently. Monty licked the corner of his lips. Get ready to start. Remember, run with your life on the line. In the next second, Monty pulled out the rope in his hand and whipped it hard on Thales and his own horse. As the horse galloped faster, the air brushed past Thales' arms, and he felt the pleasure he had not felt for a long time. He exerted a little force on the stirrup and leaned forward so that the horse could speed up and catch up with Monty's hooves. Asterisk thump, thump, thump. Asterisk Thales sucked in a mouthful of air in comfort. He narrowed his eyes and felt the force of the strong wind blowing against his face. This could be said to be the happiest day he had in the past few days. But after just 10 minutes, Thales' heart sank. Wait! He shouted at Monty, who was in front of him. Why did we change direction? To avoid the pursuers? The Raven of Death turned around and roared back in an unquestionable manner. Cut the crap. Just follow me. Don't relax, they're not easy to deal with. The arrow was knocked on the bowstring. Thales could only suppress the doubts in his heart and follow this unreliable guide forward. They ran for an entire day and night while they galloped anxiously. They practically did not stop along the way. They even ate on horseback. The scenery before their eyes slowly changed. The gentle slope turned into an open wilderness. The trees had almost disappeared and even weeds were rarely seen. What they could see in the wilderness were mostly large, bare pieces of limestone. So when morning arrived again, they finally found a small stream that was so shallow that they could not even fill a water skin. When they set up camp and rested, even the horses were so tired that they whimpered. Where are we? Thales almost collapsed on the ground. He leaned against a rock and panted while he gulped down water. Land of barren rocks. This time Monty answered very straightforwardly. He also gulped down a mouthful of water, but he did not look relaxed or tired. His gaze was still alert. It's already under the rule of the city of faraway prayers. Next, we don't need to avoid the crowd anymore. We can even go straight to the village to replenish our supplies. Thales' expression froze. Land of barren rocks. So, are we really going to the city of faraway prayers? He asked nonchalantly. So, the great desert is in the south. Monty shrugged and did not answer. He just tore off a piece of jerky and put it into his mouth. God knows how he could eat the moment he got off the horse, run once he got on the horse and sleep the moment he laid down. For example, Thales felt like he was about to collapse from exhaustion. He did not even have the strength to eat. Did you take a detour? Thales panted. Why do I feel like you're not walking in a straight line? Monty glanced at him in disdain. Shut up. When you're outside you have to listen to the professionals. With a hint of worry, Thales turned around and glanced behind him. So we shook off our pursuers? Of course. Monty seemed to be in a good mood. His eyebrows relaxed and he actually answered his question. Even if I'm carrying a burden, I'm still Xdet's best scout. As he watched the Raven of Death's smug expression, Thales could not help but raise his eyebrows. He mumbled in his heart, a burden. So, who is the one chasing us? Monty only shook his head. The person you don't want to see the most. Alright, I suggest that you shut up now and have a good sleep. Or do you want me to help you sleep? Thales could only turn his head around in embarrassment to avoid being knocked unconscious again. He picked a relatively flat rock in the land of barren rocks, which was covered in sand and dust. He lay down without any worries, recovered his strength and thought about his next step. When he was captured by Monty, Thales initially thought that the situation was very bad. Later on, after his first conversation with Monty, he discovered to his surprise that the situation was very good. But now, after following the Raven of Death for an entire day and night, Thales frowned again. No, the situation is not as good as I thought. When he thought of this, Thales cast a worried glance at Monty. This person isn't as simple as I thought. It's much more troublesome and complicated. I'm very close to returning to my country. Now I need a chance. A chance. As he thought of this, Thales quietly closed his eyes and entered dreamland. But this time he fell asleep much faster than he imagined. Asterisk whoosh. Asterisk a sharp hurried sound woke Thales up from his dream. He panted heavily. This strange and rapid sound left a deep impression on him. This is? Be on guard. Monty's exasperated shout traveled into his ears, and Thales snapped out of his daze. It was noon. The sun was high in the sky and it made the bare rocks burn. Thales climbed up while drenched in sweat. Only then did he realize that Monty already had a weapon in his hand, and he was looking behind him with a ferocious expression. The tension in the air affected Thales, who had woken up from his dream. He shook his head and stood up. What's going on? Thales touched the dagger in his bosom and looked around in shock, but he did not see anything. Just as he was about to activate Hell's senses, the Raven of Death responded with an angry snort. What's going on? We screwed up. Monty seemed to be filled with anger. He ground his teeth continuously and his gaze was terrifying. Damn it, how is it possible? How did they find out? Thales had never seen him like this before. He looked as if he had flown into a rage out of humiliation. But Monty's body tensed up even more. Like a frightened beast, he stared fixedly at the back of a rock. Thales was stunned. How? But he suddenly recalled the most crucial part. The sound just now, Thales said in shock and bewilderment. He desperately tried to recall the impression in his memory. It's a little like the whistling arrow of Dragon Cloud City's patrol team, but there are some differences. I must have heard it somewhere before. And at that moment, a hoarse and deep male voice traveled slowly from behind the rock. Because it wasn't the patrol team's whistling arrow. At that moment, Thales and Monty's expressions changed. This voice, the sound of unfamiliar horse hooves, rose from behind the rock. A masked man with a white cloak and a saber on his back rode out from behind the rock. His eyes were bloodshot, but they were still as sharp as a blade. Thales froze. Fig mask. I recognize this attire. He is. The newcomer swept a cold glance at the two of them. He gently pulled down the scarf beneath his face, revealing the pale but distinct outline of his face. When he saw the newcomer clearly, Monty covered his forehead in pain. He gritted his teeth and stomped the ground. Son of AB***, the newcomer said hoarsely, that is the signal arrow of the White Blade Guards of Dragon Cloud City, which has been used for almost 100 years. 6 years ago, it rang countless times in Dragon Cloud City. Thales sighed. In the next second the teenager took out the jerky from his pocket, stuffed it into his mouth and chewed it hard. I told you this in the hall, right? Thales Jade Star. Under the sun, the former commander of the White Blade Guards of Dragon Cloud City rode on a warhorse, fully armed. He carried the rising sun saber on his back and stared at Thales, who had a gloomy expression on his face, with his terrifying eyes. Thales and Monty looked at each other. Their expressions were unpleasant. Be careful. You'd better not fall into my hands. The voice of the Star Killer, Lord Sorry. Nicholas rose in the wilderness. There was a murderous chill in his voice.